private journal about a mysterious land beyond the North Pole, which he called the center of the great unknown.
Admiral Richard Byrd was able to fly to the North Pole and back and recorded flying over lush green areas where none should have been. And then 3 years later, he flew over the South Pole.
It's rumored that when Admiral Byrd's task force actually got to Antarctica,
will be taking on Brother Garfield in the 12 tribes. So that's going to be crazy right there. I've been trying to see who I want to get, Daniel Allah and Garfield or Katazat and Garfield. I don't know. Which one y'all want? Daniel Allah and Garfield or Katazat
I don't know.
and Garfield?
I don't know.
Captain Katazat or Daniel Allah? I like Katazat. I think I'll go with Katazat. That's going to be crazy. I'm going to see if I can get somebody else for Dr. Reggie as well, a Muslim or somebody.
What about me, Sonetta?
Well, we're going to find somebody who's courageous to step in the ring.
I want to have some fun.
All right. Well, we're going to get it in. We're going to get it in.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm not kidding, but I know you're looking out. But yeah, that's going to be exciting. We love the debates. We love to see the debates. So yeah. So thank you so much for letting me do this today. Much love to the HOK.
Yeah, Tazariak hit me up earlier today saying that he want to do this again with Pastor Bennett. Right. What do y'all think about it? I mean, a lot of people saying Pastor did his thing. It's mixed. It's mixed right now. I'm
I shared I'm gonna keep my mouth.
I'm looking. No, you can share yours. It's all good. I'm looking at the chat and I see some people saying Tazariak did his thing. Some people saying Pastor Bennett. But I notice it's all Hebrews who are saying Tazariak did his thing. But then you got some Hebrews saying Pastor Bennett did his thing. You know, I mean, I leave it up to y'all. It's up to y'all, man. You know? So we're going to see what happens by next week. Maybe Unbiased Sport could get his ass out here and get in the ring for real and stop being afraid.
I want to debate him.
You want Unbiased Sports?
Yep.
What would the topic be?
Probably Margaret Sanger. Yeah. And Planned Parenthood, how he thinks she's a hero.
Uh-oh.
That's what the brother told me when I was on his show. Shout out to Unbiased Sports.
Yeah, bring that back, Turbo.
This thing. You know, I mean, I leave it up to y'all. It's up to y'all.
Hey, peace to Watcher. Yeah, you heard it right there. The Watcher, you heard the subject title. You did. Hey, man. Yeah. So I'm going to send the link out 1 second. Let me play this one more second. This is funny. Napah called me out. So I accept the debate title. Yes, I'm on the side of Margaret Sanger. Yes, she's a good woman. You dig? Let's get it.
Oh man, you know. So we're gonna see what happens by next week. Maybe Unbiased Sport could get his ass out here and get in the ring for real and
Oh, I
stop
want to
being
debate.
afraid.
I want to debate him. I want to debate
You want
him.
Unbiased Sports?
Yep.
What would the topic be?
Probably Margaret Sanger. Yeah, and Planned Parenthood. How he thinks she's a hero.
Uh-oh.
That's what the brother told me when I was on his show. Shout out to Unbiased Sports.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Napah, pull up. Oh, yes, I will take that. Look, you could paint the picture as though I'm the coon, whatever, I'll take it. I'm still gonna win. Doesn't matter. You dig? Yes, I will take the Margaret Sanger. You can say what you want. You can say I support her, she's a hero. Yes, I do. You dig? I believe she's an activist on behalf of Black folks. And I will take that side. Yes, I will take the underdog side. I'm going to win easily. You dig? So Napah, pull up. Let's talk about it. But yeah. But anyway, back to boxing. You dig? Because we were talking about boxing. Matter of fact, it's late. Jody, Indigenous Black man. Indigenous Black man, did you set up your did you figure out your phone situation? I want you to do your presentation tomorrow, my brother. Yeah, Gary, we already had that convo. But Gary, look, I'm gonna say this. We had the convo, but it was in her favor because I didn't even know much about Margaret Sanger other than the rumors we normally hear. You dig? So when I was talking to her, I Googled Margaret Sanger on the spot. So, I really, it's hard to like argue with somebody when you're Googling on the spot. Now I'm more aware of the situation. You dig? I'm prepared now. Yeah, I'm with Margaret. You dig? I want that smoke. Peace outside the cube. Yeah, so Indigenous Black man tomorrow, I can't give you a definite time, but we could shoot for 12 o'clock p.m. because I'm good. I'm not working all Sunday. I'm not doing anything. It's my free time. So as soon as I get up and I'm ready, you can go right into it. You did, because after you go into it, we also going to do a topic with Chief X. Chief X is going to lead the way. He's going to be our valued guest. Our valued guest. Period. And we're going to talk about Black on Black violence. Like why, when it happens, we look at it as just another day in the hood. That Queen Latifah song, you dig? It's just another day. But when another race kills us outright the same exact way, we're innocent, we're jogging, we're in the hood, we're chilling, we're at grandma's house. A dude, hey, what you doing around here? So now listen, the way Chief X, he told a real story. So you got a Black man coming to visit his grandma. No, he's not from South Central. No, he's not from Oakland. No, he's not from LA. No, he's not from these various different cities in LA, California. He's from somewhere else. He's Black like you. Why can't he visit his grandma? You dig? So he come to visit his grandma, and because you don't know him, the same way how white folks don't know us when we come into their neighborhood, you dig? Who are you? Why are you here? So we're being questioned like that from Black folks who are gang related. And then when we say, I'm just here visiting grandma. You dig? I'm not with the gangbanging stuff, man. Wrong guy. I'll holler, guys. The same way a white guy would say, hey, what business you got around here, young, Black guy or Black woman? Your response is, yo, man, I'm cool. Now, I ain't trying to cause any beef. I come here to eat dinner, or I come here to buy a house, or I live here. You dig? Or I'm going to live here. Well, the white supremacists that you complain about, well, they react the same way we reacted, because according to the brother Chief X, that the Black dude's like, I'm just visiting grandma. And the gangbanger said, it ain't good enough. And they killed the dude outright, murdered him. The dude come to visit his grandmother and he get murdered outright. No outcry with the community. Just another day, Matter of fact, let me play that song. I might get flagged. If I get flagged, I'm going to bed. I'm not going live afterwards. But I got to play this song. You dig? I've been getting flagged a lot, but that's why y'all need to sub to y'all got to sub to my alternate channel, my alternative channels. You dig? But I gotta play this song right here. Don't give a damn, man. I'm gonna take one for the team tonight. Here we go. So you guys can see it right here. It's called Just Another Day.
Just another day living in the hood. Just another day around the way. Yeah, feeling good today. Feeling lovely. Just another.
All right, so you got it. You dig? Yeah, I take risks like that. Whatever. So there you go. So you got Queen Latifah saying just another day in the hood, you know. So the response when a black man gets shot down in our neighborhoods, like we got to stop lying to ourselves. You dig? The way an alcoholic recovers officially is to admit there's a problem. The way an addict recovers officially is to admit that there is a problem. Peace, Gary Hart, Rozzy Rose, Tone G. You dig? Let me send this link in here before I go ranting too much. Let me send this link in there because I know a lot of y'all like to come through and build on the subject. You dig? It's a late live because we was with Sonetta earlier. You dig? And we rolled with Team Osiris and then live. So now I'm live. You dig? I went after everybody. No conflict. You know what I mean? No conflict of interest. So now, where is my chat? I got to see the chat. I'm not even sharing my screen. I'm bugging. All right. So I understand this is late live. I don't expect everybody to come out and show up tonight. I understand. It's 12, damn near 12 a.m. But there's the Zoom link, and there's also a call in. I'll do the call in too. You guys can also call in. You ain't got to always Swazi. You dig? Oh my God. Oh my God. I got to do all this for the damn. Really? Yeah, so Chief actually came through tonight, but he's a big UFC fan, so he's going to come through tomorrow. You dig? Don't forget, they're like 4 or 5 hours back. So our 12 o'clock is like their 7 o'clock. So probably that's why I want Indigenous Black Man to do his presentation at 12 o'clock, and we could be ready for Chief X around 2, 3 o'clock. You dig? So wait, why am I on my email anyway? I forgot. Oh, I know why. I was sharing the call link. You dig? Okay, so there we go. I forgot that fast. All right, so this is the call link. So we were talking about a bunch of stuff tonight. We're talking about boxing, but we're gonna mix it up. We ain't gonna always be serious. I'm letting you guys know that in advance. We're gonna mix up the topics. We're gonna talk about everything. We ain't gonna keep talking about just random, serious shit. We're real human beings that deal with real, you know what I mean? We like humor, we like comedy. You dig? We're gonna be recapping movies, Sosa. And we damn sure be talking football real soon. Pre-football conversations, like maybe Friday or Saturday. We're gonna go in heavy.
Yeah, that's what's up. What's going on? What's up with Napah? What the hell happened?
Oh, you didn't see it? I'm gonna share the Swazi. Watch this right here. So check this out. Yeah, I was hollering, bro. All right, look at this. Right here. You can see the screen, right?
Oh, you called it doing a little thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, they the pause are stable, man.
Look.
I mean, I leave it up to y'all. It's up to y'all, man. So we're gonna see what happens by next week. Maybe Unbiased Sport could get his ass out here and get in the ring for real. And stop being afraid.
I want to debate him.
You want Unbiased Sports?
Yep.
What would the topic be?
Probably Margaret Sanger. Yeah. And Planned Parenthood, how he thinks she's a hero.
You damn right.
Uh-oh.
That's what the brother told me when I was on his show. Shout out to Unbiased Sports.
Uh-oh. Oh, man. Oh, he said, I'm with it. I'm with it.
You damn right I'm with it. What you before? You dig? So you heard it for yourself, Sosa. She called me out for the Margaret Sanger. You dig? Yeah. I'm with that. And look, I will voluntarily take the underdog role. Yes, Margaret Sanger is a hero. I will go with that. You know, that's the narrative you want to give me. I'll take that.
Yeah, she can't. I like to see that go down because she don't even realize how small of a window she got. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't look into that. I know all the where the little quotes come. I know where to get all the quotes from, so you can get the whole letter. You know what I'm saying? They cherry picking certain statements,
right?
And you know what I'm saying, and then adding on to it.
Yeah.
But you get everything in context. Like, oh, she ain't mean it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Which most conspiracy theorists do. And I was explaining to my boys. So I'm glad you said that. So when Indigenous, click the link. You dig? I gave the phone number and I gave the Zoom link. Click it. You know, and also Truth Ministries, you too. Click the link. Anybody. I left it out there for y'all, but we got the watcher. So yeah, Sosa, yeah, hit me off with that.
Yeah. Like I said, if y'all set it up to do it, shit, well, where to start? You know what I'm saying? You know, that's what I'm saying. Start putting that shit together. You know what I'm saying? Like real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna lose because I just don't. I don't see her like I'm. You know what I mean? Like I'm like overestimating her right now on that subject.
Yeah, you know, I don't seen her debate. She ain't got, like I said, she don't even like she can do Bible stuff. This stuff right here, it's gonna be all the arguments gonna be appeal to emotion. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no facts. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Like when a lot of people don't know the history, so when you break down the time frame, like her, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna lose because I just don't. I don't see her like. Yeah, somebody got mute the. You know I'm like overestimating on that subject. Your YouTube window. Yeah, so that's something that I'm confident in, Sosa. So I don't think it's gonna take hours. So I gotta let Sanetta know that this, you know, to have a backup debate, that this ain't gonna take that damn long. You know.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what though, it taking longer than you think. Cause listen, I actually do even a solo on SVDL, right? Yeah. Okay, we do 5-minute openings, 10-minute premise, 10-minute rebuttals, and there'll be like a Q&A where I ask to do questions. That'd be 10 minutes, and then a 5-minute closing, right? And then solo do a shuckle buck. That shit would be like 2.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, that should be 2.5 hours. Like you don't realize that shit, like, because by the time the show start, it's gonna be 10-15 minutes for y'all get the shit going, really. Niggas, hey, how you doing? I'm by. What's up, people? You know what I'm saying? Hey, family, all that old bullshit, right? You know what I'm saying? Did 5 minutes opening a piece, that's 10 minutes. 10-minute first round, 10, that's 20.
Yeah.
10-minute rebuttal, that's enough. So I'm saying, it's like y'all already into an hour. You know what I'm saying?
And look, and this is gonna be perfect because I had just ordered my FCC shirt like last week. It's gonna be perfect. I get this, and also, guys, listen. Like I'm not looking for sympathy or a handout, but I just want to say I'm doing all this ordering and I still ain't get one dime, at least for unemployment. You dig? But you know, but again, like this is just a learning lesson for everybody. Like, dude, like y'all can't be broke ever. As you can see, I'm your example. I wasn't broke, you dig? But if you are broke and you're in my position, I have not got a dime yet. So how would you pay bills? So I'm paying bills off savings, you dig? But how would you pay bills if you was in my situation if you check to check? Like you would be hungry right now, you'd be begging folks for money, family, you know, stuff like that. So you know, you guys got to take your spending habits and your savings seriously. But anyway, that was like a, you know, just a little advice for people. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Sosa.
Yeah. I'm surprised. Like I said, she called you out because she think it's gonna be. She think it's gonna be. Win, you know that's what. That's it.
Yeah, all she can hope for is that I just take her too light and don't really research what I research. But bro, I'm telling you, she better hope like hell I take her lightly, because if I go ahead and just do more research, like as you guys see, like I repost my Nation Islam debates 6 years ago. Like I destroyed them because I know the topic, I know the doctrine, I know their strongest points. Same thing with the vaccine debates. Like I can't, like I'm going to destroy people with vaccines because I know your strongest argument. And if you don't say it, you're done.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. So in Napah, like I don't even know her strongest argument, again, she's gonna paint me as like the government agency, somebody's appealing to like white folks. I get it.
Yeah. And she goes.
What's the argument, yo? What's the argument?
It's going to be on Margaret Sanger. Like she. I'm going to argue Margaret Sanger was an activist, and black folks found value in her. She's going to argue Margaret Sanger is a devil that want to kill black folks.
But I mean, she went on Sarnetta and literally said she had smoke because of that.
Yeah.
No, she just wanted to debate. She asked for a debate.
All right, so maybe you ain't hear it. I'll play it for you. Here.
This thing, you know, I mean, I leave it up to y'all. It's up to y'all, man. You know. So we're gonna see what happens by next week. Maybe Unbiased Sport could get his ass out here and get in the ring for real and stop being afraid.
I want to debate him.
You want Unbiased Sports?
Yeah.
What would the topic be?
Probably Margaret Sanger. Yeah, and Planned Parenthood. How he thinks she's a hero. That's what the brother told me when I was on his show. Shout out to Unbiased Sports.
All right, so there you go. You heard it for yourself.
With the power.
Hey, can I ask the question real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, what you get mad at me for when I set this debate up in your chat? When she was in the chat the other day, I set the debate up, and you said, asked me if I wanted to get kicked out.
No.
Because I was starting trouble because you didn't want to argue, but then as soon as Sarnetta asked you to do it, you jumping and you showing everybody and all this, and I already had this debate set up.
Wait. Indigenous black man.
Am I lying, though? Tell the truth. Am I lying?
Indigenous black man. Let me say this. That's a fair concern and that's a fair question. But you also got to consider that I'm talking to people like the watcher in the back, right? And then they're convincing me otherwise, you dig? So again, like I said, you gave a fair question, a fair comment, a fair concern, but you also got to consider that I'm talking to other people who are convincing me to, you know what I mean, to like let it go, like let any ill will go. So that came after, and by the way, that advice came after our chat, Indigenous.
That's what I just said. I had it set up already. And, you know, that day I asked you and you said, oh, you want to get kicked out? You started trouble. I said I didn't want to argue.
Indigenous.
Hey, let me explain. Let me try to help you, Unbiased, because I don't think he's hearing. What Unbiased had a position like, fuck it, I'm through with it. I don't want nothing to do with her. She can go her way and I'm going to go my way. So when you were trying to set it up, he didn't want to have nothing to do with it. He'd rather just keep it neutral. She's not an enemy. I'm not an enemy. I'm walking my own way. What I was trying to explain to him in our conversations was, you know what? It's not that serious. Just take the high road and, you know, just she doesn't need to be an enemy. You know, your guys can have disagreements, but still find the common suits in your argument. So he changed his position and he was like, okay, that's fine. And when he called in, because he was showing support to Sister Nandy, because Sister Nandy was being interviewed by Napah. So instead of staying away from it, he was like, you know what, fuck that. I'm going to show support to Sarnetta because Sarnetta supports me. I want to show support to Sister Nandy because Sister Nandy shows support. And Napah actually did a good job interviewing and moderating. So let me just give that credence. So he's having a change of heart. So it's not, he was not messing with you. And now he's bandwagon Sarnetta. He reevaluated his position, if that makes sense.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and
I
if she calls
appreciate
him
that.
out, and if she
Okay.
calls him out on the show, if he calls him out on
I
Sunday,
almost got kicked out for the shit though. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, but if she calls him out on Sunday and he's like, nah, man, I ain't gonna do it. He gonna be looking like, they gonna be looking like, what?
He running. He
Like,
running from the
damn, bro,
pond.
like for real, my nigga, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he got to step up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to
Yeah.
I
step
mean,
up the challenge with that. You know what
man, at this point, yo, this shit's crazy, yo. Like y'all just pulling debates out y'all ass at this point. Like, just
No, they've
because,
already had an argument over that before. On this
yeah,
channel.
I know, but that argument kind of was tabletop because I mean, we all was present for the argument and it got nowhere. So why do we need to debate it? Like it's gonna go back to where it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think it'll be a good thing because most people that I've heard talk about Margaret Sanger has not put any legitimate information about her actual life. I've never heard anything relevant when it comes. I just heard a name called and the Planned Parenthood next to that shit, and then Hitler.
You know what?
Let Lynn go on there and debate it then, because
No.
Lynn
You can sit here and say you ain't hear nobody give out
pro.
no decent information, man. Man, come on, man.
Nobody,
I've been telling y'all for
Lynn
months.
got the information.
No, your information is not the information I'm talking about, Lynn.
Oh, okay. I just wanted you to make sure that you said that because I did do a presentation for like 3 hours, and you just sat here calling my stuff BS.
There you go, Lynn.
Your presentation is like this.
So you a terrible guy, man.
And then Bill
terrible
Gates,
guy.
Planned Parenthood, eugenics, depopulation.
No, you were sitting there trying to read Margaret Sanger when she was saying, look, if y'all don't believe me, go back and look at that video. He said there trying to say Margaret Sanger's words all pretty. And we're not going to allow, we don't want the Negroes to know that we're trying to kill them. Trying to pretty it up.
That's what I said. I got the whole letter that go beat that whole shit up.
Yeah, I know you do, and you tried to pretty it up. I just told you what you did.
They try to pretty it up. It's the
Tuning
whole
for Margaret
letter.
Singer.
I'm like, do you have the
letter? You were tuning for Margaret Singer, so that's a damn shame.
You only got one line. You only got one line. Has he got the whole letter?
That one line was enough, so that's all you needed was that one line. She said she wanted to kill us. She didn't want. She gonna get the pastors to make sure that we don't, get up in our feelings when we find out a little bit about what's really going on. She's trying to kill us.
The ladies
so she's gonna use the black pastors to quell to keep us from believing that it's true. Use them and train them.
Hey, Lynn, I will allow you to help Napah out. Go on her research team.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
You let me do what?
To go on Napah's research team.
No, they'll be real good together.
Hey, she's taking my stuff anyway. I mean, basically she's just regurgitating the stuff she heard me saying on the show that one day when she was on here with me. So you know what I'm saying?
All right, so Lynn,
that's just like cognitive dissonance. I said that stuff a week and a half before Polite said it, and then all of a sudden I hear him saying it. Cognitive dissonance.
Hey, Lynn.
Like I said, they be listening.
Hey, Lynn.
A word? You heard him say a word? You said a word first, and then you heard him say it, and he got it from you.
I think I know where he got it from. I got a video right here from 2014
Go ahead.
where he was talking about that and how genetic engineering was going to change the world and stuff like that. But yeah, that's where I got it from. I mean, I'm just regurgitating. We all just regurgitate what we hear from people. You know what I'm saying? From other people, what other people wrote or what other people have said. You know what I'm saying? That's all we doing.
Where you from, bro?
VA.
Okay, what part?
Right now, I'm down south, but I'm from up north, up close to Winchester. You ever heard of Winchester?
Oh man, that's like an hour. That's like an hour some change away. I'm in Maryland.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I know. My boy be running back and forth up that way. With a couple of his buddies. But yeah, I used to live in D.C. also. But I'm back and forth
I got you, bro.
On the move all the time. But Baltimore, man. I mean, you know, I love y'all to death, man, but I don't know, man. It's crazy.
It's a whole lot.
The oppressors are really putting. I guess Maryland, Virginia, Philadelphia, New York, North Carolina, South Carolina are some of the racist places on the planet because they, you know, some of the first ones that was here. You know, they created the United States, the first colonies. You know, which was called the Virginia Company at one time.
Mm.
So you said everything but Virginia.
Huh?
Virginia wasn't included in that racist shit neither.
I think he started with Virginia. He said.
Hey, please forgive me if I missed it because I didn't mean to.
No,
I did not mean to. I'm talking about this whole section, but basically the whole East Coast.
Yeah.
Because it was the original where everything started.
Yeah, there ain't no racism over here. It's all over there. In Arizona, they love
True
black
Story
people.
got a couple good jokes on that right there. Yeah. But the New Amsterdam company, well, not New Amsterdam, shit. I forget.
Oh man, it's all kinds of stuff. If you look at New York and Central Park, what was the name of that village? Was that Seneca Village?
Yeah, Seneca Village.
Yeah, they had all them people living there, and they just displaced them and ran them out. They made a beautiful park, you know. And then,
Hey, Len, let me ask you a question. Before they ran them out, was the crime rate high?
Nah, bro, you tripping?
When was that?
No. Hey, well, how am I tripping? I'm asking. I don't know. I'm asking.
In Seneca Village. In Seneca Village.
Right.
No. They were trying to do something different. They had a community of all kinds of different people there. It was all kinds of different nationalities there. You know, first it was the black people, but then
Len,
then other people started moving in, and they was doing pretty good. They was doing pretty good for themselves. You had a lot of black landowners. You had a lot of people coming in that weren't, you know, considered,
right.
You know,
right. So
good for white privilege, or the white people didn't want them around.
Right.
So they moved into the neighborhood too.
Wait, hold on. So I'm just trying to get you and Zen on record. That's all. So, are you guys saying the black folks moved out for what reason?
They got ran out, bro.
Okay, Zen, do you
for Central Park?
Nah, I don't agree with anything because I don't know why they left.
Well, you don't have to.
I do know that they're not
you
there
can look
now.
It up.
And I know True Story and did a whole video about it, but
what time frame you talking about?
I can't quote what it's about because that's not my subject. So I'm not about to say.
I don't know anything about it. That's why I was asking that.
Yeah, no. I'm not about to sit up here and say nothing about it. I can just say that I'm aware of what he's talking about, but I don't know the specific.
What year was that?
This was a long. You talking about before? You talking about before Jim Crow and shit?
I can't remember, but it's I mean, you know, it wasn't. No, I don't.
No, you can.
But I do know the date of.
I mean, hold on.
I do know the date of North Carolina when they had that town down there where it was black, a lot of black people, and they was in Congress, and they had people. Well, I'm just saying where we had settlements and they tore them down, just like Tulsa, Oklahoma. But that's all people talk about.
Yeah, but you got to also realize there was plenty of Tulsa, Oklahomas that were successful that didn't get bombed.
That's what I was just getting at, Watcher. I appreciate that, but that's what I was just getting at. That's why I was giving you other ones besides just Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, you know, when I speak generally for the record.
So look, Seneca Village was founded in 1825. And at its peak, the community had 264 residents, 3 churches, a school, 2 cemeteries. The settlement was later inhabited by several other minorities, including Irish and German immigrants. Seneca Village existed until the 1857s, when through eminent domain, the villagers and other settlers in the area were ordered to leave their houses.
Wait, stop right there. So those white immigrants was ordered to leave?
Well,
Everybody.
all
Black. It was a black community first time bias, and then then later on,
Slow
like Ben
down,
said,
like
the other people started moving in.
Business, relax. It's Zen who's reading the history, and he read that. I
He
heard.
just read exactly what I said.
Hey,
All
Zen,
right,
Zen,
go ahead.
you gotta stop, bro.
yeah, hold on.
Okay, you
Yeah,
gotta stop.
I'm just reading the
Right,
article.
hey, Zen, I know Zen. I'm not accusing you of anything, but you read the term minority, right? And minority is applying to Irish and other foreigner white folks, right?
Yeah.
At that time, yeah.
Right. So, and at that same time, they were asking they told those foreigner white folks they had to move, correct?
Yep.
Okay, continue.
Yep. So, yeah, let me start. The settlement was later inhibited by several other minorities. So they're including black people in that too. Several other minorities, including Irish and German immigrants. Seneca Village existed until the 1857s, when through eminent domain, the villagers and other settlers in the area were ordered to leave and their houses were torn down for the construction of Central Park.
So hold on. So that was the foreigner white folks you're talking about?
I think we're missing something. Like, when
that?
was the black settlement towns there? Were they
Right.
prior to that 1820?
A
I'm
brother
downstairs, so let me go upstairs.
He bought two lots there, and then it spread out from there. The black people started hearing about them trying to create a community there.
Hold on, pause, because I can just start from the top right quick.
Yeah, but
Matter
please
of fact,
do.
let me share my screen. Hold on.
Right. And I respect what you're going to say, but brother, and you can say it after we get the documentation. I want to know what was written first. I don't want any interpretation, no exegesis. I just want to know what was written first, and we address that, and then you could give me your insight, you dig, on afterwards. But I want to know what was actually documented.
Y'all see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Seneca Village was a 19th century settlement of mostly African Americans, landowners in the borough of Manhattan and in New York City within the present day Central Park. The settlement was located on about 5 acres near the Upper West Side neighborhood, approximately bounded by the 82nd and 89th Street, 7th and 8th Avenues had been constructed. Seneca Village was founded in 1825 by free blacks. The first such community in the city. At its peak, the community had 264 residents, 3 churches, a school, and 2 cemeteries. The settlement was later inhabited, so that's past 1825. It was later inhabited by several other minorities, including Irish and Germans.
Okay.
So it wasn't just black people.
Right. So it was mixed, right? But it's probably mainly blacks. Okay, go ahead.
Right. And as we know, just to add on, as we know, Irish and German people at that time was considered,
minorities, right?
Minorities, right. So Seneca Village existed until the 1857. So that wasn't even that long. When through eminent domain, which is something we could talk about, the villagers and other settlers in the area were ordered to leave their houses. Were torn down. That's a weird sentence. Were ordered to leave and their houses were torn down for the construction of Central Park.
So it says the settlement was later. So settlers was later inhabited by several other minorities, including Irish and German. So they use the word settlement there. So I'm guessing that the settlers were the Irish and Germans, right? That's what I'm guessing by the language. And then it says that the villagers, which I'm thinking the black folks, and the settlers, which is the Irish and German, were all ordered to leave their houses and were torn down. So I will say, okay, the blacks, the Germans, and the Irish were all torn to leave, and the houses torn down. Yeah. So pretty much everybody in that area, unless somebody got something else.
Nah, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
That's correct.
Absolutely.
So it says the entirety of the village was dispersed, except for one congregation that relocated. So something else. So somebody came back and relocated. You dig? Right. It says several vestiges of Seneca village's existence have been found over the years, including 2 graves and a burial plot. The settlement was largely forgotten until the publication of Roy Rosenzweig
Yeah, so look, check this out though, right? I just clicked on development, right? So it says the land was originally purchased by a white farmer named John Whitehead in 1824.
Start there. So we have an owner of the land, right or wrong?
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
go
cool.
slow. You should get Raw Bone and True Story, and they got real primaries to really kind of get deep into this. Like y'all gonna kind of microwave this real quick.
Yeah, I mean that's what we can do because that's all we have. But yeah, I wouldn't mind being, corrected and giving more detailed information. But all we have is what we have right now.
But for those who are not familiar, this is
me. I'm not familiar, and usually Wikipedia is a good start. It's not the end game.
Yeah, it's a good start.
But it's a good starting point to get you in a direction.
Let me say something real quick. I'm on a different site, right? I'm on a different article, and I'm reading right now that Seneca Village was first started by Andrew Williams and Anthony Davis. It was two black prominent abolitionists.
All right, so what website is that?
I mean, it says that right here as well, where I'm at. It says, if you go down 2 sentences, it says on September 27th, 1825, a young African-American man named Andrew Williams purchased.
So they purchased 3 lots. Okay, stop. So
that's where I was going with it.
So this makes absolute sense. It's in context. The property is owned by John Whitehead, a white guy. The 3 black guys, they purchased a lot. So they didn't purchase the property. They purchased certain spots, particular things of the property. That's it. So they never owned the property, according to this Wikipedia. I don't know what you're reading.
No. I'm about to drop the link in the chat now. I'm about to drop the link in the chat.
Damn, man, yo, let me just say this though.
Different from what
3 lots for $125. Golly.
But man, that's a lot of money that time. Yeah, that's a lot of money that time. Yeah, I did the research. What a dollar was worth that time, what it was worth now, and that was ridiculous money, man.
I know. I'm just saying
that was probably like in today's time, probably $125,000.
Back then when they bought land, they own that land. Whatever land they bought, acres like that land. That's a different time. Like they own that mother. It wasn't like they ain't renting them spots. Like,
that's you.
It is. Listen to this. Williams and Davis were prominent members of New York African Society for Mutual Relief, as well as the AME Zion Church. And soon they had recruited other members to purchase land near theirs as well. Because what it's saying is they found a white man that owned the land, that was willing to sell the land to black people, and they started buying up the land.
Okay, now you say wait, stop. That would make sense. Okay, you're saying a white guy owned the land.
Yeah, owned it originally.
Okay, so hold on. Right. So that's singular. So how are you buying up land? Because that's plural.
No. Yeah, because
he owned a lot of acres.
Right. No, I get it, and that's what it's saying right here. It's saying that they're purchasing certain that the guy owns the area, and they're purchasing certain spots of the land, but they never purchased the entire land from the guy.
I think we should get to the entirety. I think he's getting ready to say he recruited other people to come in, and they think they started buying up the other areas and forming neighborhoods.
Go ahead,
read.
All you gotta do is just read the 2 more sentences.
Indigenous. Indigenous. Anybody mute you, bro? First of all, you can unmute yourself. Like, you know what I mean? If you're muted, you can unmute yourself. But anyway, go ahead, Zen.
Yeah. So, one year later, Whitehead began selling off.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, nobody muted you, bro.
Oh, well, I mean, the only thing y'all doing is regurgitating what I told you.
Just let her read.
That they brought up 2 lots. Hold on, wait a minute. It don't matter who owned the land. I don't care about none of that. Somebody bought 2 lots, and then all of a sudden a black village built up around it. Ain't that what I said?
Okay,
and I said other people came. Other minorities came in later. Other groups came in later. That's what I said.
Indigenous.
That's exactly what I said.
Bro, like,
And then they moved them out when they put the part there. So what more do you need to know?
My guy,
for other people that
you act like my sources ain't good enough. You got to go find this person and that person. I can't tell you nothing. And none of y'all knew what I was talking about. And then all of a sudden, y'all experts, and I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm the one who brought it to you.
My guy, Lynn.
What?
Lynn.
Yeah.
You know we love you, right?
Yeah, and I love you niggas too. But y'all get on my nerves.
Hold up, my guy.
Y'all act like y'all can't hear me. What I'm saying is just irrelevant. Because I don't know nothing.
It's not
why we talking about this.
I just brought something to y'all that none of y'all know about, and then all of a sudden you got to get other sources from somebody else because you don't believe me. That's all you got to do is do your research. That's all you got to do. Don't let no man tell you nothing. Do your own research. That's what I'm saying to everybody in the chat.
Lynn,
that's what we doing.
We're trying to do
research, bro.
Go ahead. Yeah, what we're doing is you're presenting us with information, so we're verifying it for the whole audience, so they can't just say Lynn's just making up bullshit. So we're actually giving credibility to the statements you made. We're not trying to take ownership as if you didn't say anything. It's just this is what we do. So we're actually strengthening your argument and making what you say valid. So anyone sitting in the audience is like, damn, this is exactly what Lynn said. Now they're proving it. So it's making you look good. You can't take it as if we're showing information.
The first time niggas has heard it, bro. We just staying into it to remember to get into it like that.
I hear y'all say one time that this is exactly what Lynn said. I heard y'all say, oh, well, this one can tell you better because
Lynn,
some people
we wanted
and
to
this,
know
that,
the
and the other,
time
it's like talking sideways, man.
It's like you killing the whole
because what
the show. Let's go ahead and
we could have been on with this because I already presented that information to y'all. I gave them something to look up, but y'all acting like y'all got to do a whole speech on it now.
Lynn, man, you the hero, bro.
It's just
Lynn.
Like Lynn, you the hero, bro.
Your point.
No, you the hero, Lynn. You did it, man. You did it, man. All right, Zen, go ahead and read.
Lynn just gave us something to talk about, and he's sitting up here complaining.
Go ahead and read,
What he doesn't recognize is like, let me
I ain't complaining, man.
Let me say this. So let me say this. Lynn, you the
hero. Just like I said, I already have the knowledge. I'm not complaining. I was just saying I had something to say. I have a video. That's what I was trying to get at this whole time, and y'all didn't let me get at it. Y'all cut me off, and then all of a sudden. No, hold up. Wait a minute. Can I say what? And I had a video for you. Wait until you can see what I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? But
so you mad because
y'all cut me off before I could even say that, and then I muted myself by accident. And I thought y'all had me muted, so I got
mad. That's why you really mad, my nigga. That's why you really mad.
That's right.
That shit
out that's right, because I muted myself.
But let me say this, bro.
You was gonna come back two weeks later and be like, yeah, y'all niggas muted me. No.
Let me say this, bro. Please let me get this out. Let me get this out.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me get this. Let me get this up. Let me at least leave this. Nah. Matter of fact, you was about to say something, bro. Go ahead. My bad.
Right on. What I was gonna say is co-signing what Sosa was saying. It's like, man, you came in and you saved 30 people from a burning building, and we trying to write the story, and you want to jump in there and tell your own story. You already got the work done. Just let us verify it. Because one thing that Bias was trying to do is he's trying to establish that there's no blackology spookism, like the white man just came over and just got rid of all the niggas. Because once he pointed out that there was other immigrants who settled there as well, that kind of disproved the point that they just beat up all the black people. It was just like they had a bigger project in mind, and we want all you motherfuckers the fuck out of here. So what he was trying to do is clean it up so there's no spookology involved with it. We're not discrediting what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? We're just trying to put everything in a proper context. And I think that's why he's asking very pointed and specific questions. And now he's in his mode where he's going to fall back and let us get us all out, and then he's going to go back and hammer it home.
Well, the elephant
always do.
I got you.
The elephant in the room is definitely Lynn thinks that white people are trying to,
I don't even think it's white. It sounds like it was a
no, it's not that, Zen. It's not that. You got me wrong, brother. But listen, hold on. Where I was going with that though, watching, when I was talking about that, I was getting ready to talk about, I think it's Wilmington, North Carolina. Okay. In 1898, it was a similar situation to where they had black people in offices up in like I think in Congress and like that, and then they just put out the FUD that they usually used back then that that black people was going to take over and that they were after the white women, and then like they did down in Tulsa, Oklahoma with the guy in the elevator and all. That's the same premise. Okay. But anyway, I was just going to that. That's where I was going with that. There was another community that was a lot bigger.
Can we clear this one up,
Wilmington, North Carolina, in 1898.
Before we get there, can we just do this one first and then we go to North Carolina so we can just not be all over the place?
Oh, no. I'm not trying to change the subject. I was just telling you where I was going with it. That's why, what I'm saying? That's where I was headed with it before I got cut off.
Or before you cut yourself off.
Yeah, that too.
Okay. All right. All right. Now go ahead, Zen.
All right, so we know that the land was originally purchased by John Whitehead in 1824. 1 year later, Whitehead began selling off smaller lots from his property. At the time, the area was far from the core of New York City, which was centered south of 23rd Street, which is now Lower Manhattan. On September 27th, 1825, a young African-American man named Andrew Williams purchased 3 lots from Whiteheads for $125. On the same day, African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, AME Church trustee Epiphany Davis bought 12 lots for $587. The AME Zion Church bought 6 additional lots the same week, and by 1832, at least 24 lots had been sold to African Americans. Additional nearby development was centered around New York Hill, a plot bounded by where 6th and 7th Avenues would still have been built between 79th and 86th Streets. York Hill was mostly owned by the city, but 5 acres were purchased by William Matthews, a young African American in the late 1830s. Matthews African Union Church also bought land in Seneca Village around that time. So yeah, it was a lot of out of 200 and I forget what they said, 260 something people.
Wait. Hey, Zen. It's very important to read the next paragraph because it tells you why black folks is moving over there to begin with.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, they kind of. If we were just blindly reading it and listening to it, it sounds like there's a lot more Africans than what it is. 265 people is a lot of people, but
I'm saying like it's not saying that, but what it's giving a reason why black folks are even attracted to Seneca Village. They were not attracted to it. They were living in York Hill. And they had a different. Again, you can live somewhere, but you don't own the damn land. The landowners can decide, we got a different project for this. You got to go. That's just America.
Nah, bro, it's called eminent domain. What you talking about, though? That's the government taking your land. But let me read this.
That's like when they decide they're going to build a road. And
what can you do about that? At that point, what can you do about that?
So that's what they said earlier. It was all taken by eminent domain.
Right, you got to understand the history of Seneca Village, right? Seneca Village was a spot that they used to hide slaves for the Underground Railroad. All right.
What time was this?
This was, let me go right to it because I'm looking at the article right now. Put the article in the chat. I done read the whole
story with him. He can get some primaries and he can get really deep into it.
Yeah. But just to solidify, my mic on?
Man, we had some strong people back then, man.
My mic on? Okay, yeah. So what? Even if they are hiding slaves over there, we got to acknowledge that they didn't own that land. It was owned by.
They did own the land. They bought the land from.
They owned it. They bought the land. They said he sold it to them, not rented. Sold.
Yeah, they sold. They bought it. I'm about to read it to y'all right now. They actually built churches, schools, and everything on the land now.
Hey,
where it's talking about what happened to the land.
Hey, true. 1 second. Hey, Zen, when you go back to the first paragraph you read, and put your mouse over the link that says eminent domain, so we can understand what that is.
All right, let me read this 3 paragraphs right here.
Actually, click that.
Yeah, the fact that they had to do eminent domain lets you know that they own the land.
Yeah, they
Otherwise,
own the land, but
otherwise the owner could just say, "Get out."
Right. So
is it sort of like a road coming through, and then they just take your land and tell you
I'm
we're
not
putting a road
familiar
through
with
here?
the terminology, and I'm pretty sure other listeners are not familiar either.
Let me read this real quick, yo, because this is going to answer everything right here.
Yeah.
The upper eastern part of the island is where they started looking, directly across from Seneca Village. Once all the affiliate families started moving to the Upper East Side, they started wanting outdoor space. Real estate developers quickly jumped on the idea of a exclusive community bordering lush parklands and began looking to secure the area in the center of Manhattan, including the prime real estate that Seneca Village stood upon. In 1857, the real estate developers won. Some of the Seneca Village residents were paid for their land, but most of them were not. Andrew Williams, who was one of the people that started it, was paid almost as much as his land was worth, which means he didn't even get as much as he was worth. While Anthony, the other lady that started the village, Anthony Davis, lost over $100 as she was forced to give up her home. Pretty much, they put everybody out.
Wait.
And didn't even pay.
Wait. Hold on, brother. Listen, in today's time, you can buy a nice car that you believe is worth a certain value, but there's a Kelly's Blue Book that had to bring you back down to reality. So you bought a car from me. I sold you for 12 grand. And let's say it got damaged, beyond your control, and your insurance is paying off. They don't give a damn how much you paid for it. They care about how much it's worth, and they're gonna only compensate you the Kelly's Blue Book's value. That's it.
I got you, but that's
okay.
Anthony Davis didn't get anything.
True. Listen, brother, you went in, and I waited till you stopped.
You right, my fault.
Then I went in, I get cut off. You dig? So all I was saying is that I'm trying to put things in a neutral perspective where we can't go blackology or whiteology. I'm saying that because you pay for a price, the price you pay doesn't mean that property is worth that much. That means that's an agreed price. The value has a worth. And I was given to modern day time that when you buy a car, the Kelly Blue Book's Blue Book is going to tell you the estimated value of that car, no matter how much you paid for it. They're saying your car is only worth this much amount of money, sir. If you pay more than this, you got jit. But we only going to give you this much. You dig? And you should have paid close to this for that car to begin with. So now, Zen, click on United States in that eminent domain.
Right here.
Yeah, and we need to establish what was the value of the land at that time.
Right.
Get fair value.
There we go.
But it says about the paragraph that they paid him less than what it was worth. So if we're talking about Kelly Blue Book value, they paid him less than the Kelly Blue Book.
Okay. So this matter of fact, is in the we'll come back to that. Click his link.
His link?
Which link?
Yeah, he said Truth say he posted a
Put
link.
a link in the chat.
Yeah, click that link.
Is that the link that talks about the slave haven or whatnot?
Yeah, that's where I'm reading it from.
Thank you. What time period or what date was that where it was a quote unquote slave haven?
Let me go back to see.
Well, slavery didn't stop until 1865 in most places, right?
On the underground
officially, right?
Its heyday. It doesn't give an exact date.
It was 1829.
While it was thriving. Many of the basements served as hiding places for people looking to escape slavery.
Okay, because what I'm trying to figure out is at what time period, like, did people buy? So were they hiding in purchased land, or were they?
No. This is way before, right? Way before Seneca Village. Like,
no, this is during Seneca Village.
You see where I'm going with it, right, Sosa?
But you gotta understand, when did slavery end? What year did they actually end?
1865.
However, but you gotta recognize there were free blacks who bought that in 1820 or whatever the date that you're giving.
Understood.
What's
the date?
Hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Let me bring this, because New York it did
Man, I'm
abolish
trying to
slavery a little earlier than 1865, but at the same time, it was still going on at that time. So, you know,
What about the Underground Railroad, though, bro?
Right, but what
I'm just
they
trying to
do-
get what was the starting? Just give me again the starting date for Seneca Village when the dude first purchased. Can I get what was that date again?
1829.
Go ahead,
1820.
Sosa.
All right, I just want to
Ended
get
around 1857, I want to say.
18. Damn, hold on now.
Well, that's
18.
a big ass range, bro.
Huh?
I'm no. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to get the date. It's like so much confusion. Like 1857 is when old boys.
No, the first people that bought, they said, was 1829. Whoever was reading should remember that.
And eminent domain happened in 50 what?
I need one person because everybody's saying different things and shit. Like he said 1829, Truth Billy Jump said 1857. Like this one person just give me that date. The date that the first black dude bought the 3 plots.
Nigga, look at the screen. Somebody look at the
slow down, brother. I would say he was saying it started in the 1820s, and I was saying it ended in 1857.
Okay, so 1829 is when old boy bought the first 3 lots, first 3 plots or whatever. That's what you said.
No, 1825 village was founded by free blacks. So 1825 first lots was.
And the church bought 12 lots that same day. They said, remember?
Oh, all right, never mind. Go ahead.
Now hold up, Sosa, because I know where you're going, and I also have the same question. So my question, while we're going along with this, so when was it a haven for free slaves? We're saying after it was purchased.
It said
during its heyday. Oh, okay, again. All right, I hear you because I'm not in front of a computer. I'm downstairs cooking, so I can't really check everything. So I mean, I'm just relying on whatever you guys say.
Make me get up. I was chilling this shit. I'm gonna have to get up and go on my desk.
This the one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying because saying in its hate. Okay, right on. Because okay, all right. So what I'm wondering is, prior to them purchasing the land, were there any settlers or people who were just living there?
I don't think so. I mean, John Whitehead purchased the land, and then they said 1 year later, Whitehead began selling the lots to smaller lots from his property.
Yeah, but I'm also aware of squatters and people who are just running and just living in certain areas until they got to be moved. It's hard for me to just believe, like, right when. Well, again, I don't want to put my speculation in.
Well, squatters is different from a settlement being there, but yeah, I'm pretty.
You understand what I'm trying to say, though? Like sometimes before. Let me not. I don't want to.
No, I mean, back then. I mean, have y'all ever played the Red Dead Redemption?
Hey,
you
look.
know what I mean? Like
the what Watcher is saying is that a bando, an abandoned bando is not for sale at that point. But that doesn't mean that people are not living in there.
Right. That's what would make them. Go ahead.
Right, and then if it comes to sell, the rightfully owner is going to get them up out of there if anybody's actually in there. Or
bingo.
Now listen to this though. What the reason why black people were going to that community, buying homes and actually buying property, was for voter rights. They would, once you buy a property in New York, you had certain rights to vote.
So
they had to be owning the property to have to be voting from that community.
Hey, true. Let me ask you this.
That's right.
So what does York Hill got to do with that?
Say that again.
York Hill.
Who is York Hill?
Another place where they were living before they went there.
I'm not sure what that is.
They wasn't owning the property. They wanted to get together and come together as a community so they could vote, and the registration list went up
black man
by hundreds by them doing that. You know.
Indigenous black man.
Look at
York Hill. What's that got to do with Seneca Village?
Look at this.
Listen, Seneca Village.
No.
It was owned by the man. Hold on. It was owned by the man.
That's not my question.
Listen, can I finish?
No, because I'm going to mute you. Because that's not. If I ask a question, you answer the damn question or say no. Don't go somewhere else, man. All right. I mean, y'all can go ahead, but I mean,
answer the question and then expound.
Yeah,
that's his point.
Yeah, you can't dodge the question and go somewhere else because I'm trying to get clarification because we're saying that they went over there for voting rights. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm saying because I see what Zen read and I seen the second paragraph. So I'm saying, well, how does York Hill play part in this? You dig? And people are ignoring that because from what the second paragraph was saying was that they were living in York Hill first. And then like they decided to build a reservoir or something like that there So people were leaving York Hill for that reason alone and nothing more. And they were seeking refuge or buying property in Seneca Village as an alternative. So I'm like, okay, you're telling me about voting rights, but what does York Hill got to do with all this? You did, because if York Hill's involved, then why are we ignoring that?
But look, it says after slavery in New York was outlawed, African American men in the state could vote as long as they had $250 worth of property and lived in the state for at least 3 years.
Okay.
Of 13,000 Black New Yorkers, 91 was qualified to vote.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Okay. All right. So what you brought up York, how far is that from Seneca?
York
Hill. Is that like a neighboring suburb area or something? I'm trying to understand the relevancy of it.
I would assume, because like that was the next land they went to.
Okay. All right. Again, I'm just trying to get an understanding because
that's what you're saying. Why they left? Why some people was leaving out of Seneca Village?
No, well, why they were leaving from York Hill?
Here you go, right here. Here you go, right here. I'm
break it down. Please break it down, or somebody read it. I can't see it.
All right, I got you. More African Americans began moving to Seneca Village after slavery in New York State was outlawed in 1827. In the 1830s, people from York Hill was forced to move so that a basin for the Croton distributing reservoir could be built. So many of York Hill's residents migrated to Seneca Village.
So now we have context, right? We understand why the flux is coming over there.
Can I say something real quick?
Put them off one land, they moved to another land, they put them off that land.
Right,
and they're building a Croton distributing reservoir.
And we could
Lower Manhattan was full at the time.
Do that shit in the white community though. Why is always the black community?
Well, I know if it's their property, like how you gonna say
this is the thing about
well, it's minorities in general,
right?
Yeah. Yes, another point. Hey, brother, there was Germans and Irish there.
Yeah,
it's minorities in general.
It's not about black and white, really. When you talk about governments, it's about rich and poor.
Yeah,
well,
it's class.
Government wasn't even really established back then, so it's about human beings having their own prejudice.
No, it was some form of a government. But go ahead, Lynn.
But I mean, it wasn't established to what it is now as a institution type of thing.
I feel you, but I understand. I don't want to. I'll concede that point. What is Lynn trying to bring into the conversation? I want to hear what he has to say.
Hello?
Yeah, we waiting.
Everybody was in Lower Manhattan at the time. I think that's the southern. I think I'm saying it right. The majority of the people were living there, and at the time, Central Park wasn't. This is before Central Park and all that, and they moved up, away from because they were, being. The white people were running people out. It was getting crowded, and they just wanted it for them. They was running the immigrants and the minorities out, so that's why I think some of the people left and went to and moved there, and then they built the park and they chased them out, so.
Okay. All right. Continue on with the bill. Where are we at, Sosa? Zen?
I'm sorry, my bad.
No, I'm just saying continue on because everybody wanted to add on some context so we can get a better understanding. But I don't want to detract or take away from the build where we were going with everything. Because I see where Sosa and I see where Unbiased are steering it. So I want to make sure that we fucking get there instead of run on a tangent.
I really don't have any opinion. I'm just reading the data that's provided. I can't do nothing besides that.
Okay, so does somebody want to give a cap summary, or do you want me to take a stab at it?
Yeah, it's whatever. Go ahead.
Okay. What's Truth? Who is it? Truth Minutes? I don't even know who's on the panel, bro.
Yeah, I'm on here.
Okay, did you have something to add, or you want to clarify that we're missing?
I'm not thinking we're missing anything. I'm pretty much what I'm getting from all this is the government, based on eminent domain, when the government needs to do certain things, they will put you off the property. But it's looking like, why is it always African American communities that has this happening though? That's a question I just had personally.
All right.
You know
That's
what I mean?
an easy answer. Go ahead. Somebody?
Well, it's because we're reading Black history.
So look, one thing we didn't so eminent domain is the power of a state provincial or whatever the fuck or national government to take a private property or for publicly use. It does not include the power to take and transfer ownership of the property from one property owner to another private property owner without a valid public purpose. However, this power can be delegated by the state to municipalities, government subdivisions, or even to private persons or corporations when they are authorized by the legislature to exercise the functions of public character. In the Anglo-American historical context, property taking could be used only by the government taking the property in question. The most common uses of property taken by eminent domain have been for roads, government buildings, and public utilities. However, in the mid-20th century, a new application of eminent domain was pioneered in which
Say it.
I think he went out.
So it's basically, like I said, it's because it's like for roads when they're building roads and they can come through and take your place, but they do it even more illegally overseas, where they've been having the Olympics here recently, and over in Seoul, Korea, they moved those people out and killed people that didn't want to.
I got a question. All right. So what was the real public purpose of a park instead of a community where people were thriving? People were actually accumulating wealth in this community. All right. They was becoming a staple in the city. So why would you replace this staple of the city with a park that's not making any money?
I can give you
the
two
only
responses.
reason I can see is because
hold up, you asked a question. Do you want someone to answer it, or you want to answer it first?
I wanted to finish, and then I was going to let y'all go.
You wanted to ask the question, answer, and then let us.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You can go ahead and answer.
No, I just want to get that
go
out
ahead,
there.
bro. Go
ahead. I want to hear what you got to say. I'm just teasing you, bro. Please don't take that personal.
I hear you.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, what I'm thinking, because if you look at history, if you actually look at history during the Jim Crow days, like when they let the slaves free,
right?
What happened was we freed the slaves. All the slaves started voting. We was putting our own people in office like real heavily when slavery first started, when it first ended. What happened was they implemented the grandfather law to slow down black people from growing. You see what I'm saying? A couple years later. So what I'm saying, what might have happened in this situation, they might have seen black folks growing in that situation, and they needed a reason to stop them. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So they
hear that.
So they destroyed the community. They got them out the community and just put a park there because they had to have a public reason to take the community.
Right.
So they put a
public
park.
I hear that. All right, but again, that could be a I don't want to say hypothesis, but that can be
it's a hypothesis. It's nothing that I prove.
Right on.
I still have.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna defer to Truth Storian on this. I really don't. I can't really speak to any of this. He knows a lot more about the conversation.
Rob on that. They'd be perfect for this conversation.
Yeah, they actually know about the conversation further than what we're reading right here. So I can't really base my opinion on this that we read. This is just an understanding right now, for general understanding for the people. Like Lynn said, it was Michael, or somebody said it was microwave. So surprised at it, but yeah, like that's true. Like so we're not going to understand everything that's going on. But
all right, now what I can do is because I have various, I don't say various hypotheses, but I have different understanding because I realize that we can look at it through the lens of I don't want to say blackology because that's kind of demeaning, but we can look at it from the lens that it's the white man fucking up the black man as soon as they're trying to come out of slavery and adapt power. We also can look at it through another lens, through capitalism. It's just like these people, they have property around the area, they've invested in it, and it has a certain real estate value. It has a certain appraisal value. But when you're moving in minorities and stuff, regardless, that's going to decrease your evaluation or your speculation or your real estate value. So if you move them out and you put in a pristine park or whatnot, then that increases the value. That you can do that in any city video game. You play those city where you build cultures and you build societies or you build neighborhoods like Sim City. Any of those type of, when you want to increase the value and make the public happy, then you bulldoze and then you start building public works and parks. Now, even if there are some racist people who live in a certain area and they get tired of waking up every morning and seeing some Negroes across the street, if they have enough money, they can go lobby, which is going into Congress and paying certain politicians to draw up these bills and create a value system or create eminent domain and actually boot them all out. So even though we may like it, it can be legally done. There's a system for it to be done. And we can look at it whether it's racism or for economic reasons or just for personal value. Like I live in an area where they have HOAs, a homeowners association. I used to hate that shit and you would think it was stupid until some idiots moved in next door. Then they have like 4 or 5 cars all in the parking lot, or they're just fucking up. They're not cleaning up their weeds. They're not picking up their trash. And now I'm like, fuck that. Somebody needs to get on these more people. So I start appreciating it once I understand it because it's affecting my property value. Now, again, I'm not saying that's the case, but we got to understand it's a possibility. I'm not saying it's plausible or it's exact, but we can't just discard that because it feels better to say that it's the white man coming after the black man.
Look, this is how I
ahead.
see it though. I'm sorry, was that Sosa?
I only heard you.
Oh, all right, my bad. No, I'm looking at it more so like a business aspect. Like all to me, the cost of having that community in between wherever they were trying to connect was probably greater than having that community right there. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like they probably was able to make more money or benefit more if that community wasn't there, versus to having it there. Because they had the land all around it, kind of, but in the middle, it's like, you know, you got this community.
That wasn't the case, Zen.
The same thing happening. Hold on. I'm just saying, because Truth mentioned this as well. The same thing happened in like North Carolina or something like that. You know, they took out like a whole.
I just mentioned it.
All right. Well, let him go, and then you got next.
Go ahead, Lynn. Go ahead. I mean, you got it.
I have the video here for y'all if y'all want to watch. It's an 8-minute video, and it's on Vox. It's the Lost Neighborhood under New York Central Park, and that's on Vox.
I got enough flags, no videos.
The Lost Neighborhood under New York Central Park, and it's on Vox.
We'll have to check it out on our own time. Yeah, we can't play
it's
it
hard
because
to watch videos on.
We'll get flagged. Yeah, that's
no, I'm
intellectual
just saying
property.
if you could put it in the chat or whatever, then that would be a source, and then y'all can go get it off of there too.
And Len, you gotta learn how to use a computer, dude. Like you can't go on with life and not know how to copy and paste. Copy the link and paste it in the chat, man. You have a rent.
Yeah, let me say this real quick. Claude Anderson made a great definition of racism, right? He said racism isn't about being prejudiced, right? It isn't about it's about 2 different races competing for the natural resources in that area. This is why I say cases like this, like what happened to Seneca Village, was a case of racism. We were dominating that community. You see what I'm saying? And they had to do something to slow that down, or they would have lost power.
Who is they?
And that's
racism.
what I feel would happen.
Racism is the ability to.
Yeah,
I was using Claude Anderson definition. I wasn't going.
You have to have the power to affect somebody's life. You have the power to affect somebody with your racism. If you're racist,
hold on.
I don't know if it's
other than that, you're just bigoted. You're just being bigoted. But if you're a racist, you have the power to affect another person.
That's another definition that I'm using.
No, we're saying the brother read the definition first. So now we're asking about that. So let's deal with that first, Lynn. He said they. Who is they? Truth.
What you mean when I said they?
Yeah, that's a plural noun.
What I said was Claude Anderson.
Right.
Defined racism, and I like the way he defined it. He defined it as two races competing for the natural resources in one area.
Okay.
And that's when I said, that's what I believe. Oh, that's what I believe they. I mean, the people back then. I don't mean us right now. I mean the people back then that were around during that time that lived in that community.
Okay, but what? Just to clarify 2 points. There's a lot of sociological study people as far as, because I feel like Claude Anderson, he deals with economics.
Yeah.
But when he makes a broad statement like that, because any field you go in, they all have their own quote unquote jargon, their own definition, their own words. But we can't just take his word and apply it into another department, because this isn't necessarily about economics at the time. It's more sociology and the study of people, and it's more complex than that, instead of just using one particular person and their viewpoint on economics.
Right.
You understand? So
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Finish.
No, I want you to contribute before I go to my second point, because it's
I
going
was
to be a
just
little
about
bit
to
off.
say that's kind of like me using preprint articles for clinical evaluation. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't do that.
Right. And so what we also have to recognize is, when we say they, we can't attribute that to all the white people in the area who may feel a certain way, but it's only 4 or 5 people who own 70% of the land, and they're making that move for business power. But it's easy for us to say they, and we're throwing all the white people, quote unquote, into that, instead of just saying that.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying, I think that's people's perspective. That's not actually what I was saying. When I was saying they, I just mean the people that were involved in this situation back then.
But don't they
went to Congress
and
and
have the names though, right?
Not really. We don't have the names of the actual people that put the people off the land and stuff like
that.
Well,
we got eminent domain. Isn't that the government?
That's the government.
Who was involved in the government?
Huh?
So it's who put the petitions?
Was there different companies or industries that were lobbying to put these people?
There we go. There we go. See, now you.
I said I read in the one article that real estate developers were definitely lobbying to get these people thrown off the land.
Right, and then we also have to recognize
wanted to come in.
So does anybody remember the corporation that owned New York before it was New York? Because Truth went into all of this.
Wasn't it the Dutch or something? Didn't he? Yeah, Truth.
Dutch.
I didn't see that.
It was the Dutch something. It was the Dutch company or something like that.
Virginia company, brother. I already said it. They own the whole East Coast. It was Virginia for the Virgin Mary, I think. But it was the Virginia company. You can look that up.
Is that a Dutch company?
Was a Virginia company at one time.
Okay, it was called Virginia. Very vague. Did that have anything? Is that the name of a Dutch company? Or you're just saying Virginia?
Look up the Virginia company.
If you don't know, you just say you're not sure. My guy, I'm cooking. I don't have my laptop.
It's from England, man. It's from England. Okay. It's the Queen. I think.
Okay. Right on.
Yeah.
Thank you. Again, I'm not being a smart ass or anything. It's just obviously I would have looked a lot of this shit up and answered my own questions or clarified for the group, but I just can't right now. But yeah, okay, right on. I hope my tone isn't making me come across as an asshole. But
no.
Okay, right on.
Yeah, but I said it earlier. It's the Virginia company. I mean, that's pretty much well known. Like I said, with the Seneca Village thing, just to add on to it, like I said, most of the people in Lower Manhattan, then they started to spread out a little bit, and I think fighting for land too, and then the people had prime land. And they had went over and seen the nice gardens that they had overseas, and like Italy and other places, big gardens. So they had to have theirs, and they put it there, and they kicked the people off their land.
Okay.
That's basically what it boils down to.
That simplifies it. I'm just curious because I know there's a lot involved in maintaining a neighborhood with regards to like sanitation, people having hospitals and people being able to remove their garbage, removing their waste. And if you have a system that's not set up with those, I don't want to say amenities, there's certain, what's the word I'm looking for? Utilities. Oh my God, played Monopoly. I was hoping he would get into it. If you don't have that, then that can depreciate the land at the value. So again, I can't speak for everyone or the quote unquote they corporations, but if you have land that has a certain value, it would benefit you if people in the area were able to maintain that same value, if not increase it 4 or 5 or even twofold. But if it's not growing, it's not really helping your area. Now, if we want to say that they just didn't like these darkies over here and we need to get rid of them, that's a whole nother point, but it's hard for us to substantiate that.
Well, it wasn't just black people, though. It was different. It was a different mixture of people.
Right, but we all understand
that was my point when I made it.
Yeah. I hear you, my guy, but we understand what they were saying, no Irish or dogs or whatever. They viewed them very bad. These Italians, they couldn't really assimilate because they couldn't speak the language. The Irish could speak the language, but they still were down on them. But that's why they were able to move in and get those police jobs and all those other type of sanitation jobs, and the contracts went to them because they were able to. And this is information I got from Truth. I'm not trying to claim it. True story, and I watched a couple of his videos, and so he was able to break that down. So I got a more clear understanding, in opposed to just saying that it's just race. It was more of, if you're willing to, what is it? It's called being get rid of being a hyphenated American. You can come in here as long as you're willing to poo-poo on a black man, and you'll be accepted into the society. And you can't be an Irish American or you can't be an Italian American. You got to just straight be an American. And so a lot of it, once they bought on to that, then they were able to move up into society. So to me, it sounds more about get these poor motherfuckers out of here, especially if there was other quote unquote minorities, in opposed to just saying, go ahead.
I can't agree with that, bro, because the article that I'm reading is literally saying that these people were accumulating wealth. These people were buying up enough, making enough money to actually go buy bigger houses in other areas with more land.
Okay.
So
what am I saying?
The article is.
They had a working community too. You heard of all the things they had. The church was the second person that bought, and they bought the same day, and they bought 12 lots. Then a week later, another church, and then they said they had schools and this and that and the other. So they were an up and coming community.
Yeah, they was actually accumulating wealth. They actually trying to buy more land and everything.
Okay.
And that's why I question the reason. I just know this is the thing. I know what was really going on back then with as far as elections and as far as apartheid and all not apartheid, but you know what I mean, abolitionists and all that different type of stuff that was going on at the end of slavery. There was a lot of stuff that you got to understand that was actually going on that was racial. You see what I'm saying? At that point in time in American history. I'm not going to say that same type of...
It was racial as well with the Irish and the Germans at that time.
Yeah.
Right, that's my point.
They weren't considered the white folk. They were considered poor white trash.
Understand? It's all the throwaway Europeans that came over here. It's all the throwaways that wasn't accepted.
Yeah, white trash.
Fucking,
immigrants.
Yeah.
They call them immigrants.
Yeah, point blank.
I mean, like these people, they looked at, even other Europeans lesser than them. It wasn't just black people, but I mean, black people did get the shorter end of the stick in certain ways, but I mean, it wasn't
it might have been as simple as they just got pissed off because they was hiding people in the basements because of the Underground Railroad and had to get them up out of there. Since they couldn't find the slaves that they were hiding, they just got the whole community.
Or it could be that the fact that they owned all the property around the damn 23 properties or something like that they owned, and they just was able to take it over, like economically. Like, I mean,
what was the time period for the Underground Railroad?
Truth
what
knows
was the time period? Oh, go ahead.
But go ahead.
What's the time period? Can somebody look that up?
I don't even think that was during those times, but yeah.
What, the Underground Railroad? Yeah, it was during them times.
Can you look it up instead of keep saying it?
And even though maybe New York was out of slavery, didn't mean that they couldn't help other people on their journey.
My guy, but I mean, like, they were on their way to Canada. I get it. And I understand they were hiding in many places, and they start passing these fugitive slave laws. And that's what really got people popping off, because if you didn't participate in it as far as catching them and stopping them, now they're trying to make legislation to put you into trouble. And that's what was fucking with a lot of people's conscience and shit. And that's what started. And there's a lawsuit. And I don't know it off the top of my head. I will Google it just to reference it. But again, if somebody can give me a date for The
Well, let me go get
Underground
this book.
Railroad.
I got a
The
whole.
Underground
Like,
Railroad was
hold on.
the Underground Railroad was a network of secret routes and safe houses established in the United States during the early to mid 19th centuries.
Okay.
So,
Yep. There you go.
That's all I've been asking for the longest, just to give context to it. I'm not debating anybody on here. I'm not arguing with any of you guys. It's just I like getting an understanding instead of just taking people's opinions or thoughts or shit that they read. Like my man Sosa says, I don't believe none of you niggas. You know what I'm saying?
nah,
Just
yeah,
give
I
me the
didn't think you was
information.
arguing. Nobody, I don't think anybody thought you was arguing. I mean, maybe Truth. I mean, that's how we rock on here. But you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and I get it. That's why I feel like I have to keep clarifying. Like I'm not being contentious or trying to be argumentative. I just want understanding. Because I know if I have this question, I know somebody in the chat's probably wondering it. You understand? Like Bias keeps trying to nail home a point, but I feel like we have so many gaps in the stories that we can't even get clear responses because either we don't know and we're not saying it, or we want to lay it out A, B, C, D, and
Truth was on or something right now because them niggas would be able to tell us more.
yeah. Yeah, I hear you, and we keep saying that, but at a certain point in time, it's like, fuck it, let's just Google it ourselves and come down to it, because we can't wait on Jesus coming from the sky to save us. So we got to figure this shit out. We're on a panel, and people are listening to us for information to try to get some solutions or intelligence, and we gotta
It's one
help
thing.
them out.
It's one thing when we have premature opinions on things, but we don't know the whole story.
Right.
And that's where I try not to have an opinion because man, I can't. Certain things I can't answer. You know what I mean? I gotta just chill out and just wait until I can before I have an opinion on those things. When
I respect it.
Jump out there, you sometimes you jump out the window because it's like
Yeah.
you have a whole bunch of other stuff right, and then next thing you know, you don't have the law of gravity down, and then you just jump out the window saying some crazy shit. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I feel you. I feel you. I've been a victim of it, and I beat niggas up for the same thing. I get it. That's why I'm asking specific questions so we can nail it down with facts, so we understand. Even though that was pretty vague, there's no real date on it. It's just saying early 1800s to mid or whatever. So again, we don't necessarily know, but there's a lot of gaps. But again, we're stating our opinion, and even Truth and Rob Bourne can come on here with more knowledge. However, that doesn't necessarily mean it's law. It just means they have more experience. They live in that.
It does say, all right. So look, let me keep reading because I didn't finish reading, right?
Okay.
The scheme was assisted by abolitionists and others sympathetic to cause of the escapees. Damn, I'm fucking all up. Not literally a railroad, not the workers. Both. Well, shit. Let me not read that. Who secretly aided in. So not literally a railroad. The workers who secretly aided the fugitives are also collectively referred to as the Underground Railroad. Various other routes led to Mexico, where slavery had been abolished, or overseas. An earlier escape route running south towards Florida, then a Spanish possession, except 1763 to 1783.
Hold on for a second there. Why in the world would you run all that way when you could just go north a little bit and be in Canada?
It's not just New York,
Probably
bro.
because of the time.
They're escaping the plantation.
Yeah.
Are you referring to New York, or are you talking about the
no, I'm
South?
talking about if you got to New York. I thought you were talking about if they went through Seneca Village. My bad. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Yeah.
You said, wait a minute. You said 17. What date did I hear come out of your mouth?
So it says an earlier escape route running south towards Florida, then a Spanish possession, except 1763 through 1783, existed from the 17th century until Florida became a United States territory in 1821.
Okay, so they were running south with the Underground Railroad in the early or in the late 18th. Okay, now continue on.
Right. Yeah, that's what they said.
So it didn't just pop up around that was my whole point, because I understand they could have been hiding people over there, but also that's just the official
an
date.
established route. It was just people was running south.
Right. Now, keep going. Is it saying anything about
Seminoles? They mixed with the Seminole Indians. They were the
Yeah.
Gullah Warriors. The Gullah Warriors, they was the ones that was leading most of the slave rebellions back during the Civil War.
Right, yeah.
Okay, that's more like 50 years or more than 50 years later, but okay.
No,
I'm just curious. The Civil War?
Yeah, the Civil War might have happened, but they was leading all type of slave rebellions prior to the Civil War, leading up to the Civil War.
Right. Okay, but I was talking about the Civil War. I'm not debating you, my guy.
Yeah, the Civil War came.
I just heard Civil War. Okay. Continue on, Zen.
All right. So, let me see. One of the main reasons Florida was purchased by the United States was to end its function as a safe haven for escaped slaves. However, the network, now generally known as the Underground Railroad, was formed in the late 1700s. It ran north and grew steadily until the Civil War began. So this was before the Civil War.
Okay, that was my point. So since we understand they started moving up north in the late 1700s, is it possible that they were hiding people in those areas prior to it being purchased, prior to it being established? Is my point. And that's what I was getting at. Again, I'm not debating, and I'm not saying you guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm not saying that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just saying that just the possibility, we got to get an understanding.
The thing is, hey, bro, I just think that it was more difficult to do. Like, for example, right? If the up north states is already purchased, it's going to be harder to create. It's going to be harder to create a network that's going to be able to create a free Black person versus to just running down south where it's not a border and it's not. You don't have to worry about it at all. It's more of it's less risk running down south. But then when they bought this state, you feel me, and they established that shit down there, it kind of made it to where as though they had no other choice but to create a system that was quote unquote the Underground Railroad to be able to go up north.
Yeah, but we also recognize that some of them went west. They went into in the Western territorial land that wasn't owned by the U.S.
Well, it's a map right here, bro. Look.
I can't look on my phone. I can't look. I'm sorry.
Oh shit. Well,
so
yeah,
if you can explain it to me.
It's not just on the East Coast. It goes inland. You feel me?
Right. Yeah. But what my real point was, what I was trying to establish is that we have to recognize that if even as like a business owner, you have certain people that are living in this area and they're squatting, and some people aren't. It's just like today, a lot of these, especially in Arizona, there's not necessarily they have problem with Mexicans. They just have problem with illegal, quote unquote, aliens who are living in these homes where it's like 30 deep, 15 deep, 20 deep. At night, they're all out there partying, but during the day, they all know to leave and hide. So go ahead.
There's no way that you're going to be able to like oversee 100 acres.
There you go. That's my whole point. That's my whole point.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. So it's like for them to say, fuck it, if we can't manage it, let's just boot all these motherfuckers out, and then we can just turn it into a park. And you understand what I'm saying? I'm just trying to put, okay, right on, my guy. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Continue on. I'm just trying to give an understanding to it.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. What you doing?
I feel like I'm dominating the conversation, and every time I keep trying to expand it so we can get a clear picture, I feel like I'm fighting an uphill battle, and everybody's trying to narrow it in and just throw it straight into race only. And it's like I'm missing something. And if I'm missing something, I'm willing to concede a point. But everything that I'm hearing is keeping it.
Say nothing.
You gotta understand
that in like 10 minutes. You good. You was rocking out. I'm with you.
Okay, because I'm waiting for Sosa and Bias and everyone, because I feel like it's just me.
I am waiting.
And then Truth makes a point, and then you're playing to me again. I'm just in this position, but I feel like you're playing the point of you're validating everything because you're reading off of articles and you're reading information because you have the computer. And then I feel Truth has his information, his documents that he's referencing based off of his information. And then Lynn has his information, and I don't have any information. I'm just trying to get context and get an understanding. Okay.
You got another one that I'm reading too, though, that got a little bit more information in it. It got a lot more information.
Because all I'm trying to do is get the information out, and then I'm putting, again, I'm not going against it, but I'm just trying to put other hypotheses and see how it stands up against it, or how it stands up next to it, or even if it's even reasonable to consider. Because this will be a whack ass panel if we're all saying the same damn thing and we just blaming the white man. We have those panels out there already. So I feel like somebody has to take this position. Whether I believe it or not, I still have to put it out there. So it'll either help you guys go back into more research, or it's just going to strengthen your points that you already have. So again, I'm not necessarily caping for the white man, nor am I spitting a blackology. I'm just trying to give context to what we're saying, and it's either going to strengthen our arguments and strengthen you guys' points, or it's going to force you to go back and pull more references and more research. That's what I'm doing. So I can feel like the energy start changing when people feel like they have to redress what I'm saying. And I'm just like, I hope they understand what I'm doing. I'm not playing the coon. I'm just trying to put information out there so we can get a better understanding. So they can't just write us off as these niggas just scooped out. It's all blackology with these niggas. Because you guys can provide information.
I want to read real quick that I just read. Can I
go ahead, please.
Real quick? All right. It says the founder of the New York Inquirer. This is the founder that all the way back then. All right. Was especially well known for his attacks on African Americans, fuming at one point that the free Negroes of this city are a nuisance incomparably greater than 1 million slaves. So they were definitely being racist in that community. I mean, in New York back then.
Did he give any context to it? Just saying was the black skin or?
That's where I just stopped reading that. I'm about to continue reading now to see what else.
Please do.
On in this article.
Please do. Oh, you said you got to read it on your own, or you just want?
I mean, I can share the screen. I could, but.
I mean, you can share for everyone else. It's just I can't.
Sometimes
really
you can't.
All right, you want me to read it? All right, you can. Even if I share the screen, you can't see it. So
see now you see where I'm coming from.
Stop sharing my screen. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay.
Share the screen. Share your screen.
All right, yeah, go.
I just want to say for the record, I am killing this chili downstairs, boy. I'm just going to throw that out there. This motherfucker, woo.
Yo, what time is it over there, yo?
Right now, it's 10:13. It's 10 o'clock.
Oh, man, you eating late as shit, bro.
No, I already cooked, but this shit's going to cook for maybe about 16, 17 hours. I'm a slow boiler, so I had to cook up the ground turkey and put the different beans in there. And I ain't going to give out all my recipe shits, but yeah. So I like, you know what I'm saying? So I had to get this shit down, put it in a crock pot, and that shit's going off. Whew, I'm in here sweating like a, I ain't going to finish that sentence. But let me go upstairs and see what these chat niggas talking about. And oh shit, it's 10 o'clock. I might as well make my drink right now. Nah, let me wait a little bit.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, y'all ready?
Please.
All right, when Reverend Christopher Rush laid the cornerstone of the first African Metropolitan Episcopal Zion Church in 1853, he placed it in a time capsule, a box that contained a Bible, a hymn, and copies of two New York papers, and the Tribune and the Sun. These were mementos for future New Yorkers. Rush, who escaped slavery and became the second ordained bishop of the AME Zion Church, also delivered the church's first sermon. He read in part from the first epistle of Peter, and I want to skip all this because I don't think that's important. Can I skip that? Because that's not really important. That's just talking about.
Bro, go ahead and get to where you want to go. It don't matter to us.
All right. The community called Seneca Village began in 1825 and eventually spanned from 82nd Street to 89th Street along what is now the western edge of Central Park. By the time it was finally raised in 1857, it had become a refuge for African Americans. Though most were normally free, at the last slaves wasn't emancipated till 1827, life was far from pleasant. The population of African Americans living in New York City tripled between abolition and complete emancipation, and the migrants were derided and oppressed. Mordauntee Noah, founder of the New York Inquirer, was especially well known for his attacks on African Americans, fuming at one point that the free Negroes of the city are a nuisance incomparably greater than 1 million slaves. Most landowners at the time refused to sell to African Americans, A white couple who lived in what was then a distant northern outpost of Manhattan was an exception, subdividing and selling off their land first to Epiphany Davis and Andrew Williams, two prominent members of the New York African Society of Mutual Relief, and then to the AME Zion Church. More members of the African Society, whose purpose was in part to build Black communities, followed suit and purchased land too. Slowly, houses were built. Some of them were rather grand, two-story affairs with barns and stables, and some were modest shacks. The area was eventually anchored by 3 churches and a school. I'll give you the pictures and shit. Owning land in Seneca Village meant more than finding a refuge from the slums and violence of Manhattan proper. Buying property meant voting rights, at least for men, as laws in New York at the time required all voters to own at least $250 worth of real estate. Seneca Village probably had a more radical purpose, too, as a stop for the Underground Railroad. Prominent abolitionists such as Albro Loins, later recognized as a conductor on the railroad, owned land and lived there. In fact, the African Society, so instrumental in founding the village, was reputed to have a hidden basement for hiding runaway slaves. And the name of the village itself may have come from a philosophy tract called Seneca's Morals, a book that was popular with abolitionist activists. As Seneca Village was building up, however, support for Central Park grew, driven by some of the same pressures that created the African American enclave. The tip of the island of Manhattan was overflowing with people. The slums were spilling over and more immigrants arrived, especially after the Irish potato famine started in 1845. None of these conditions appealed to well-off New Yorkers. Appealed to well-off New Yorkers who had already started migrating farther uptown or out of town. By the 1840s, already the Lennox family and other wealthy New York bankers owned wealthsome land in the vacancy of the park. Real estate developers easily foresaw the demand of an exclusive neighborhood bordering parklands. More than 3/4 of the children who lived in Seneca Village attended Colored School number 3 in the church basement. Half of the African Americans who lived there owned their property, a rate 5 times higher than the city average. And while the village remained mostly Black, immigrant whites had started to live in the area as well. They shared resources ranging from a church, All Angels Episcopal, to midwives, Irish immigrants who served the entire town. But in 1857, it was all torn down. Even the church was being built on 85th Street.
So that's deep though. Like why would
They was getting married too.
Why would Black people accept other white people into their shit though? Is you know what I mean?
They always do, and
They
it
was
probably was
helping us raise them.
self-preservation.
Well, we got to look at it like this. Like they were
Where were the
also
slums?
the throwaway people. You feel me?
Right.
What year
Yeah,
the Germans?
that's
The
true.
Germans are Irish slaves or something? What year was that?
I don't know. We throwing more
I don't
information
know.
into it.
This is not. Yeah, I'm not fluid in none of this, so I don't know. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying that
One,
it's funny that they accepted them into their community.
Right.
You feel me? So
Oh man, we always accept them. I mean, we the most accepting people on the planet when it comes to that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Be honest. Let's be honest.
it
You
could
know
have
what I'm
also
saying?
been self-preservation because I know on the West, the Ragsdales, they were prominent out there in Oklahoma, Big Wall Street, and a lot of people were critiquing them because they serviced the Native Americans and a lot of the not immigrants, but a lot of the white people that were in the area because that's who they frequent. That's who came to their businesses. They took everybody's money. And then at the same time, once they grew into their own population, then they started to isolate them and move them to the outskirts, and that's probably what caused the quote unquote mutiny or the jealousy. But if you like in what I'm looking at in New York, if they were allowed to move in, then it kind of would neutralize some of the people from being antagonistic towards them, at least the quote unquote immigrants. But I saw something about the slums. Where were the slums at, or who, like, how far was that from the area? Was that like on the outskirts of New York? I'm not familiar with the geography. Truth was just reading.
Well, like I said at the beginning, most of New York was in Lower Manhattan. Most of the people were living there, and you heard them say it started expanding, right? Like I said, they started expanding outwards because Lower Manhattan couldn't hold, much more people, so they started expanding out. And then that's when they ran into the problems with Seneca Village, and they, like I said, they wanted to build the park. You heard me say that also, right? Because they had been going around seeing the parks over in Italy and Venice and different places, these lovely, lush parks that take up hundreds and thousands of acres, and they wanted to build one in New York.
Right now, bro. I don't even hear you talking right now, bro.
You can't hear me?
Hold up. Who hating on the video that much? It was 11 people that hit dislike.
God damn.
Like somebody hate.
Because they probably pulled up thinking that Napah was on here and they were gonna go into a dialogue, or they don't want to. Yeah, that is damn. That's a lot of dislikes, Kenfolk.
Like what the fuck?
Damn. Yeah, he got to change that title. Damn. Yeah, that's kind of nasty. Shit.
But it's economics too. The economics comes into play, and if I get to do my video, I'll bring that up and show y'all tomorrow how economics comes into play. And like I said, it is white people, but it's a very minuscule, amount of them. And the Jewish population is a very low percentage in the world as a people. And it's a very minuscule part of their population who are the ones who manipulate and have the power to tell just about anybody what they can and can't do.
Yeah. I mean, shit. Again, I mean, I don't want to speak too much out of my depth because I feel like I'm already swimming in deep water. I'm just trying to provide content. but yeah, what who was it? Truth? What Truth just read gave me more insight to a lot of the information. I still I don't know if you guys addressed what I was asking, because I was just curious, like what was quote unquote the slums? Like, was that?
I think it was still in Manhattan.
You're saying Manhattan. Okay, I was born in Bronx, New York, but I left when I was 6. So you say Manhattan, that does nothing for me. I don't know how
Manhattan.
Okay, now I get it.
Yeah.
No, I'm fucking with you, bro. I still don't get it, Kenfolk.
Well, I mean, like I said, New York was once, it wasn't always, big buildings and all these communities. It started off in Lower Manhattan. The people started off in Lower Manhattan and then moved out.
Okay, right, but when you're
moved up.
My guy, you gotta help me. I'm trying to understand, because I know where Central Park. I have it in my mind. Okay, I can just see it. This big, long, vertical rectangle, and that's what Central Park is. Are you with me so far?
Oh yeah, I know what Central Park is. I've been there. But, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what we're stating is that land or that area was the quote unquote Seneca Village that a lot of the blacks and the 10% of immigrants were occupying at the time. Are you with me so far?
Yeah, just a minuscule part of the park on the west side of it. That's not the whole park.
Oh, okay. All right. Now with that reference point in mind, okay, so we're just saying the east side, a minuscule part of the park. In relation to that area, where were the slums? Was it south of it? Was it miles away? Was it next to it? Was it in between that and the rich people's land? I'm trying to get an understanding. Because I just saw slums thrown in there, so I'm trying to figure out where the hell was the slums? Was it also inside that rectangle south? I'm listening.
All right. Lower Manhattan was where the majority of the people in New York were living at the time. Okay. So you would You know, I mean, and I could be wrong. Once you look it up, you know, you'll figure it out. But Lower Manhattan was where most of the people were living at the time, so I would assume that the slums were there because they hadn't occupied the area up where the park was yet. They hadn't got up to that point yet. They were still putting people in Lower Manhattan, and then they started spreading out. You heard him say that when the brother True read, right?
Okay, pause
They
real
said
quick.
that they
So,
moved out of
you
Manhattan. When they
got the
started moving
information?
out of Manhattan, you heard him say that, that's when. Go ahead.
You're giving me the
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
information
Go
like
ahead.
you're giving me the information like water from a fire hose, and it's so hard for me to drink. You got to slow it down, and so I can verify information because I'm trying to understand it. You have the knowledge. I'm trying to understand it. So what you're saying is Manhattan is south of Central Park or the Seneca Village. Is that correct so far?
Yeah, the way it shows on the map, Lower Manhattan sits by the water, right? Am I correct? It was almost like a square at first, like the area was shaped off in a square in Lower Manhattan when they first, you know, people moved in, and then they moved up. Yeah, so it is south. Yeah, you're right. It is south.
Okay.
So they started moving up, and that's how they got that place from that man who owned the property there at that time. You know, he owned a part of that property there, and he started selling it to the freed slaves because it was happening right around slavery too. So it makes a lot of sense that, you know, you're just getting out of slavery. You want to stay. You know, if you're going to get out, you don't want to be living next to, you know, the white guy or you know, people who oppress you. You want to go to a village where, you know, you hear it's an up and coming village and prosperous people there, and you can make a living for yourself amongst your own.
Let's not forget that they was getting pushed off of York's Hill or whatever it was called as well.
Okay.
So dude saw the opportunity and he sold land.
Okay, I get it now. Because I'm just trying to, again, I'm not being contentious or being a jerk. I'm just trying to put a map in my mind so I can understand the encroachment. So it sounds like the blacks, they were living up far north trying to be away from them, but they were just growing and growing and growing. And then they just, or the quote unquote white people were living in Manhattan and they were just expanding northward. And then they just started to displace them. And not only just displace them, take their land using eminent domain and then turning that land into a park. But I also remember vaguely when Truth was giving a presentation saying like the land had sentimental value because they also had cemeteries or whatnot near there.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope I'm not conflating two different areas because I'm not familiar with the geography or the layout, but it was more than just owning quote unquote lands and property value. It was more like what am I trying? Well, shit, I don't want to get back into that because I feel like it's kind of contentious.
Appreciation value. Appreciation or depreciation. Is that what you're saying?
Somewhat, because it's kind of like they had their own slums. Like when slaves were running away, they didn't just stop. I mean, in Canada, some of them just chose to live in those areas, in the wooded areas, in the forests, or in the north part of it, and living in land that wasn't purchased. Is my point. And it had sentimental value because they were burying people and all that type of stuff. So when they were moving it out and buying it, it wasn't just the people who owned land who fell victim to it. It was also quote unquote squatters and people who decided to just, I can live over here. I'm far enough from the plantation type shit. You know what I mean? So again, I'm not justifying, that's my point, but I'm not justifying saying like, well, since these niggas didn't own land, it's okay to get rid of them, even though legally that's the case. I'm just trying to say they probably had multiple reasons outside of displacing these black people and stealing their land and shit. And it was also, we got free slaves living over here and we're not sending them back south, but nonetheless, we need to get rid of them. So we're going to purchase all this land. So these motherfuckers will go all the way into Canada to get the fuck away, or they're going to have to get into the system and buy in and move on the outskirts type shit.
Exactly.
That was the scope that I wanted to bring to the conversation. But I felt like every time I was interjecting that, it seemed like I was
saying the same thing because I was like, it was probably more beneficial because being as though where their village was, they owned all the land around it. It was more beneficial for them to just take over that little bit of land than to have those black people thriving in the middle of their shit. Like,
I remember you saying that earlier, then.
Yeah. Like, it's the same. It's the same shit. I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
But I
yeah. Because
mean,
I
at the
would
same
go ahead.
time, they're going to tell it from their perspective, and at that time, they were prejudiced. They were outspoken about how they felt about other races. You know what I mean? And in their words, they like these niggers is down here whoop de whooping. You know what I mean? But I mean, in reality, it's always about money and owning shit. Like, you know, why we gonna let them niggas thrive when we own, you know, a 10,000 square acres around their 1,000 acres? You feel me? Like, let's just buy their 1,000 acres. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I
Same
see.
shit goes on today. Like,
How do you get people out of the waiting room? Because I think
um,
Amber's in there. Or where's the password? How do you do this shit? Who's the host? Unbiased.
no.
Shit. Where would the password be? I think it's on my phone. Let me see. The host is Swaziland. The password is 872445.
Excuse me.
Bless you. No, I gotta stop saying that. I'm like, nigga, I ain't religious. Don't bless me. What God you sitting to me? Where is that? No, I remember I said bless you to some dude, and that nigga was like, don't bless me. I don't know what God you sending blessings from. Don't send that shit on me. I was like, God damn. You right, bro. You right. I don't even argue with cats. Was that the password? I see Melvin in there. I see Amber. I don't see anybody else who hopped on. I'll type it in.
It's just the craziness in our history, man. Some of the things that, I mean, that's just one of the things I happened to come across yesterday. So it's not like I'm an expert on it, but, just from hearing the video and stuff, it made me want to do more research on it and stuff. So I did a little bit more research.
You know what's fun to look up though? Like we was just talking about the Gullah Warriors, yo. I think they need to make a movie about them, like dead ass.
Go into the Gullah Wars. I'm very vague on that. I don't have too much
I
information.
agree,
I
though.
saw Sister Kaba with MBK. I think I believe it was her. She did something about that with the Gullah and the Geechee or something.
Yeah.
Again, I'm New York and West Coast, so a lot of that stuff is vague to me. Sister Amber.
By any means on it, but pretty much what I have read, they were slaves. They were escaped slaves, right? That was down like around I want to say South Carolina and Florida, Georgia, that type of area. And they would escape into Florida. And it was other Indian tribes, Seminole Indians were down there. They would actually live with the Seminole Indians. They would become like one tribe. And they would actually go back into the slave plantations and actually free other slaves and lead all types of slave rebellions. They saying that was one of the main reasons that sparked the Civil War, all the slave rebellion. Like I gotta look into it some more myself though.
Okay. Yeah, because it was shit. I don't remember what she said. What the sister said. Fuck. This was a few months ago when I saw the presentation. I can't even. There we go. Let's go. Let's build. I love this shit. Go ahead, Zan.
So, the Gullah are African Americans who live in the low country region of the United States of Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina, in both the coastal plain and the sea outlets. They developed a Creole language, the Gullah language, and a culture rich in African influences that make them distinctive among African Americans. Historically, the Gullah region extended from the Cape Fear area onto the North Carolina's coast, south to the vicinity of Jacksonville, onto Florida's coast, Today, the Gullah area is confined to the Georgia and South Carolina Lower County Gullah people, and their language is called Geechee. They derive from the name of the Ogeechee River in South Savannah, Georgia. Gullah is a term originally, Gullah is a term that was originally used to designate the Creole dialect of English spoken by the Gullah and Geechee people over time. Its speakers have used this term to formally refer to their Creole language and distinctive ethnic identity as a people. The Georgia communities are distinguished by identifying either freshwater Geechee or saltwater Geechee, depending on whether they live on the mainland or on the sea island. Go to,
Did you read anything about Angola? Like the origins, like what? Because I wonder if we can play NBK videos.
Go right here. Hold on.
Okay. Because I remember her saying something like that. Like it was pretty much like a broken language, and they were a whole bunch of different Africans, and they didn't have a way to communicate, but they had their own language, and a lot of them couldn't pronounce like Angola, or then they just shortened it to like Gullah type thing. And I don't remember the etymology for Geechee. Again, I'm just going vague off my memory. I don't know how accurate. That's why I'm asking to verify it.
So, etymology. The origin of the word Gullah is unclear. Some scholars suggest that it may.
Damn, does it go out again? God damn it, bro. You see how that shit happens? I asked him
right when he gets,
right when he gets to what I really want to know, this nigga just drops off, bro. I swear somebody pressing the button on his ass. And then he gonna pop back in.
He teleported.
Damn.
What's up, Amber?
What's up?
Yes, salute, Amber. We've been missing you these last few days. Hey, Zen, you zoned out, bro.
Man, I've been slacking on my How to Get Away with Murder. I didn't even know that it returned back off a hiatus. I was mad as hell.
I mean, it's right here on the screen what you were saying. The origin of the word Gullah is unclear. Some scholars suggest that it may be a cognate with the word Anglo. So I mean,
yeah, that's what Sister Kaba was saying in her presentation, and she was going into like they eat the seafood, and then I don't remember what she said about the Geechee though. I don't know. I guess we have to speak the true story and how he feels about them playing NBK videos, and it was a short because
they come from the Rice Coast. Like, look,
the Rice
they
Coast.
call Floridians Geechees too.
Listen.
Yeah,
look,
they're up the whole coast. Go ahead.
The origin of the Gullah culture. The Gullah people have been able to preserve much of their African cultural heritage because of climate, geography, cultural pride, and patterns of importation of enslaved Africans. Enslaved persons from the central western region of Africa, originating primarily from the Mende populations of what is today Sierra Leone, and transported to some areas of Brazil, including Bahia, I guess. The enslaved Gullah Geechee people traded in what was then Charleston, South Carolina. According to the British historian Hare, Gullah culture developed as a Creole culture in the colonies and the United States from the people of many different African cultures who came here together. These included the Baga, Fula, Kisi, Kipe, Nimba, Mendika, Mende, Susu, Timne, Bia, and Wolof of the Rice Coast, and many of Angola, Igbo, whatever that is, West Congo, and Gold Coast. So, yeah, by the middle of 18th century, thousands of acres of the Georgia and South Carolina Lower County and Sea Islands were developed as African rice fields. So they came from the Rice Coast. These were rice fields, you know what I mean? That's what they were making a lot of their profit off of as far as Europeans and stuff like that. African farmers from the Rice Coast brought the skills for cultivation and tidal irrigation that made rice farming one of the most successful industries in early America.
Okay. Was that just Gullah or did it go over Geechee too? I don't know if I missed it. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's both. They're both. It's the same thing.
Okay.
It's just
All
a
right.
bunch of different cultures mashed up together. But yeah.
Right on. Yeah, and I mean, like that was just foreign to me. So when she gave that presentation, it was very eye-opening and it was very succinct. And then she had pictures, and so she had herself, and I think there's even some video to it too.
Well,
But
that's
I mean,
one of
like
those things. That's one of those things where it's like, well, people who claim that they're Native American, you know, African American who claim they're Native American, that's like one of those daggers that you got hit them with. Like, bro, you got to go.
oh yeah.
People who still are there right now who can tell you they are not from here and they've been here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, and I respect, and I'm glad that. And see, I'm lucky. I missed that Abos salute. Somebody just came through the door. So I missed that Abos wave, or what is it?
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, what is it? What does it stand for? Because I keep
Well,
mixing
not
it.
the ABOS. It's not the ABOS. I mean, the ABOS thing is kind of different, but some people who was claiming the Native American thing was clinging on to that because it was.
Okay, because I know there's African descendants of slavery, which is ADOS, which is what Yvette and all them were talking about, which I understand that was more like a reparation movement. But then I heard there was like a movement where there was some guy or a group of people, but mainly some dude was talking about like we never were Africans type shit and trying to disprove the slave trade, or maybe there was a few, but majority of us are always here and we were really Native. Like it was just some real wild shit. And I don't even wait. I don't want to say waste. That's kind of dismissive, but shit, I didn't waste any time trying to investigate it or hear about it. But I've actually started hearing like, no, it was a big ass movement. That's why I wanted like maybe Amber or Melvin or somebody who, or any of you guys who are familiar with it can explain it to me.
Dane
like,
Calloway.
Yeah, I think that's the guy. He's like, yeah.
And think about it like this too, fellas. Just imagine what that did for the census.
What do you mean? Expound, please, or go deeper.
When they went into Florida, if they went to Florida at all, when they were taking census. And the census takers back then, they would just come in and mark down what they wanted to, you know. They could mark down what they wanted to on the people, what they thought they were. So you imagine all those black people and all those Indians living together. What were they classifying these people as? What was the census saying that these people were? And were they marking people wrong?
Damn. See, that's a good point. Who's sharing their screen right now? I see something about the Black Seminoles.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. I wanted to, because I might be confused, and I just want to get your opinion about this. All the Gullah Geechees and the Black Seminoles the same people? Because I was under the understanding they were, but what you just read, it sounded like they might have been a different people.
They are.
Yeah, they're from Africa. They're from Africa.
Yes. You just have Africans coming together with people who was already here.
Right.
So Africans was brought here and they're being, enslaved and all this other stuff and the bruised, and so was Indians. You see what I'm saying? So they came together. Some of these groups came together and they fought back. So yes, you're gonna have people having sex. Humans have sex and they do have mixed breeds, and yes, but they were not the same people. No,
I'm not saying that. I was clarifying for myself, because what I originally brought the Gullah Geechee up for was because I was talking about how they led slave revolts, but it wasn't really them. It was the Black Seminoles.
Right. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So I wanted to clarify real quick. These are the people that I'm talking about. The Black Seminoles. They escaped from slavery and went down south with the Seminole Indians, and they was leading all type of slavery.
Well, you find that in many Indian tribes, not even just the Seminoles. That was like a commonplace thing, and that's what I was trying to say, but I was on mute, is that even with the census, they don't really do nationality because they didn't differentiate. A lot of times they just did color. So they had these different colors. You know, you may see copper, or you may see well, it was a weird name that they used to call it. Sometimes they use black, or what was the other name? They just use like different scales of color, but not necessarily like a race, like Indian or African. Like, so it's hard to distinguish what's what. They might say mulatto, if you were lighter complected, which, you know, you could have been a fair skinned Indian or a fair skinned African. It didn't matter. They would just list you by color on the census.
Let me share my
Put
screen.
you down whenever they wanted to.
Let me stop.
Yeah, I wanted
So they were
to
probably marking out
share.
those Indians as black because they would say your features too, Amber. They would look at your features and say the Indians had Negroid features, then they would classify them as just being black or whatever the term was, Negro or, you know, African American or whatever, you know, term they gave us.
What was that, Melvin?
Yeah, I was trying to tag you in the chat. I wanted to share with you guys a book that pretty much goes over like the entire culture and history of the Gullah Geechee people. I put the link in the chat, so if you want to check that out, you can.
Which chat? The YouTube or the back
Yeah,
chat?
YouTube. The YouTube.
Okay, my fault. Let me get to that. Google Drive. Okay, I see it.
Yeah, so it's supported backed by the Atlanta National Parks Service, and so they basically collected like as much information as they could on those people.
My computer froze. I'm sitting here good.
Let me download that.
Page.
So you'll like that if you're really interested in the Gullah Geechee.
Yeah, I want to be able to try to make not a presentation, but a few slides off of it so I can have it reference points for my little girl.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. They got maps, they got all types of stuff.
This is gonna take me a day or two to read.
Oh yeah, but it's lit. I promise.
Well, that's 400 pages. It's gonna take me a little bit longer.
Yeah,
I'm reading
right.
some of the
It
damn
might
books
take
right
you
now.
time to read this one.
While y'all pulling that up, or because were you gonna touch on it a little bit, or?
No, I wasn't gonna touch on it. I know that they were mentioning the Gullah Geechee didn't really have too much about them, so I wanted to provide like a source for them to check out.
Okay. So just a question for the panel. Has anyone ever researched or tried to or have an interest in researching like the first ancestor that was brought to America? Or no?
Yeah.
When you say ancestor, could you specify like what you mean by that?
Like, okay, so like your first known ancestor, or like the where your lineage traces back to.
I see.
Okay.
I see.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I thought you meant like the first blacks. I know they said it was like some dude, Esteban, who came with the Spaniard expedition. And he went across. But
like
you meant like our own family
wasn't it?
lineage.
Yeah.
Right, correct.
So I've done research on that. I have a lot of family that have like records, and so I built my family tree, and so the furthest back we go to like some of my great uncles, but they stopped because like the only evidence of them being in America as slaves is because of a list that they're on. They're on a list of people that were to be sold. So that's like the max of where it comes from, but it doesn't tell me like how long they've been here, whether they just got here and were sold, whether they were put to use first and then sold later. So it's really cloudy. Like the further you go back.
Yeah, my mom did the same thing, and that was basically where it ended. I mean, you just got a bunch of names on lists with dates and time.
Yep.
of when they took that consensus or what I mean, whatever it was. Yeah.
Yep. Now they go to if you go to the University of Virginia, they have list of the docket from the ships, so you could see like who was on which ship at just a certain year. But I've
God
never
damn.
been able to like pinpoint or trace a relative to go back that far, just because I wouldn't know who they were called at the time.
Yeah.
And that's like
But at the same,
I've heard of people like I think Jabari said kind of asserts that on one of his sides that he's been able to trace back to, you know, I guess the ancestor of a certain bloodline. But for me, like I run into the same problem, and it's
Yeah.
like really frustrating. Because I mean, even like I think it's like my fifth great grandfather. We can trace it back to, you know, like we know where he was born because of different censuses, and then he was supposed to be a full-blood Cherokee, but I can't find him on any of the rolls, so I'm assuming that maybe over time that just became the more popular tribe. But then again, it also makes sense because he was born in Georgia that would be his tribe. But at the same time, it's hard because you can't find his mother's name. You
right.
can't like it's and then even who he married, my grandmother, is kind of like she just appeared out the blue with kids. You know, I can't trace any of her lineage. I know she was a slave, but I cannot find the plantation she was on. I mean, I've searched records, manifests, all types of stuff, and it's really frustrating.
Yeah. Something else. A lot of our people were sold as slaves to a lot of Indian, uh, you know, tribes. So having to track them down and determining if they were freedmen or slaves or not is gonna be hard because they kept no records like at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Good point.
I used to think it was King James.
Yeah.
'Cause he brought some slaves over in 1619.
Mm, yeah. He brought them all.
Yeah, but like even like slave masters, like the Indians kept no records, but the white people might as well not have had kept records either, because they didn't even list, like a lot of times on the census they just list the number of slaves that they held,
Right.
like
Right.
not
Yeah.
male, female, or you know, like they didn't
Yep.
give the ages. Sometimes they did, but a lot of times they didn't.
Yeah.
So it's
I went to South Carolina. I got family who were slaves at a church-based plantation, and a lot of churches were not required to name exactly who they had as a slave. They only had to name the total population.
Okay, see you in the
Yeah,
morning.
churches at the time didn't necessarily have to list a name for each slave. They just only had to list the total number of their population. But if it wasn't a church, then more than likely they did have to list their population.
yeah.
Mm. Damn. This kid never want to go to sleep. Damn. See, she used to always be fine, go in her room, get in the bed, and take her doll. Now, just the last few days, now she cries every time she go to bed. Like, what the fuck happened to my little girl? She used to be so sweet. Damn.
That's crazy. They had the power to pick and choose what you were. I mean, it's like them calling the Indians Indians because they look like people from the Middle East.
Yeah. All right. And they thought they were in India type shit. I heard so much different stories, but that's how it normally goes. Your
Right,
child might
but
not like the name that you nickname him, but you got all the
that's
power
kind
and
of like
authority.
that's kind of like why I be saying, like, even with the whole religious conversation, like you got to kind of be careful because you're superimposing your ideology onto another people. Same way whites superimpose all the time their ideologies on blacks. So that's why I'm like, you got to be real careful how you classify stuff. Just because it's a classification doesn't mean that it's necessarily true. You know, especially when you look and you see that Europeans pretty much call a thing, and you know, and it becomes law. And the only way we're going to change that is if we recognize that it's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to recognize that just because you call something something doesn't make it so.
Yep. You're absolutely right.
Yo, you know what I was just thinking about? Yo, y'all want to do a trip to Africa? like go to Ghana somewhere, because you know how Professor Smalls got that hotel over there. I'm pretty sure he'll set something up for us.
And I'm trying to move to Africa eventually.
Ain't the
Shit.
only
Whoa.
I gotta go see it.
Whoa.
I'm not gonna hold you.
Whoa.
I got my passport.
But seriously, yo, we could organize a trip to Africa. A whole bunch of people might want to go. You never know.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? We might actually make some money off of it for real. For organizing.
Until we get some better
I'm just trying to go for the
representation.
experience, honestly.
Yeah.
You said, huh?
I mean,
I travel regardless. You feel me? But
Right.
Africa was already on my list. But I mean, if y'all try and go together, that's nothing. But we can do it. I got my passport. Ain't nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it. However, I'd wait till we get a little better representation in our government. You know what I'm saying? We get a little bit.
Get over
You know
there
what I'm
and be
saying?
stuck.
You know what I'm saying? And we go to the fucking
Hey man, best of luck.
embassies and shit.
Best of
Yeah.
luck. Best of luck. Look like he got the next 4 years.
Oh, well, then it'll be a while before I move anywhere because
That was
he got
almost like
no
written in
pull
stone
with
as
some
soon
of
as
these
Corona
embassies. Is
came
my
out.
point. We're
Hey,
getting
we
no
gonna go
pull
over there
with
like
these
the Chinese
embassies.
people went over there. 226 people just showed up and said, hello.
Yeah, see.
They just showed up in a plane in Africa. It was like, how y'all know it? And they put them in quarantine and stuff like that. And they putting the Africans out of China, places. And also, where else was that over there? Where they got Saudi Arabia?
Yeah,
Putting them out, and they occupying Africa like a mofo.
Yeah, because my whole main thing is like we got to have some sort of representation out there, and so if the embassies aren't funded or if they're not getting people of proper stature being appointed there, are we really helping ourselves by doing all this traveling? Not to mention all the sicknesses and all the shit's going on. So, this nigga's calling these motherfucking countries shithole countries, and we go over there. It may not be as sweet as we want it to be. Again, I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't a thing. I travel a lot, outside the country. I just haven't done it in the last few years. But yeah, I gotta consider all that type of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, after the coronavirus, that would be cool.
You know what I mean? And so it's a lot of shit we gotta take into full account, you know what I mean?
No,
10, 15, 20 years ago, it was Nathan, nothing, no thing. You know what I'm saying? But now you gotta, well, wait a minute, where are we going? Who's in political power over there? What country are we going to? Okay, what shots do we need? What epidemic's going on right now?
I think Ghana cool though, because this year was supposed to be the year to return anyway, but the coronavirus really fucked that shit up.
Yeah, for sure. I feel you, but I mean, if I'm spending all that time, like honestly, whenever I travel and I'm sitting on the plane for more than 12 hours, I'm spending a certain amount of days, and I'm hopping different countries. I got to see everything. I'm not gonna just go all the way over there just for one fucking country. I don't do that.
That's why I haven't been to Africa yet, because Africa is so big, and I really don't like plane rides, especially for 12 to 16 hours. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
You're not gonna fly 12 to 16 hours and then spend 2 or 3 days there and then try to turn around.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit. That's
Well,
some
of
whack
course
shit.
not. That's like a waste of your time.
Right, but then there's only so much to do in one fucking country, especially if you're gonna do like I feel like when we went to fucking Hawaii and everybody was like, "Where'd you gonna go there for a couple of days?" I'm like, "All right, I'll see y'all when I get back." But I'm not gonna drive all the way or fly all the way to fuck over there for a few days. I'm gonna go to every island. I'm staying in this hotel. I want to be on the north side, east side. I'm gonna hit up I'm gonna enjoy the fucking shit. I hate sitting in planes for. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I'll be back.
but
My daughter's
I mean,
going
the
wild.
reality is though, Africa is so big to where 9 out of 10, even during your stay, you're gonna be doing some flights, or if you'll be trying to move around. Yeah, you're gonna have to do some flying.
Like you can do cheap little, 30. Sometimes it's 30 minutes to an hour flights, but they'll be cheap, and it's within the country. Like I talk to.
Oh yeah, I'm with it.
Yeah, I talk to Africans all the time, and they like, yeah, you can just go do this, but you need time, like because it's so much, like, you know what I mean?
So many different countries.
I got West African peoples that I know that always be like, yo, you need to go out Africa because it's cheap. It is cheap to do shit, but You just gotta have it planned out to where it's though like, all right, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna go do that. You know what I mean? And when you get there, you can actually pay for it cheap. You know what I mean? Cheaply versus to doing it through a travel agency.
Mm-hmm.
Don't Jabari do tours or something?
Yeah. Well, he takes a group. I'm not gonna say tours, but I think he takes a group to Egypt. And I know that normally he stays and travels to other countries during that time there. But I think when he takes his group, it's kind of like Egypt and that area around it.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of got no choice, right? Because I mean, where the pyramids are, like, like some of them places is not exactly close.
What you mean, bro? He said coast, or he dropped off.
Talking about all the
I think he said
sightseeing
close.
spots aren't really close together.
Oh, he said
Yeah.
close. Oh, okay. I'm like, nigga, what?
No, I
Okay,
mean,
okay. You
like,
dropped out. You said they're not close. That's what you were saying?
yeah, I was saying that some of these places that you travel, even though it might seem like, oh, the pyramids is by a cool city, we can just go see the pyramids right quick and then hop back to the city and go, you know what I mean, relax and chill and have a drink. Like,
It's
nah,
not like
some of these
that.
places is like way out in the middle of, you know what I mean, whatever, you know what I mean.
Yeah, you're
And
gonna need multiple hotels.
yeah, it's like, but you gotta go out your way. You might have to take a day at some point to go see some of these places. I
Yeah,
mean,
I see
and
what
then
you mean. I
fly
agree.
back
Right.
to
Here's
civilization.
another thing too, yo. I actually got a dude that got a tour agency. I worked with him. He actually went and started his own tour agency in Africa. He's a Kenyan. He's from Kenya, and he owns I think he said 40 acres that he turned into like a tourist resort. That he actually is right there by the migration when it happens every year. They got a hot air balloon that they fly people over top and all types of shit.
That sounds dope.
And also,
Yeah,
that's
that sounds cool.
That's like one phone call and he'd be with it.
That's making moves right there.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds
I'm
dope.
with,
Yeah.
I'm with the shit. Like I said, like if I went over there to Africa, like I gotta be like for me myself, my opinion, I gotta be willing to spend a couple bands on just going to different countries and seeing different things while I'm there. You feel me?
Yeah, I agree. Like I'm
I
going
can go
to
to
museums in every fucking country I go to.
yeah.
It gotta be or properly planned. We need an itinerary. I'm
Like
not
I
just
can
That only
go.
makes sense. You
yeah.
don't fly that long and travel that far to nickel and dime. You know.
But look, I can go to
Yeah.
the lion jungle anytime because it's cheap. You feel me? Like I
Oh,
can
that's
go.
right too though. We buy tickets now. That should probably be dirt cheap.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is.
but
Oh, it is.
even in
It
the
is.
height of everything,
You talking about maybe 30 to 50. I think a flight to Jamaica was like 20 some bucks for me.
even
Oh shit!
even in the height
Don't
of
tell
things.
me
But the
that,
thing the
bro.
thing is you gotta buy it in advance. So
You gotta buy it in
But look,
advance.
even in the
you
height
don't
of
know
things,
what's
right?
gonna happen.
Even
For
in
the
the
Exactly.
next
height of
couple of
things,
days,
when
we
the
need to
price
be
was
prepared
high.
in a location.
Trump's like, nah, y'all niggas ain't coming back.
Look, even in the height of things, when the price was high, me and my girl was able to go to Mexico in the Aztec jungle. You feel me? And stay on a
That's
resort
true.
for a week for like
Oh,
$1,100.
that's fucking dope. That's dope. Where'd you guys stay? Like,
Everything included. You feel
how
me?
many
Like,
different hotels?
no, I mean it was a resort.
Also, it was just one spot that y'all stayed in. Y'all
Yeah,
just
it was
trapped.
one spot. It was one spot, but I mean, from that spot, we was right outside the jungle. So, I mean, from that spot, you just take a little taxi and you can go do things in the jungle. I mean, they got like parks and stuff like that. And of course, you got to be wary at all times because you got jaguars and shit like that.
Oh damn.
But, I mean, you in the jungle, man.
Yeah, I get it, my nigga, but you put shit in perspective when you say jaguar. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
That's not what
Tell
I'm
if you
thinking. I'm
can
just
lose an
thinking
arm
jungle.
or a leg or something, you know.
But he gonna say it all
Crazy.
smooth, but you gotta be, you gotta be cautious. You gotta be watching, cause it still be jaguars. Like
Right.
Chicago is
No,
an
hey,
animal.
sis.
I'm thinking
Real
this nigga talking
wildlife.
about pickpockets
Hey,
or
sis.
niggas gonna
Hey,
go
sis.
in your bags when you're gone. This nigga said
Hey, look. Hey,
jaguars.
look, right? Look, they got jaguar crossings, bro. Like the signs. You ever seen? You ever seen the deer? The little deer might jump out signs for when you
Yeah,
driving on the highway. No, they got jaguars. Might cross the highway.
that's dope.
You
That's
gotta
Listen,
watch
dope.
out for jaguars because you might
well,
hit a jaguar with your
I'm gonna
car.
put this out there right now. I'm not with none of that. So the type of
That ain't.
activities y'all talking about doing in Africa, I'm
Hey,
gonna be.
Yeah,
listen.
you might want to stay in Nigeria in the tourist section.
Yeah.
So look,
Yeah.
when I was down there, as you driving on the highway, going towards the jungle, you got people sitting up on like these forts with AK-47s and AR-15s and stuff, protecting their land from like random people and animals that might be coming through there. Like it was crazy. Like you would just
Damn.
see people just sitting up there. It looked like lifeguard chairs that was kind of like, 20, 30 feet up. And they
Damn,
was
bro. Something tells me that's not on the fucking brochure.
nah, that's not on the brochure. That was what I was seeing. But I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? Like it was everybody had to fend for their own shit. Pretty much.
Shit,
That's
I
what
was
it
like, "What are
sounds
y'all
like,
taking
bro.
me to a concentration camp?"
Right. As soon as I see niggas with the AR-15s and the AK-47s, I'm like, hey,
Oh,
my dude,
no.
where we
Nah,
going
it
again?
wasn't like that. This was a legit.
Man, my anxiety is not set up for none of that. Shit.
What language is it? It was just Spanish or certain dialects your peoples were able to translate shit for you? Or do you know the language?
I think he might have dropped out for a minute.
God damn. Every time I get intrigued on it, this nigga fall out.
My bad. What you say?
I said, did you know the language? Was it Spanish or a particular dialect of it, or was your peoples able to translate for you? It's
No,
hard to go to various cultures without.
they spoke Mayan and they spoke Spanish.
Okay, so you had your peoples with you. Did she speak Spanish?
My girl, yeah, she speaks a little bit of Spanish, but she don't know everything. She Cuban, but she wasn't born in Cuba.
Okay. Because that was my point. Like when you get, like, I'm in Arizona. When we go to Rocky Point, which is pretty much across the border, then you got to know Spanish or you fucked. You know what I'm saying? You get caught by the police, you got to know how to speak, and you make sure you get the right dollar amount. Otherwise, you're gonna sit your ass down in a cell type shit.
I ain't going
Niggas
front.
gonna-
Like by the time I was leaving up out of there, I was saying Spanish words, but it was only because the Spaniards who could speak English, they was trying to help us out a lot, and we was accepting it. Like you know what I mean? We trying to make them comfortable, and they trying to make us comfortable type of thing.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like that type of shit really matters. You know what I mean? Because you go to certain parts of other countries, these motherfuckers look at you as like quote unquote invaders. You coming over here, like if you there with your lady, I know this is a big difference when you travel with your lady because they don't look at you as a tourist. But if
Well,
you come over there with a group of dudes, it's like, you over here to try to fuck our ladies, and you coming
listen,
over here trying to play colonist type shit.
when I went
Go
to
ahead.
Puerto Rico, I was in the jungle in Puerto Rico. I was in the El Yucatan forest in Puerto Rico. And when we would venture out and shit, I was with a chick at that time as well, but it was it wasn't the same it wasn't the same energy. Like it wasn't friendly like it was in Mexico. Mexico, a lot of people I met just wanted to talk and speak to you, find out,
Yeah.
about you. Like, you know what I mean? Like in Puerto Rico, it wasn't. Puerto Rico felt like the United States, but it just felt like you was just in a foreign part of the United States. Like, you know what I mean?
And how was the people? Like, what the fuck you doing here type shit?
I mean, the people just wasn't as friendly. It was still like you was in a rural jungle. Like, cause I mean, honestly, when I went to Puerto Rico, we stayed in the jungle, bro. Like, we had to drive up a mountain, like 7 miles, and the
God
jungle.
damn.
Yeah, we was like the biggest satellite that DARPA uses to scan the sky for different signals like alien signals or whatever the fuck. It's in that forest, and it was right across from where we was. Like we could see the light coming from the middle of the antenna that is out, so nobody hit it. But yeah,
That sounds
it
dope.
was in a rural area pretty much. So it was the reason why I was in the forest is because it's so high up in elevation that it you know it's closer to the stars and shit like that. So we was really out there. So I was actually more scared there than I was in Mexico. But
That's wild, because isn't that one of our or quote, I'm saying that's a United States territory.
yeah, it is. Like honestly, I think they might have got a stimulus check in Puerto Rico, honestly, but don't quote me on that. But I heard that something like that was going on. But
wild.
yeah.
That's wild.
But yeah.
Did you have
They
to get
wasn't
certain
as friendly out there.
Yeah. Did you have to get like certain shots and shit when you traveled over
Puerto
there or
Rico?
in Mexico?
Nah, hell no.
Nah, you don't even need no passport.
It's all the new world, quote unquote. So I mean, you kind of need shots if you was born in the new world and you going to the old world, like which is Africa, Saudi Arabia, you know what I mean?
I see.
Certain
I'm
parts.
just curious, like what it was for there in Mexico, like the certain parts. I mean, like you're going into the jungle, so it's not like they can account for. Well, I guess maybe it's a little bit different.
Well,
in
no,
Puerto Rico.
I mean, shit. I mean, you don't need a shot, but I mean, there is certain shit that you can get there that is going to be a problem. Like if we was bitten by mosquitoes that could be carrying certain things, like it's definitely some shit out there that's a problem for sure.
That's what I was getting at. So shit, when we went to Europe, like where was he in? We were in Paris, and it was like really raining and shit, and we walking on streets, and everything's just coming up, and we weren't paying attention to that shit. I ended up sick like the very next day. And then I'm just like, what the fuck is this? And like, you got to recognize how old these motherfucking towns and certain areas that we were really traveling in. And it was just a whole different aspect that I just brushed off. So I mean, like, we trying to go see Rome, we trying to see all this other type of shit. And I'm just thinking this new world, you know what I'm saying? It's like, nah, nigga.
Yeah, sometimes your body got to get acclimated to, like, when you in a different area, period. It can happen when you go from one state to another. You know, sometimes you just get sick just from being exposed to a completely different environment.
I mean, you gotta understand the FDA regulates a lot of all the food that we pretty much get here. You feel me?
Hey, and that did fuck me up too.
Another country, and you try to just eat the same way, it might not be exactly how you're used to it being.
And that's what it was. Because I was tired of eating all the quote unquote bougie places from the established restaurants. I wanted to try some of the little corner markets and shit. Like you can't even fuck with the ice over there in France, bro.
Like, bro,
like
if you go,
ice, nigga, don't even touch that shit.
If you go to Morocco, I heard you can't eat nothing dairy. Like you shouldn't eat nothing dairy. Let me say that. If you go to Morocco as an American,
but I'm a Moor though. What if I'm a Moor? You know what I'm saying? I got my what is that shit? My status corrected. I should be able to eat the food.
Yeah,
like nah, nigga.
Whatever you want to do at the end of the day.
Now I think they value the cow like Indians do, like the East Indians do. Like East India, they don't really recommend eating beef or dairy because they kind of worship the cow like it's a deity.
Yeah, they worship it.
But they use milk. They use milk and cheeses and stuff like that.
Yeah, they do, but they keep a lot of goats too.
Yeah. What's that dude, that white dude that does traveling and he eats a lot of food? Not the Anthony Bourdain dude. There's another guy. He like goes in a restaurant to be making sure their shit is correct. I forgot his name. I don't even know if y'all know. I'm just assuming y'all know him. I can't think of his guy's name. Gordon.
The bald head one or the one with the
talking about Ramsey?
I think it's Gordon Ramsay. He's like an older white dude. He got like, I seen like a special. I don't know if it was on Netflix, Hulu, or something. He was like traveling to different places and he would meet different chefs from there and they were cooking a lot of shit. I think he'd had one when he was in Morocco and he had to go like to a special market just to get the certain type of beef because they had to cook for like some elders type shit. It was real interesting because I like seeing those shows when you travel, but that food looks so fucking good. But then I did hear from somebody tell me like, yeah, that shit looks good on TV, but you can't eat all that. You don't understand how many shots you have to get or how many times you got sick traveling to these places, eating these foods and shit, because they're like out in the middle of nowhere. And like you said, the FDA, they do regulate a lot of shit. And like Melvin was saying, like they don't eat, there's certain shit that they just don't eat. And you got to go to certain places just to fucking get it. And even that shit's quote unquote taboo. So that's, even though their feet, I think it was some sort of a pizza that they made and it had all these different type of cuts and meats on it. But like he had to go to a market and tell a dude that he wanted type of shit. And the guy had to smoke it for him. He had to come back the next day. So it was just some real sketchy type of shit. And then they gave it to him in some sort of a clay jar type shit. And I'm like, that's not even refrigerated, bro. You know, but it just made me recognize how spoiled I got being in America, because there's like a lot of shit. Just like Amber, like get some chili. I'm like, I'm thinking of the idea. That's cool. I'm like, wait a minute, that shit got to be refrigerated from here to there. Oh, nigga, she bullshitting. You know what I'm saying? Just because you gotta put shit in perspective and like, nigga,
throw in my preservatives. Shit.
Throw in my preservatives. Damn.
Yeah, they caught the fish on the coast, and it's 100 miles inland. You know, you gotta know that it ain't like fresh out the water.
Yeah, and see, I get like chicken. Like I cook a lot, but when it comes to like seafood and chicken, I have to wash that shit off, cook it, and immediately wash my hands and get like the spray bottles and wipe everything down because I'll get super sick with that salmonella shit. If I don't pay attention, I rub my face up, I'm like sick for a day. And that's the same thing with seafood. Like, I don't know, a nigga's immune system is real sensitive, but there's like certain shit that I know. Like if I get sick, my throat start hurting, I'm like, fuck, you didn't wipe down the counters. It's like immediately, like salmonella will wipe a nigga out. So when you talk about buying fish from a market and then going all the way 100 miles in and that shit's not properly refrigerated, nigga, that's just a waste of food to me. I'm not eating none of that shit.
Damn, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, because I don't know. I'm just not built for it. I used to think it was all the years of me just burning, smoking, drinking, and all this other shit I did to myself. But it's like it's wild. Like I cook everything, and I love chopping up chicken, fish, seafood. I can do all that type of shit. But like as soon as I'm done, I gotta get the 409 or fill the sink with dish detergent and bleach, and I'm wiping everything the fuck down. Everything the fuck down. And I know that's kind of anal, or I can't think of it.
No, that's the proper way to do the shit.
Oh, okay.
That's the proper way.
Funny. We ain't gonna have to worry about no anti-vaxxers coming to Africa. We got everybody.
Exactly, bro.
What about Zen? What about Lynn?
What?
And Haskell? Them niggas ain't fucking with that.
Africa with us?
What did I do?
I said, are you coming to Africa?
Hell yeah.
You ain't gonna get vaccinated?
Getting there, bro.
Over there, make me a little hut in the forest and lay up.
Naked and afraid. This is different, bro.
That's
Are you gonna get vaccinated though? You ain't gonna get no shots.
Naked and crazy. That's what they gonna call me. Am I gonna get vaccinated?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let y'all get vaccinated first, then I might. See how it works.
y'all guinea pigs. I ain't even mad at that, bro. I ain't even mad at you. I'm not totally against it, but if y'all niggas survive, then I'll fuck with it. But nigga, I'm not the first nigga in line. That's how I feel about, what do you call that, bungee jumping? You know, in Hawaii, they have these zip line rides. You know what I'm talking about? Where they have like a cord up to one tree and it's going across like this big shit. I can't be the first nigga to try shit like that. I need to see heavy niggas go, 4 or 5 motherfuckers go just to make sure it's right. And then even then, I'm kind of skeptical about hopping on that type of shit. So
I walk up to shit like that expecting that there's already been 1,000 people who have done this. You feel
I
me?
agree, but something
that's how I
in my
look at
DNA
roller
has to
coasters
see
that
it
I'm scared
first.
of. You feel me? Like
I gotta
I'll be
see
like,
it first.
Nah,
I'm
yeah,
with you. I'm with you, but at the same time, I'm like, is it tight today?
Hey, but like being the first person, but sometimes like being the first person and stuff like that, like you get over your fears real quick if you just jump out there and do it.
I feel you.
I mean, you're gonna do
hear
that
you.
regardless. Once you do
Go
it,
ahead, Melvin.
He said, "Go ahead, Melvin."
It's on my list of things to do. Like, I definitely want to do some jump out of plane and shit like that. My brothers have already done it, so I know it could be done. So,
Man, listen. In the back of my mind, I always think it'll be just my luck. I'm that low probability that don't make it through.
I mean, look, if I'm a go, I'm a go. I can't stop that.
Yeah. I get it. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, it's like back in the day, I used to be a lot more of a daredevil. So I mean, I used
Oh
to.
no. I'm not being. I'm not saying be
Prior to
stupid.
having kids, I used to be with all the shit.
I'm just saying, like, I used to want to ride motorcycles all the time, but then I lost a lot of friends who was riding motorcycles, and it wasn't even their fault. You feel me? So it's like, damn, like, should I really ride motorcycles? Like, I've been riding dirt bikes all my life, but now niggas talking about motorcycles and people just hitting people driving drunk or something, or not seeing you, or you know
Yeah,
what I
but
mean?
that's. I mean, that could happen in a van. Like that's not necessarily something.
No. I get it, but I'm just saying, me myself personally.
Right, I understand. It kind of puts it in perspective.
You're getting older.
Doing it.
Right, I get it. It kind of puts you into perspective. Like, should I be really doing this? But
Yeah, because I mean, me being more analytical about things. I mean, in a car, your odds are a lot greater than on a bike. You feel me?
Definitely.
So even though both can happen in a car and on a bike, your odds of surviving something in a car versus on a bike is a lot greater. That was the odds that I weighed, and I still continue to weigh because I don't have a motorcycle.
True, but I mean, the opposite could be said due to the width of the bike versus the width of a car or a vehicle. So I just think that yes, it seems to be more dangerous, but I think you should just put things in a perspective and say, okay, well maybe I should, if I'm gonna do this, maybe I should ride the speed limit. You know.
Yeah. A lot of that stuff, when dangers do happen when you're traveling or using certain vehicles or planes, is when you actually use it outside your depth. Like people who want to ride motorcycles and they're new riding motorcycles, but they're trying to ride in the rain type shit.
Right, like don't shit like that, yeah.
Yeah, or like, because I got my pilot's license, and what was explained to me is like, okay, you got your pilot's license, but don't be a fool thinking that you can fly through snow and fly in the rain or flying over large bodies of water at night type shit. Because that's what happened, like one of the Kennedys type shit, at least allegedly, unless they took him out with a conspiracy shit. But one of them ended up flying his plane like he was a new pilot. And again, I'm not talking about jets. These are just like Cessnas and Piper Warriors and propeller planes. So he actually was flying in a new environment in snow or over body water and got caught up, and it's hard. You'll get disoriented fast and you'll get fucked up. So it's just like, yeah, you can always have a fear of it, but at the same time, if you fly in the daytime or in elements that you're familiar with that you conquered, then you're okay. It's just when you go outside your bounds, and I guess that's anything, is when you normally see those disasters. Even like when Kobe's pilot, this nigga was flying beyond his means. He should have been flying IFR, but he thought he can go. He was flying instrument flight rules instead of visual flight rules. But if there's fog, you can't fly visual. You got to use your instruments, and that's what fucked him up.
He was told about that by the pilot, but he chose to still go that route because they always go that route. So
yeah, and what fucked it up too is like it was, the visibility was so bad that even all the emergency vehicles, the police, and everybody got grounded because it was too much fog. But this nigga thought he can fly through the shit. So it was just like, you doing way too much. You understand? So that's what happens when you go beyond and above your skill set or your means. Then that's when you're most susceptible to shit like that.
Right, but you gotta use logic in situations like that.
Yeah, but what also?
Hold on, I got two questions real quick.
I
got two questions real quick. Two questions.
Doesn't kind of.
First one is for Watcher.
Yeah.
I ain't know you was a Tuskegee Airman. I just yeah, you can answer that here in a second, and then you talking about you was what'd you say? What'd you call it? You was outgoing, not outgoing, but you you did crazy stuff when you were younger, right?
I said I was a daredevil more so. Like,
Yeah.
I was,
Nigga, you laying out in the jungles, that's not Daredevil? Talking about jaguars to snatch you up if you don't keep your eyes open?
No.
You don't think that's taking chances like that?
You can dismiss it, my guy, but that is kind of risque.
Nah, I see what you mean, but my risks are much lower in the jungle versus to riding a motorcycle or something like that. Like,
yeah, you're right.
He just found
but not just any brother's gonna walk into the jungle, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Yeah.
You know, one snake, one spider. Like, I've seen that naked and afraid shit. To me, it's interesting. I like watching it, but they don't realize. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just about to say, to your point, and you can finish. Like, I can't even tell y'all the story on live of my, you know what I mean, how the jungle experience went in Puerto Rico. It was crazy, son.
All right, folks, show over. We're gonna end this a little early tonight. Peace.
It was real.
But yeah, I seen some spiders, bro, and I was definitely scared. But I was not in my right mind. You feel me? So
that's where pythons are at and shit.
You feel me?
He said he was not in his right mind.
Oh, I see. Oh, he's over here with the. Okay. Enough said. Enough said.
But yeah,
I was in Florida on a fishing tournament and we were scared to death. I had alligators popping their heads up out the damn boat. I mean, up out of the water, and it's just the first time I ever seen anything, alligators or anything, been around anything like that. I'm afraid to piss off the back of the boat.
Hell yeah, it might be your last time. Shit.
Yeah, I'm scared, and my family, my mother was married to a man from Del Glade, and she called him Geechee, by the way, but and they get in the water with him and just walk around and stuff like it ain't nothing, you know what I'm saying? They used to it, but I was scared to death.
See, nah, I don't play that. It's not about me being used to alligators. I need to make sure that alligator's used to me. I can't fuck with none of that type of shit, bro. Nah, man.
Like, yeah, I couldn't do that in Florida. They were keeping them as pets. I couldn't understand that.
I'm like, nigga, that's your dog.
Gator got a whole leash on it. For what reason?
I cannot.
I went to Gator Land in Florida. That shit is no joke.
Wait a minute. You said you got a leash on an alligator?
Yes.
I've seen that shit before. I've seen it before, not up close, just on TV.
I seen it in Maryland.
Nah, they don't do that in Maryland, bro.
Yo, I seen it in Maryland, bro.
It must have been on the coast. I promise you.
Somebody just stuck a gator up into the DMV. Walking around the street. Man, I was puke.
I'm talking about
I would puke.
minutes from where I live at right now.
What part of Maryland did you see that? It had to be the coast.
I'm on I'm in like Woodlawn, Maryland, which is like 15 minutes from Baltimore City.
God damn. See, nah, I'm cool. But then again, niggas be doing wild shit.
I've been to Baltimore City several times. I've never seen a gator.
No.
I'm
not
if a nigga had an alligator, I don't think
I'm not saying that this is common, bro.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm saying.
No, he's saying it before, like.
Yeah,
I don't think that's legal. My nigga. That sounds like some sort of violation.
Up to Maryland.
Yeah, I don't even think that's even something that the locals would allow. That. That's crazy.
So
I'd have been done. On the spot. I probably just still later. That just don't touch me.
Yeah,
I've seen a nigga walk an alligator in Maryland.
Like, you know how fast the niggas can go with that death roll?
Y'all see my
Y'all familiar with that death roll shit, right? When them alligators they near that water and they do that quick spin and they grab your ass and they doing that spin. So I'm like, what the fuck is a leash gonna do if this nigga really want to get away?
Man,
if he really want to just start flipping around and he gonna snap, bro. Nah,
it was a tattoo parlor in Gary, Roy Boy, and they was infamous for having wild animals. He just be sitting outside Broadway is like this real busy avenue. He just be sitting outside on Broadway with his tiger on the
With a
leash.
tiger. Oh hell.
Yes,
No. See, nigga.
but no.
Oh, hell
How about
no.
the tiger had got loose so many times? It was just crazy. So finally, they end up getting shut down. I'm not sure if he went to jail or not, but they end up getting shut down because he would get cited, he would get in trouble, make the paper, and then he'd be right back, out there with his animals.
See, those are the worst ones I heard about tigers. Because I read stories on how they niggas get down. Them niggas are just sneaky. Like, they'll never attack you head on. They wait until you turn your head type shit so you don't see them coming. And then they always pick on something that's smaller than them they can snatch and grab off. Like, they have accounts of these niggas breaking into people's huts and stealing their babies and shit. Like,
if I'm not mistaken, I think they mauled a 2-year. I think one of them mauled a 2-year-old.
That's what they do. They pick on the
yard.
weak. Like, even I was reading, what was that? Like, I don't know if it was in Japan or wherever it was, or in China, but they used to wear those masks with the face on the back just to keep the tiger from attacking them. Because as long as the tiger feel like you can see it, it won't fuck with you. But if you got your head turned and you walk in, them niggas is that sneaky that they'll go after your ass. I'm like, okay, I can't fuck with nothing like that, bro. That's a little too devious. You know what I'm saying? That's like a lion, they gonna hunt in a pack and they hunting to eat. They'll send a few out to try to get your attention type shit. But when you got lone wolf hunters and shit, like them panthers and tigers, these niggas are devious and they don't, nah, I can't.
Don't forget about the snakes and the rice paddies.
Yeah, see, them neither. I don't fuck with snakes. I'm not scared of them. I mean, I don't fuck with snakes. You know,
or even the little brown bears out in Western Virginia, little brown bears, there's little pets and shit.
Nigga, you saying little bear? Nigga, all bears are ruthless. Nigga.
Maybe.
No, the brown bears are kind of passive though.
They're more passive than others. Don't say
that. Just like, nigga, that's my dog. Like, nigga, no, that's your dog. Nigga, that's your dog. Nigga, let me go in your backyard. You not there. The whole nother side. Or like, it don't bite. That nigga got claws and teeth. What the fuck are you telling me about this bear?
Man, listen. Them things be beautiful from a distance. All of them. All the animals. I love them. Wonderful. Beautiful. Behind a glass or in a cage or something like that. I'm not messing with it.
I'm scared of bears, yo.
I don't fuck with bears. The only bear I think is cute is Winnie the Pooh. Other than that, fuck that bear, nigga. I don't fuck with bears.
We went to the zoo in Baltimore. What was that, like 2 years ago? Man, when I say they damn bears was going ham, like fucking ham. I couldn't, like, they was banging on the glass. They was cutting the fuck up. I'm like, let's get from by them. And you could tell, like, they was hungry because they kept going back to buy, like, where they go in to eat at. They kept going over there and they wasn't letting them in. So they was just, like, tearing shit up. They was cutting up. I'm like, let's go. Because them people not
I can't trust nothing that bangs on glass. Like, it's time to go.
You ain't never
anything that's slated to...
You ain't never went to the zoo and seen the chimpanzees and the gorillas banging on the glass?
See, nah, bro.
Not banging on the glass. They've always been from distance.
Yeah, they normally have like moats. Like most of the zoos I've been, at least over on the West Coast, like the San Diego Zoo is like huge. The Phoenix Zoo is pretty nice. There's a couple up in Washington, but they normally have big ass moats. I don't know if I'm being descriptive enough. It's just like you're elevated, and then there's like a big slope, like damn near half a mountain, and then there's water and shit, and then there's like a little island, and they keep them niggas that far. It ain't no close, no glass type shit. They've had too many examples.
Yeah, they got one like that in Chicago.
I got a picture with a chimpanzee that's like, he's sitting right in front of the glass, and I'm sitting there like kneeled down beside him, and I got a picture on that shit on Facebook for real. But he literally sitting back with his arm cocked behind his head and his leg up over his knee. You feel me?
God damn, this nigga's laid back. That's wild.
Chilling.
Hey, have you ever been to the Washington Zoo, Vince?
You said what?
The Washington Zoo. Have you ever been there?
You talking DC?
No, but I've been to a bunch of the museums in Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay. Well, the one in D.C., we used to live right up the street from it, right? You could go across the, bridge, the Waltham Bridge, and over top of the highway and get to it. But I was there one time with the church group from First Assembly of God, and we were there, and we was walking around. This woman kept on taking a banana and sticking it at the monkey. And the monkey cages, they had a cage where it was probably about 4 feet between them, and they was in a cage, but it was just bars, and they could stick their arms through. That's why she kept on teasing them, because she was just putting it right out of reach. And one time she did it 3 times. The third time she did that shit, that monkey stuck his hand behind his ass, and when he put his hand out and she pulled it back, he took his hand and pulled it out from behind his ass and threw a whole pile of shit and knocked her whole wig off.
Shit. See, I can't fuck with that, bro.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
See, those animals that have like fucking 4 or 5 or even 2 times the strength of a human being, you can't be playing with them niggas like that, bro.
Yeah.
You just no.
They got a face full of dookie.
Now, even if they're not that strong, you can't play with no animal because they're not used to you and you're not used to them. Like y'all have different environment, different things tick them off and shit.
I don't care if it's a wild cat at your dumpster, your local dumpster. You feel me? Like you can't just walk up.
Right, leave them the fuck alone.
Wild animals are like hella paranoid. Like simple small shit to tick them off. So
all their life they had to fight.
Hey.
Bruh, my cat ran outside one time, and I don't usually let him go outside, but this nigga ran outside. He was determined to get outside, so I'm like, nigga, fuck you then. Quit it.
Look, right, I just posted something in the chat, right?
What you be doing to the cat?
I posted that link in the chat, right? If I think MBK posted it earlier. That shit, if you look at that shit, it's talking about all about how it's some people call the hyena men, and they train different snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen that.
In Africa, I've seen that. Yeah. They got hyenas and they feed them at night.
Nah,
they can bite through bone. Aren't those the animals that they can bite your wrist and snap that bone?
Yeah.
You can't play with animals like that, bro.
There's a white dude that lays with him. He goes in and speaks in the packs and just works his way into the pack somehow, and then he can wrestle with them and all that. But he says they test him all the time. They're always testing you.
But they start when they're young. Like if you start when they're young, like that's like the guys who be like hanging around lions and tigers. They start when they're young, and when they're young, they kind of remember you, where you go away and come back. It's you still can't depend on that because they nature
Dude just hangs out on the fringes of it. He hangs out on the fringes of a pack until they allow him in.
Like they
instincts, I don't want no part.
Their instincts will cause him to snap. Like if you look at them wrong, or if they feel like they potentially being threatened,
look,
like
if
you
you
take
didn't
off.
eat that day, you would potentially be a meal.
Yeah, at all times.
I know y'all
Would
seen
do it
that.
with the monkey. She would hang out on the fringes of an eggplant, and until they accepted her in. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do until they get comfortable with you being around, and you get closer, a little bit closer every day. I guess. I'm not somebody who does that type of thing, so I don't know. But you know what I'm saying? You get closer and closer throughout time, and then they eventually, work their way into the pack.
I know y'all seen that video on Facebook. An old girl on the bed and her dog was growling at her.
Oh my gosh, that pit bull! Oh, that would have been his last day. That would have been his last day. Oh,
last motherfucking day. Do you hear
First
me?
of all, why is that nigga on your bed? Second of all, you growling at me and you we gone. Oh, you gone, man. I don't play that shit. I got zero tolerance.
Up, son.
You got zero tolerance. Oh, you getting strung up. You know what I'm saying?
I'm like,
I don't play that shit.
I'm trying to figure out who the fuck was recording. No.
Thank you.
Right.
What the fuck was
recording?
She had to say, "Give me my phone." Oh my gosh. Nah, man.
I think
ain't no way.
No, you can't allow your dog to growl at you like that.
Hell no.
You know what I mean? There's certain dominance. And maybe I have the wrong aspect, but I mean, I got a Rottweiler, and No.
Yo, let me know if
No.
you know anybody with some Rottweiler pups too, because I got a male and I'm trying to find a female. But yeah, you gotta let them know that you the alpha. You feel me? Because they got pack mentality.
Yeah,
Point
that's
blank.
Rottweilers are easier to manage. I had boxers to me like are the worst dogs, based on my experience. Just because like, especially if you get them when they're young, like all they do is stare at you all day. They try to learn like your habits. So when you're gone, like they can do some other shit. So I had a boxer, and like as a youngin, I let them roll around the house. Like they were potty trained, so I didn't have to worry about that. But as he got bigger, like he wanted to sit on the couch and stuff like he used to, and we weren't having that, so we were trying to break it out of its phase. And so one day, because it has a little spot on the floor, so one day I left for work, came back, and the fucking dog is laying on my couch, legs fried wide open, relaxing. So ever since then, he's been outside.
But no, I'm not gonna lie. That's one thing I've never had the patience for because I don't like the discipline part because it's it's necessary.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a pit, and I had just went summer shopping for my youngest. I wanted to say he was like a toddler, so toddler should be cheap. So I had bought all out, Man, I left the bags in my closet, and my baby daddy had paid for this, pit or whatever. But it was, a baby, didn't know no better. I came in my room and that motherfucker had chewed through brand new clothes and shoes. I was pissed, like pissed. So I called him like, you gotta come get this bitch. Like she gotta fucking go. So he came and got her, trained her. I trained her good as fuck. Okay, you hear me? Trained the fuck out of her. So he caught himself moving in and he ain't last a week. He had to go. So I tried to make him leave, him take her too, because okay, can't. And she wasn't having it. Like, bitch. I remember you. I'm staying over here. But he trained her so good, like shit, like getting on the couch, getting on the bed, stuff like that. It didn't happen. Like even my youngest, because of course he was exposed to her because he would be at his dad's house frequently during the week, on the weekend. So he kind of gave my youngest the charge of like training her, so she was used to being really obedient to him. So he 2, 3 can barely talk, but he say sit, she gonna sit. Like she was trained really well. So I never really had no problems. And even still, like it was only one time I had to like discipline her because I left her in the backyard while we, ran an errand because she wanted to come and I just wasn't with her being in my car. She was too fucking big for that.
Hell
so
no.
I left her in the back. Man, when I say that bitch tore through every piece of trash I had,
Wow.
Every fucking piece of trash. Yeah. I left her out there for like 2 more hours whimpering at the fucking door. And then I made her stand outside and watch me pick that shit up. So she understood why the fuck her ass was still out there.
Oh no, I would have rubbed her for facing that.
Oh no, she never did it again. She never did it again. It was a temper tantrum. Oh bitch, you call yourself gonna check me? Shit.
Yep. That's what they smart about.
My people's had
they get anxiety too.
Yeah.
My people's had a pit bull, and man, this pit bull was so well mannered. Like they pump faked as a service dog. Like she was able to take her into steakhouses and all types of crazy. This dog, she would just throw a little service dog coat that she ordered on the shit. And I mean, bro, the dog would just sit under the table, not beg for food, like waitresses. And nobody would know that the dog was under the table. Dog just chilling there. You say something to her, she come up and be like, And then you be like, all right, go back down. Then she go back down. You feel me? Like, she was not impressed about anything. I'm like, damn, bro. Like, she was real well tempered. You know what I mean?
For I had friends that didn't think they thought that she was unable to bark because she didn't bark for no fucking reason. Like she bark, I'm like, yeah, she bark. Like, but she only gonna bark if she's not the type to bark for attention or She didn't bark for no reason. If she barked, it's a fucking problem.
Yeah, that's how she
What
was.
kind of dog is it?
It was a pit bull.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
this was a pit too. Like she ain't bark at all. Like the only time I ever heard her like kinda bark was like if somebody like rang the doorbell. Like somebody rang the doorbell, she'd be like, woof. You feel me? She hit the woof one time and be like, fuck is that?
Yeah, see,
But
my
I ain't never
Rottweiler.
heard her bark ever. Like, and I've been around her for like at least 3 years. Like I ain't never heard her bark.
Yeah, my Rottweiler, she is an asshole. She was an inside for maybe like the first, because we got her and then a boy Rottweiler very, very young. The boy Rottweiler didn't make it. He got into some oleander plants and I didn't know they were allergic to them, so he passed away. But the girl, she was inside for maybe like the first 3 months. And then we just put her ass outside because we not really into the dog all in the house on the couch, all that type of shit. We thought we can do with it, but nah, that shit ended quickly. But what she'll do is she won't really bark at you. She'll make you think that it's cool to come in the yard. And as soon as you try to open up the gate, she'll just sit there on the porch. As soon as you come about halfway to the point she know that you can't run back, that's when she bark and chase your ass. But she's just evil, man. She's evil. She's all loving to all of us, but I don't trust her around my daughter, and I don't trust her around my people. Like, I gotta put her up. Like, oh no, I like dogs. I'm like, nah, I'm not paying for none of your medical bills because you want to be adventurous. I'll tie my dog up. I don't play that shit because I've seen her in action. I'm thinking that she's okay, and I'm sitting there and she'll look at me, and then Rottweilers, I don't know if y'all familiar with them, but they real slick. They have a way of like turning their head like they're inquisitive, like, what are you doing? And so people think it's cute and it's sweet. So they think they can just come in the yard and she'll just sit there and wait until I've seen it like 5, 6 times. As soon as you you hit some imaginary point in her mind where she feel like you can't get away, she's gonna jump up, start barking, and come right at you. And I gotta scream, Nala, what are you? And then that's the only way I can get her. But other than that, she won't bark. She's just sneaky. That's what I recognize about her. I'm like, God damn, I don't know how long I can keep this dog.
He was trying to catch a charge, messing around with a dog like that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But I like it because she's very protective of my daughter. That's why, like, when you guys are talking about pit bulls and stuff, I see it. But Rottweilers, like Melvin was saying, compared to the boxer, they're good dogs. They're good with children. Because I was nervous, like, if she would jump up on my daughter, she would be gone the very next day. And I mean, like, just jump up here. Like, when I got food, she'll just sit down. She'll go in her corner. I put the food down. She waits. I snap my finger and point. Then she goes get it. Because if I'm wearing clothes, you're not going to jump on me. I broke that early. Everybody tries to come over and want the dog to jump up on them. I'm like, no, we don't do that shit here. Stop.
And that,
I don't like dogs that jump on people.
And that's the thing. Like, you know, he was still young, so he would try to feed her like food. She wouldn't even like eat it out of his hand. He would have to drop it in order for her to eat it if she was going to eat it.
Yeah,
but
I like that.
Like stuff like that, like and I, like I said, his dad trained, but it's funny because my oldest son, he's been around pits a lot too. Some Rottweilers, because they just dog lovers, his dad's side of the family. So they had like 3, 4, 5 pits at a time, and 2 of them belong to his mama, 1 of them belong to his uncle, and it just weird. So I used to, you know, be real like scared, and she's like, "Oh no, girl, he good," you know, because you know he's small, moving through the house, and you got all these big half human dogs running through here. Like I never got, you know, acquainted with them, never wanted to, but like it's been times where if they thought that she was doing something to them, most dogs are real protective of children. Yeah. Hell, I had a cat attack me one time because I spanked my son for peeing in the bed. I was over my brother's house. Man, that cat must have came from up under the bed, tore my motherfucking legs up. Tore my legs up. Like, bitch, if you don't back up off him.
I think pit bulls are better indoor dogs. Yeah, I don't do cats.
A cat saved our life. Shit.
Nah, I fuck with cats. I own.
I had a cat for 19 years. I had a dog for 18.
Yeah.
A beagle and a black, just a black cat.
Yeah, most people.
Like I say, I let them I just, like you say, watch them snap your fingers. That's one of the best things, to teach them, instead of saying no and using all kinds of different vocals and getting them confused, you snap your fingers and they get used to that. They know that you mean business when you do that.
Yeah.
After the snapping of the fingers comes the butt whipping.
You know the best way to train your dog? You gotta actually feed them out your hand. Anytime that you want them to do something, you tell them to do something, like tell them to sit. Before they eat, they gotta sit. You know what I mean? And then when they sit, you feed them, and by you doing that over time, they'll start learning how to do it. You see what I'm saying? They'll start learning
Repetition,
before they sit to just naturally sit, because they think they're getting a reward.
Yeah, because I used to have treats, and that's how I actually broke her from a lot of her little habits. I would give them like certain treats. But yeah, I've had her since she was maybe a few weeks old. So she hasn't even bred yet. She's almost 3. And we got her maybe a week before my daughter was born. Well, we got both of the Rottweilers. We got a girl and a boy. But I know there's like a farm around the corner from us. And so I wanted to take her to breed, but I haven't done that yet. And that's my fault. But I noticed that Rottweilers, to me, and this is just my opinion, they're more outside dogs. But I can see a lot of my homies, they have pit bulls and they're better inside dogs. And I can't even knock them. They have like a different temperament. But Rottweilers, they're just too damn big. And if I've seen some Rottweilers, they bully their owners. Like they're up all on the couch, and every time somebody comes over there, I just can't have an undisciplined dog. I can't have an undisciplined child or girlfriend or wife. I don't know if it's about, it's just, I don't know.
I got a story about a dog that happened this week, right? I'm driving down the street, right? And I happen to see Chef. Chef standing in the street. He must have had his dog. He got a big ass dog. I don't know what the fuck it is. It looked like a bull mastiff or something, right? So I pull up and he don't see me behind him, right? But the dog see me. He jump at the window. My father jumped back like, oh shit. Chef got a big ass dog, yo.
Yeah, I can't do the dogs that jump like that. That make my nerves fucking bad. Like if I see your dog all like rambunctious and all over the place, I'm not coming in. I'm sorry. I don't want them type of problems.
Yeah, my man, he had a girl and a boy Rottweiler back a couple years ago, and he used to always, if they wasn't in the basement, like in their cage, they was out in the backyard. Like he would never really have them up in the place, like, and unless it was like me or like somebody real close to, you know what I mean, my man's, like they wasn't having it, like, you know what I mean.
Is it me or like keeping them caged up make them aggressive? Cause like
yeah, it do.
My homegirl, her pit was like hella aggressive, but every time I came over there, he was already like, it ain't like she put him in the cage because I'm there. He'd just be in the fucking cage, you know. And I'm just like, but he was just so fucking aggressive, like. And I've known him since he was a baby, so it wasn't really no reason why I shouldn't have had some type of. But he was just always fucking caged up, and I'm like, man, that dog gonna be aggressive than a motherfucker.
They would just be in the cage while, you know what I mean, people was out. Or if somebody was over, that usually wouldn't be over, you know what I mean?
No, I'm just asking, it was just a theory, you know.
My question would be, do they walk the dog? Because they have a lot of pent up energy if you don't allow them to get that shit out by running them and walking them type shit.
I know they do now, but I would say probably for the first several months, I never heard her even mention like walking the dog or taking the dog for a walk. And she wouldn't let them run around in the backyard. One, because they didn't have a closed gate, and two, they had a pit just right before him, a few months before him. They end up dying because they put them in the backyard, and I guess they end up getting sick. So yeah. So they never even let him go into the backyard. But I know like once she moved from that house to another house, which was probably like 5-6 months later, then, you know, she started mentioning him going for a walk, or, you know, her son taking him for a walk. But prior to that, I never heard her mention it.
Yeah, most dogs, they're real. You got to be consistent with them, because if you don't walk them properly or feed them at regular times, then they, like human beings, they just won't trust you and they'll start acting out, or they just get reckless. Or if you don't have, what's the word I'm looking, if you're not authoritative or you don't assert dominance, or show that you're the leader of the pack and be consistent with your leadership, then they'll start testing you and then trying to see if they can take that leadership role.
Yeah, you definitely got to be consistent.
Yeah.
You feel me? They learn off. What's up, everybody? They learn off of repetition. You feel me? Like you gotta be structured. You dig what I'm saying? I walk my dog twice a day. You feel me? Like I get up early in the morning, we go out, you feel me? We walk for about 45 minutes. You feel me? I take him back in, I go to work. You know what I mean? When I come home, I walk him again. So he already knows. You know what I mean? Soon as I come in, he go get his leash. He knows, and he don't stay in no cage or nothing. You know what I mean? Like he don't have no anxiety when I leave. You know what I mean? He don't stay up the house. You know what I mean? Like he go lay in my office. I already know where he's gonna go at all day. He gonna go lay in my office on the floor. You know what I mean? And wait for me to come. You know, so it's good. You know what I mean?
What kind of dog you got, Joe?
You have to be consistent.
What kind of dog?
You got a good one, Shepard.
Yeah, it's a blue mixed with a old English.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you got a good dog. That's the way my dog was. I mean, I had him for 19 years, man. And Buddy, you know what I'm saying, it was a beagle. And you know, like you said, when they're young, you just have to keep on with the repetition, keep on with the same, you know, and make them, like you say, put their nose in when they pee and stuff like that. And but my son, he got two dogs, and he's got a pit bull and a boxer mix. And we had to pay $1,500 because she had parvo. She almost died.
Damn.
Oh yeah,
But,
you gotta get those shots.
Yeah.
And you need that insurance, I swear. Like if you don't have insurance, health insurance on your dog, you asking for trouble. Because that shit expensive. Even wolf insurance is expensive. So I just couldn't even imagine. You feel
you said wolf?
Huh?
With insurance.
Even
with
whip,
insurance.
My bad. I'm like, what the
Yo
fuck?
said wolf.
Oh, you said whip.
No,
My fault.
you definitely need that health insurance form. That's like the biggest thing.
You mean for like the shots or just
no, just overall, you know, for the, you know, for the vet, you get that insurance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that health insurance. So you can take them to the vet all the time.
I see. Yeah, because my wife, she was raised on the farm, so like she does all the shots, all the clippings, she was delivering fucking calves from cows and shit. So I mean, like I lucked out with that shit. So we would just go to the farmer's market or go to the feed store where people be buying hay for their horses, and she would just get all the vials, and like she's all onto that shit. I lucked out with that, but I'm looking
so you ain't never seen him take a 20 gauge and shoot a pig in the head and drop him? Cut him up, make sauce and scrapple and bacon and all that stuff.
I don't even eat pork like that. I miss bacon like a motherfucker, but I don't even eat pork like that. I don't care what nobody says.
You go to the butcher around here, you could. I mean, we used to butcher ourselves, but you know, you can go to the butcher here and buy half a cow and all that stuff. You know.
See, that shit is
where the hell on buy is that?
That's the way you save money right there, going to the butcher, man. And it's meat that they raise. You know, and soon with this this V chain, you're going to be able to track a plant. Like say you're buying spinach, right? You're going to be able to track that spinach from seed. Check the people who was working in that area at the time it was growing, and all the way from seed to grocery store into your house. You're going to be able to track all that.
I got a question for you, Lynn. When you purchase it, like if you were gonna buy I don't want to say a quarter, but like a portion of a cow, do they just give it to you like that, or do they chop it up, or do you know how to field dress or? what's the word when you butcher it? Yeah, do you butcher it yourself? I'm asking you. Do you do all that?
If you buy half a cow, you're gonna have to cut it up yourself. But you can go in the butcher. I can go in the butcher and say, look, I want 5 pork chops, right, or 5 pounds of pork chops, and they'll say how you want them. And I'll say, like, I want a 3/4 of an inch or an inch thick, or, and you can do the same with steak, and you can get the hamburger and, all that, you know what I'm saying? You can get, just about anything there, you know what I'm saying? Even with the lunch meat, too, and cheeses and things. And you just go in there and just ask them what you want. You can get it prepared however you want it. Take it however you want, but it's cheaper to buy a whole cow or half a cow and then do it yourself, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can imagine. Ever since this Corona stuff, like I used to normally just buy groceries like weekly or every 2 weeks type shit. But since this Corona shit popped up, I was like, shit, I got to get a deep freezer. And I need to like really start worrying about packaging meat and buying it in the way that you're referring to. So I got to do more research to find what type of meat market, quote unquote, place I can go to and get it in bulk.
If you have any farms around you, where if you have any cows, cows near you, and you call and see if they have any butchers in that area, and you save a lot more money than going to the grocery store, and also you get to see them take out a whole roast and put it in the grinder and grind out a hamburger. You know what I'm saying? You see them break it down and all that, and they'll cut a whole roast off of, off for you and stuff, and you save a whole bunch of money doing it that way.
Yeah, I stopped eating beef for a while. Like I haven't eaten it maybe a year and a half, but I just started back maybe like a month ago, and I can feel the difference all in my body. I get more aggressive. It's like I notice the difference when I eat red meat, but I know I need the iron and shit. There's a lot of protein and certain vitamins that I have to get from red meat, especially since I haven't been going to the gym.
Yeah, B12. Beef is one of the main largest suppliers of B12. You won't get it in that amount anywhere else except for beef.
Yeah, I used to buy supplements and shit, but ever since this shit been popping
trash, bro. Supplements is trash. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I tried so many, and when you have the real thing, it's like I wasted so much money and time and shit.
But I mean, like I got on the regimen because I was dealing with a lot of trainers and bodybuilding and shit. So it's like I had like a super routine that I was going through everything. But there's really no comparison with regards to like eating the natural foods and the vegetables and the beef and shit, because I can just see the difference. Like I won't get a lot of cramps in my muscles. Like I would maintain my muscle mass a lot better, and like the fat that I would normally store, it like drops. So I see the benefits of it. I know a lot of people, I used to preach all the health type shit, but I recognize that I'm probably gonna have to add beef back into my diet, maybe once a week, or I haven't figured it out yet, but I see the difference in it, which is funny because we had one of those builds one day when we were talking about being vegan and pescatarian or all that type of shit, or just eating fish or chicken, but
I don't believe in none of that crazy
you need
shit.
Did y'all see the video? I mean, the presentation I did, how some Homo sapiens went extinct because they was vegetarians.
Wait, run that back again. I missed it. There was some what?
Not Homo sapiens. Homo species. Like Homo
species.
What's the name of it? Homo giganteus.
Homo erectus.
Yeah.
A gay guy with a heart on.
This guy, I knew Lil. I don't know why you walked into that shit. I knew he was gonna go like this.
They got us calling themselves homos. I ain't no damn homo. Fuck all that.
I know Lynn. I'm like, where he going with this?
First of all,
Homo erectus.
I'm sorry. I hope I don't get nobody in no trouble for that one.
He hit y'all with the T-Mac. He threw the ball on the backboard. Like, what's he doing with this? And just slammed that shit as soon as you turned your head. That was funny.
So you said a couple of Homo species went extinct because they were vegetarian.
Yeah, simply because when climate change came, right, and all the vegetation
they couldn't adapt. Okay, I got you.
Couldn't adapt.
That makes sense. I get it.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's what should happen. I mean, let me not say it that way. That makes sense that would happen. Let me not say it that way. I mean, that makes sense that would happen. You know what I mean? It's like, nigga, you want to live?
What I
Like,
said
I'm
made
not eating
sense.
that shit.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we was one of the most adaptable hominoid species. So, you know,
we had no choice. You can't go back into the trees. You can't get no
right.
choice.
Well, once we
You
got
know,
down
choice.
out them trees and
It's
moved
a wrap.
into them savannas, we had to, you feel me, adapt quick. You know what I mean?
I wonder how they found out about cooked meat. Was there like a fire and the animal got trapped type shit and some nigga like, what the fuck is that smell? And then went and just grabbed that shit and ate it up like, oh, we need to start doing this. Like shit like that.
I
Really
mean
make me wonder.
that, or you could say, you know, you only gonna go so far eating meat raw and cold. So,
But
and
you
we
gotta
was
recognize,
smart.
I'm talking about the first people to do that type
but
of
I'm
shit.
saying you only get so far eating meat raw and cold. Like,
Yeah, but I think archaic. a lot of
You
that
only get
stuff.
so far. You don't make it too long doing it.
A lot of that stuff comes from that we think come from Homo sapien, you know, came from other archaic human beings. Even before we moved into being Homo sapiens, like we learned that archaic human beings had what you call languages. You feel me? It wasn't as developed as ours as Homo sapiens. You dig what I'm saying? But they domesticated fire. They knew how to. So it was a lot of stuff that we attribute to Homo sapiens that we just inherited from other species of hominoids. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
You know, we
just because a lot of people call them illiterate back then. All those people was illiterate. You know, they weren't smart. They didn't know.
No, they was illiterate.
So I appreciate
they
you.
definitely
was illiterate, my nigga. There was no Barnes and Nobles back then.
Yeah, they definitely was illiterate. You know, but they definitely
had
developed.
intellect.
Yeah, right.
yeah, I think
some type
Homo
of
erectus
communication.
Have like a
Some type of communication, basically.
I think Homo erectus is like the first
Yeah.
ones to actually cook something.
Right, domesticate fire.
Yeah,
like
That's dope.
that shit was way before we even came on the scene.
Facts.
Yeah. But see, to me, I love thinking of those type of concepts, just like those poisonous berries. I think like you have to walk into a situation where you see 4 or 5, I don't know if the humanoid or whatever type of archaic human, and they're all sitting there dead with berry juice on their lips, and then you look at them and then you look at the berries like, oh, berries, and then you eat it too. And I'm like, what motherfucker looked and saw the berries, these niggas dead, like, okay, we ain't eating these. Let's write it down, or let me tell my people these, we don't eat these. Look what happened to them. That type of concept, it seems simple, but
but the watch, a good point of it is our anatomy, right, developed before our brain did.
Facts.
Right? So a lot of the things you think human beings learned, we didn't. It was just innate. You feel me? Just think of your sense of smell, right? Your sense of taste, right? By us having more sugar and sour receptors on our tongue, right? That's not thinking. Like when you bite into something and it has a sour taste, you spit it out. You make a friend. Those receptors show you when something is, you know what I mean, not edible. You feel me?
Okay.
So right, and then also keep this in mind, Chef. When you were in those trees, it was very easy, I would say, to be able to have access to plenty of food. But once you left, you have to adjust because you may have, you know, a diet that precedes you where, you know, you can't go back in the trees and eat as much as you want until you get your fill. So you have to find another source.
But we can smell rotten food.
Definitely,
you don't have to think about that. A lot of things we think human beings just was like, you didn't have to think about running off a cliff. See, we come from the understanding of the religious mind that human beings just sprung up out of the ground and ain't know nothing, like God made them, and then, you know, he ain't have no knowledge. No, all animals have a working understanding of their ecology. right? Like all animals do. Like they know how to survive in their ecology. You see what I'm saying? In the world that
Would you base that?
they developed in. Like
Yeah, see, my
we
question would be,
Adaptation is what it's called.
yeah, but that's what I was saying. Like, was it like a trial? Do you acknowledge it's like a trial and error type situation that they had to
No,
pass
I mean,
on, or you just saying
there's
they came out the
several.
gate
I
knowing?
mean,
There's several developments that would cause us to react in that way. I
they
think
made
Homo
us
erectus had like a weaker jaw than chimpanzees, and
like
they had
look.
like smaller, flatter teeth. So trying to eat the same type of foods is not going to always be successful because of the makeup.
I see, because I'm like wondering the first time they're traveling across bodies of water type shit, and they was like, how many motherfuckers had to get snatched up by the alligator? And they're like, okay, my nigga, we gotta walk around this shit.
Look,
You
you
understand?
got
It's not like you're just gonna innately know that something dangerous is in that water.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will.
Initially, from the jump.
Look, before you evolved into a Homo sapien, you was something else that knew what an alligator was. You see what I'm saying?
But I hear you, but I'm like, at what point were they introduced? Because there had to be an introduction point, like
I
a
mean,
discovery, is what I'm trying to get at.
there could have been an introduction point while you were still had fur on you in the
Right.
beginning of the trees. So, there's plenty of introduction points, and keep in mind, living in the same environment, the species don't change. 'Cause
Right.
That's your home. Like
Right,
you
but
gotta
what I'm
share
trying
it
to
with
say is
us.
when you travel, I understand what you guys are saying, but I'm just trying to find an understanding when you move into new environments, when you start
Also, like when
traveling
you
up.
move into Asia, when the African
That's my
moved into
point.
Asia,
Got you.
right?
And they
Like
start encountering different shit. So it's like I don't think everyone was just automatically adapted. I think it took certain survival, and
how
certain
can
people
you?
who didn't
No,
adapt,
but
they
you're
got
right.
extinct.
But listen. How can you get more crazier than Africa? Africa is the most diverse place in the
right.
world. So anytime you go out of
I'm not trying to.
Africa,
I'm not trying to.
you're gonna
Okay,
hold on.
but
Anytime you go
go
out
ahead.
of Africa, you're gonna see similar shit. So what
And
I'm
you gonna
saying
know
is,
how to deal
Hey,
with it, right?
yeah,
yeah, if
the
you
the
go,
Okay, what's
rainforest in
up?
Asia is very similar to the rainforest in the
Mhm.
Congo. So it's very,
Okay,
very similar.
okay. So
yeah,
what we're trying to say is because now we're going into spookology. Then too. So it's just like everybody came in with the good book, and we had our own Earth manual, and so we already knew we
no,
were made from
First
hopping out
manual.
of the tree.
That's what I
Funny.
There
was
was
trying
never a
to
situation.
say.
Let me finish my sarcastic point. There was never a situation that we that we ran into some shit that we weren't necessarily prepared that we had to evolve based off of that experience. Like I heard Aunt say a couple of times, there was people sitting down, and then we hear a rustle in the bushes, and the niggas who got up and ran, they recognized there was some type of danger, but other niggas who sat there probably got ate by it, or some of the niggas went to go inspect it. I felt like throughout the
I
course
think
we
you're using the
evolved.
wrong
Listen, this
people
is my
because
point.
all of us is gonna
But
run.
This is
hey,
my
but then
And then we
this
gonna
is
you
ask
my
gotta
questions
point.
later.
right. But then you gotta
Yeah,
also
you're right.
you're right. But also
Everybody,
you gotta also understand once humans left the jungle, the level of paranoia has heightened. So
Right.
now
Right.
any and everything could be something that could be fatal. So you have to be very cautious. You have to be always very timid and on your toes.
Right, but I mean,
So
but what I'm trying to
so
find is a medium point. I'm sorry, can I say this real quick, Amber, and you get right
go
after
ahead.
me? I'm trying to say, or at least get us to acknowledge, or again, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, okay, even before we're traveling and making it into Asia, or we're going into a new environment, all the vegetation that we've been accustomed or adapted to eating is foreign because we're on the other side of a mountain, we're in a different climate, or we're in a different equatorial zone, or whatever type of example we want to use, and it's a different fruit or a different berry, or it may be poisonous, or it may cause rashes, or it may be you may get a stomach ache for 6 days type shit. I'm trying to acknowledge that there had to be a learning point to where we can pass down
Yeah,
the
yeah,
information.
yeah. Definitely.
Okay,
yeah.
that's what
So
I'm getting at.
can I explain my
So
point?
I think
yeah, I
Amber
was
had something to say first because I cut her. I'm sorry, Amber. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say quickly. I think maybe what he's talking about and kind of what I'm thinking is like maybe like a early primal type of way to test, or kind of like a scientific method minus all the, kind of like something that they did where they tested different things and how it would affect them. You understand what I'm saying? Like
So
it could be so simple as having some type of, you know, tribal animal, like how everybody had a domesticated dog. And if it gets a response, you know what I'm saying, then we know we can't fuck with that. If not, then you know what I'm saying, like then it's good to go.
That's a
You
good
see what I'm
point.
saying?
That's
Some type of
Go ahead,
process
Zen.
where they
Oh,
were
sorry.
able
You're not
to
finished.
kind of weed out what was good, what was bad, without having to go through this losing people, you know, from dying from eating the wrong shit. Some
Right.
type of process that they had to develop because they're traveling and because
But you hear the key word you said, they had to develop that. I think eventually they had to, well, go ahead, Zen. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Zen.
yes, thank you, Jesus. But look, Melvin and Sheffrin made a good point. You feel me? Because they're saying that something developed before you became conscious of what that meant. You see what I'm saying? So like they illustrated that by saying that we got certain senses that allow us to be able to put something in our mouths or touch something, and we could be like, oh,
God damn it.
You know.
Right,
I'll say
get it.
something. I'll say something real quick. There are points where you do lose people due to not knowing what certain things are that are edible and non-edible. But then a lot of times you'll get a stomach ache and you have to just kind of strengthen out through that. So that's happened prior to Homo sapiens. That's happened to the
did y'all
previous
hear
species.
nothing I said?
Yeah, we did,
You
but
cut out, bro.
Yeah, you cut out big time.
Go ahead, repeat it.
But you had to have some
Because you
kind of
was making
knowledge
a
to
good
pass
point.
that on to other people. I mean, some type of language to be able to pass that information on to others, you know. And then, you know.
But look, before we became
Go ahead, Zen.
conscious of this, you feel me?
Yeah.
Like you gotta understand. The only reason why we were able to sit down and be like, what does this mean? You feel me? Trying to find meaning and stuff. We had to have food and we had to have shelter and we had to have all those other things situated. You see what I'm saying? So our senses, quote unquote, gave us that ability to be like, oh, this might be right for us or this might be wrong for us. You know what I'm saying?
I understand that to a degree. It sounded kind of spooky, you know what I'm saying? But I know what you guys are saying.
It's not spooky. Chimpanzees do this when they sense a certain thing is either edible or non-edible or it's poisonous. Like they'll click up together and make sure that others recognize it and identify it. Sometimes they'll eat it. Sometimes they'll beat it up or whatever. But
That's a good point.
Right, there's the mutual understanding without language. Like,
right.
You gotta understand,
But I think
we being social creatures don't necessarily need to speak in order to be understood. That's something that has been a process over time, and speaking is now something natural that we do. But there was a stage before that, and
Right.
they understood each other.
Yeah, I'm not contesting or disagreeing with what you're saying, but what I'm trying to, in my mind, I like trying to walk back and try to find that initial point where someone makes a discovery and then they make an adjustment in their life. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because
Yeah, that definitely happened within our species. I'm not saying that certain things, but what I'm saying is even us moving out of our natural ecologies, we wasn't the first to do that, right? We wasn't even the first. We wasn't even the first humans to leave Africa. So it was humans that left Africa before Homo sapien, and developed the human population in Asia, and it's even human populations that they found in certain islands, right? I think Homo erectus. So they had to be making small crafts traveling across water, right?
Right.
So we wasn't even the first human being. They said it was humans some type of human came to the Americas before Homo sapien. They found them in Brazil. You feel me? So we wasn't even the first to travel across large bodies of water. So like moving it. So by the time we come on the scene, the human being was already a well-developed machine. You dig what I'm saying? That they
yeah,
move.
I agree.
Right. So so knowing what to eat and not knowing what to eat and whether to run and fall off a cliff. Like my dog knows what to eat. My dog knows what to eat. He smells it, and I think every human from Homo erectus on up have a bigger brain than my dog. You feel me? So
I mean, you can. I mean, I'm glad you put it to your dog, but you can even like I like to make that connection with chimps because chimps are like a huge stage behind us. Like they're archaic in a way, but they are also advancing very slowly. But chimps do that. Like chimps have a way of identifying if you feed them something, if it's good to eat, or if it has a certain smell or a certain texture, they'll toss it. Like they do that, and they're archaic in that stage where there's no.
But can we acknowledge this then? Is there a possibility that chimps can be poisoned?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. See, that's
Hell
what I'm
yeah.
trying to get at, and I think that because I'm not or hand waving what you guys are saying away. I wholeheartedly agree, and I can acknowledge that. And to give another example, I don't know if it was Chevron, but I remember watching a stream a long time ago when they were speaking on certain Africans, like when they wanted to find water, and I might have been Chevron or Ankh or someone. They used to take salt and rub it on the monkey's lips, and then just follow the fucking monkey. And then it would find a body of water type shit. And I thought that shit was hella clever and funny, but it just shows the ingenuity of man. I don't know if it was you, Shepard, but I remember listening to a stream. It might have been Ankh or it was some.
It's a study where they give a monkey like some salt and they eat the salt, and then they tie the monkey up and basically starve him. You know what I mean? And when they let him go, they go and find the water, and they
go straight to the water in the tribe.
Yeah, it's an old West. I think it's an old West African tale. I've heard about that.
They use rock salt and they put it in a tree or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And they don't starve them. They just put that rock salt in the tree, and overnight they don't give them nothing to drink, and they set them by that fire. They make a fire beside them and it dries them out.
Yeah, that's what.
So when they let them off that rope, they haul butt to their water supply. They don't care no more because they always got a nice supply.
Right on. See, again, that's my point. So what I was trying to say is, like, I can acknowledge, like, and I brought that up because it was kind of like what Amber had brought up. You know, like they would have, I don't want to say an intermediary or like a food tester, or like there was other ways to use certain mammals or primates to get to the information. But what I'm trying to say, even if it's not just our species, or I don't want to say species, but us as humans today, I just feel like at a certain point in time, if we're going back, the way we've evolved or made it to this day, there had to be some sort of passing on certain knowledge. And I can acknowledge, again, there's some innate things that we may have built into us as far as like the taste buds, and I understand how the tongue is divided into sections to
That
take
is
certain
passing on knowledge, though.
Right, yeah, that's been passed
Yeah.
on because, like, you know,
I mean, we got
that's something you don't lose as a social species. You don't lose that.
I mean, we got evidence of genetics that get passed down through slavery. So I mean, of course,
I mean, yeah, but it's still foolproof though. Like Melvin stated, a chimpanzee can still be poisoned. Like a dog can still be poisoned. They have these senses, but it's not foolproof. You see what I'm saying? So
But it's not about being foolproof. It's about, like, you got to look at their environment. Their environment is not always ever changing. It's consistent. And so with the consistent environment, if you see something that's out of place and you're unfamiliar with it, you go with your instincts. You'll test it. Okay, it's hard. Let me bang it up against something and see if it gives. Does it smell? If it smells like it stinks, okay, it's not edible. If it doesn't smell like it stinks, okay, let me try to eat it and see if it's edible. If it gives me a sick stomach, okay, me and my people would know not to mess with that. Like, that's like, it's just archaic in a way. It's not necessarily something that you can understand by saying, okay, being that they can be poisoned, You know
I
that
see.
they have a foolproof method. It's not about being foolproof. It's just about living a daily life consistently the same way every day.
And look, to
Right.
add on to that, right? We got to think about
I
it.
agree.
We have now progressed to Homo sapiens. So now we're at the point of where we're trying to evaluate our environment and where we're trying to go further. We're trying to go past the forest. We're trying to go out into different places. You know what I'm saying? So now we have all these primal instincts, you see what I'm saying, that we learn from. We can now apply it by,
Right.
we can now ask other questions using our brain. That's a part of the evolutionary process. Being
Yeah, but what happens is, like, to give it a more modern example, like I was watching, what is it? I was watching something about, is it the Congo River? It's like one of the most deadliest rivers. I think it was something on YouTube, BBC thing. They were having like one of the most deadliest rivers in Africa type shit.
With the crocodiles.
It wasn't. Well, probably because of the crocodiles, but it was also saying something like
and the hippos.
Yeah, the hippos too. But it was like that they would get lost, and then it had like crazy rapids and shit. And this guy was like with a tour with a whole bunch of Africans, and then while they were going on the tour, they were going through like remote villages and towns while they're going down the river, and there was people who would come up who normally hunt and gather, and they were doing trade. And they were saying like they're not allowed to sell some of these animals, but they were selling anyway. And some of them were buying animals like quote unquote bats. You know what I'm saying? And it's like a delicacy. So what I'm trying to say is like some of these animals that they're purchasing, they may be in remote areas, but they may have certain sicknesses or illnesses in them, and we'll sit there and eat it. And then that'll end up fucking us up in the long run. Then we get into a certain environment, and now we're passing a new pathogen throughout the.
We do that now.
Yeah, we do that.
That's what I'm.
but that takes a development over time. Like,
and that's
we could have been eating, like, you got to look at, like, we got to look at it from an archaic perspective. Africans could have been eating bushmeat for quite some time. It wasn't until the evaluation of our species, our new adaptations to certain foods with certain environments, would cause us to now have different reactions to that very same thing that maybe 10,000 years ago we would see as edible. So that's the difference. It's not necessarily that you can't consistently have that. It's just that you change, but the environment doesn't necessarily change.
I see. So like the certain acids in the stomach, it could be evolved because they start eating various type of foods in an environment.
Most
So you
definitely.
don't digest it the same way. I get it. That makes
Evidence
sense.
of this from the development of agriculture and domestication.
That too. Yep. And then adding dairy to the diet.
Yeah. Look at your organs.
Also,
look at your
also,
organs in your teeth. The appendix. We don't even know what the appendix is for because we discarded it in our evolution. Like that motherfucker can become what you call that motherfucker can go bad on you and become, you know what I mean, poisonous if it erupts and kill you, because we're not even using it no more for its function. Now they looked in other animals like horses and stuff that have appendixes, whatever you call it, right? And it might stem from when we were just plant eaters. It might be a way for us to process, you know, eating a lot of grains and stuff and vegetation. Like that's what the horse appendix, they use it for, like, you know what I mean? But for us now, being Homo sapiens, by us having a diverse diet, we don't even use it no more. You know what I mean?
Correct. And to keep this in mind, now that we're Homo sapiens, even being in a country like America, where certain fruits and vegetables are available year round when naturally they're not, you having access to those things year round instead of at a certain time period, your body's adjusting to that too.
I see what you mean. So normally when people have to wait seasons to eat certain foods, we eat strawberries year round.
But see, that season could prepare your body for a certain type of situation. It could be the climate, it could be the temperature of that environment, it could be the body adjusting to certain situations, and that food comes at the right time. So it just depends on you and which environment you decide to adapt to or to change your lifestyle to. But the environment itself is always going to stay the same. It's humans that move. It's humans that change, and it's humans that adjust life to fit its
We have
comfort
to
zone.
adapt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how much does the body automatically adapt as well? That's like
But so
I'm
the
curious
body,
on
the
that.
body doesn't always adapt. That's why you're gonna
Yeah,
have
or you get
sicknesses and
extinct,
illnesses.
or you'll die out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the body has a period of adjusting too. Just because you decide to eat strawberries year round doesn't mean that your body's going to necessarily agree to that. So,
That's a good
But
point.
one thing that is proven is that modern man has shaped the ecology and everything to his best benefit ever in human evolution. We're living the longest now, so whatever we're doing now is optimal for our health and our fucking survival. Because human beings that live in the natural world is not living as long as we're living now. So we're doing something extremely more beneficial than living in that natural world. And like so when people make those arguments that we were eating healthy back, no, we wasn't. You feel me? We were basically surviving. You feel
well, I do slightly disagree, Chef,
Go
just because we live longer now than is optimal to us, it could have a negative effect on the environment, as you see. So just because we,
but I said for us.
I understand,
He
but
said, "Fuck the trees, nigga.
I understand,
Me, nigga."
but how long will that last depends on how
I see what you're
our
saying.
adjustment affects the environment. So it
Yeah,
plays
so
hand
it
in hand.
can. Yeah, so what you're saying, Melvin, is kind of like it may be good for a certain segment of the population for a certain time period, but we may end up dying out because we destroy all the resources and shit,
Correct.
living the way that
So
we're
like you
living,
may
and
you may
opposed to
you and
another.
your right. So like your children and your grandchildren may be fine, but 30, 40 years from now, things might be different.
Right, from
You know?
overtilling the soil and
Right.
you know what I
Or
mean?
over like who knows if
Yeah.
bananas is gonna last the next 30 years? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's savage.
Hey, fellas, can I
That's
bring your
savage.
attention to the screen?
Go ahead, True.
I gotta go
Yeah,
upstairs, but yeah.
because we was talking about this earlier before you got on here, Chef, about going to Africa, right? Going a trip. And I was telling y'all that my homeboy that I worked with, he started his own tour thing. This is it right here. This is his Facebook page. And I could definitely set this up. I can call him tomorrow. I definitely can just pick up the phone and call him and set all this up. And
Oh shit.
what I do. You know what I mean? So if you look at
I'm terrified of Africa.
You should be.
Terrified of
You should
Africa
be.
and Australia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like when people talk about
But
going
I'm
to
trying to
Africa,
go to
like I
Africa.
love reading about Africa, right? And all of that, but yo, I'm terrified. You know?
This
Who was that tall guy?
This the thing. That's why I'm saying I know this dude personally, and he owns this. You see what I'm saying? So it's somebody that I trust. It's not somebody that's just gonna take us over there and allow anything to happen to us.
That's
got,
somebody
people that
you
work with the
know. Like,
government
nigga,
and
that's
everything
your
that actually
dog, nigga. He gonna bite me, but that's your dog.
Yeah,
I'm
that
teasing.
definitely look. I applaud people who can travel like that and go to exotic places. Like
Yeah.
that's definitely what's up.
Is that Ghana? What part of Africa is this?
This is I believe it's multiple different spots he take you to. It's like a 3-country tour.
Yeah, I like that shit.
It's like a
That makes
3-country
sense.
tour or something like that. Here you go.
It says Operation Enlarger, East, Central, and Southern Africa region. That looks dope. I'm hella skeptical. I gotta make sure we got our embassies intact in those areas.
Like real talk, I'll let you talk to him. Like when I'll set up a call or something to where as though he can come on here and explain everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be
Like
nice.
we can actually set up our own trip because he owns the shit. Like literally, he owns the land and everything.
Is anybody else seeing that tall, the tall African at the top of the screen? Once you get a chance, go back to that.
I think
He
they're
was a
in the air,
Nephilim. I know Chef was sitting here talking about evolution. I
It's a
said,
Nephilim.
yeah, is he was a Nephilim?
Yeah, that
Just
motherfucker
to
don't even
clarify,
look. That's yo tall as shit. Oh no, he's jumping.
he's in the air, bro.
I was
That's
about
David
to
Goliath,
say.
Jeffrey. So I'm trying to tell you, you better start,
Yeah, that
reading your
look like the
Bible, boy.
That look like the Maasai anyway. That look like the Maasai anyway. They tall anyway.
Yeah, they
The
tall.
air up there.
That one nigga is 25 feet tall.
Nah, he jumping.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's a nice vertical
Looks
though.
like they got him on their shoulders right there. Looks like his legs is between those two people.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
just dropped down from heaven, man. He said
He might be doing
Nephilim.
one of them jumps, yeah, like you say. Watch, he might be doing one of them jumps with his spear. You see them white
With
people,
his
you ready
spear.
poke one of them.
What the hell they be jumping for? I just don't get all of that craziness, yo.
That's
Like,
culture,
dog,
bro. That's culture.
you just standing around jumping and shit.
That's culture. You don't know if they were singing. You don't know if it was his birthday. It's culture, you know.
Right. Come on,
Look
Chef.
at
You
that
know
right
better than
there.
The
that.
court, maybe
I'm
they do that in courting too, you know. Whoever can jump the highest, you know what I'm saying?
You get to get the white girl. Yeah, the white man.
Could be form, all that, you know what I'm saying?
Same reason. Shit.
Yeah, I think that
homie
might be a
jumping off
good
the-
little thing we can do.
Yeah, that's
I can't
definitely
jump
what's
off
up
that
though.
shit.
Then,
Yeah, I mean, that
certain
looks
people
dope.
can't be like, y'all ain't never been to Africa. Y'all can't speak about it.
Beautiful.
Like, nigga, put my
Oh,
liquor
that's why
ship
you
up
want to
in
go true?
everybody.
Nah, I want to go just because I want to go. I always wanted to go. You feel me?
Like, I'm validated. I got me some liquor ship credits. I went there and I looked at shit. Now I'm validated. I can speak on it.
Man, I'm gonna come back teaching the class.
You guys sound like Zion Lex right now.
Straight up.
That's funny. That's funny. I'm gonna create my own shrine.
Oh, watch it. And you learning the language. Oh, you gonna be reading the shit off the walls.
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
You gotta go.
Shit.
Oh,
gotta
you
go with a American library.
Metal watcher?
I know how
you
to.
ain't on the Metal Nutter, yo.
Nigga, I can get me a library book and walk around with a big ass dictionary and take me 40 hours just to transliterate a glyph.
Yeah, I'm definitely not on the Metal Nutter, yo.
Hey, that would be better than. I don't know if y'all seen in the chat. Did y'all see that event? I think it was like a government event, and they had that dude up there doing the hand, doing sign language, right? And he was fake, but he was recommended, but he didn't know nothing about the sign language at all. He was faking them out, and then at the end, they didn't find out till the end of the show that this dude was up there faking in front, throwing up gang signs and everything. You just flipping fingers around.
What show is this?
It was like an African head of state, and he was doing a press conference, and the dude that was doing the sign that he had to do the sign language, you know what I mean, wasn't really doing it. Yo was just up there playing with his fingers. And somebody that knew sign language.
That's so disrespectful.
The whole time, though, yo. The whole time. Yo, I was dying. Yo. Man, put that joint on, man. Y'all will puke. You seen the preacher watcher. You seen him.
Yeah, that preacher you had, what was that nigga name?
Reverend X. He was
Reverend
terrible.
X. Oh, I swear to God, that is the worst shit. Oh my gosh. I told him bias about it. The next thing I look, he was downloading that video, so he finna save that shit for something.
You gotta say that one, man. That dude, I'm telling you, he's trip walking and preaching and cussing people out.
Yeah, that's the worst, terrible, minister, bro. What did he say? He said, I can't even repeat the shit he said, bro. He's on some other shit. He's on some other
but
shit.
that sign language dude, man, he had me on my neck. I was done. You know,
yeah.
because I was just sitting there. I knew it was fake the whole time, but I mean, he was working his fingers like he was really saying something. And he was saying it.
Yeah, that was just some wild shit, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's sweet. You want a good laugh? Check that joint out.
You know one thing about the language, like the metal. I'm kind of skeptical about that type of stuff because I'm not even sure if we are connected to the Egyptians. So it's like we learn that, and then what? Like what? Like how far do our research supposed to go? And if we find out that we're not connected to them, then what do we do with that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not under any delusion or illusion that I am connected to it. I feel, and I could be wrong, but I feel like my ancestors come from West Africa. You understand? So I'm not under any type. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, like I don't have any. I can't even say desire. I just don't have any reason to believe why I would be descending from any ancient Egyptian culture. And even if I did come from that culture, what would make me presume that my generation or lineage wasn't cleaning up after crocodile dung in opposed to being a part of some ancient craft? You know what I mean? That's just kind of real arrogant for people to run with that narrative, to assume that they're a descendant straight from right. You know,
and I'm all for the Egyptian culture. You feel me?
Yeah, I hear you, but my point is like, no, I know you bullshitting, but it's just like that culture is so bad. Everybody wants to claim they from kings, but I'm like, but you realize that somebody had to do the manual work, and then the probability or possibility or even the percentages of that you come direct, or you're a direct descendant of someone of royalty that was actually buried in these tombs is kind of laughable to me.
But what if they weren't even black? That's not even exhausted. We're not even sure if they
Chef,
were black.
What's your definition of black? Because to me, that's more of an American type of
shit right now. I ain't even going to talk about it. I'm just going to share.
There were Africans who were considered
I think it's Egypt is definitely in Africa though.
Yeah,
the majority of the people migrated. Hold on. The majority of the people migrated out of South Africa up that way. So it didn't migrate the other way. They came from South Africa and went that way.
No.
I mean, I guess my point is, if we're gonna call ourselves Africans, then that entails Egypt as well. You know, now if you want to be more specific about where you come from, then like that's cool too. But I embrace it just because it's a part of Africa, and I know at minimum I'm African. I don't know if I come straight from Nigeria or if I come, you know, from Benin or Togo. I don't know. I just know I come from Africa, so I embrace everything that's African.
I see.
All right, I actually got
to
DNA done,
answer.
Right?
I was gonna say real quick to answer Chef's question as far as what we do. You got to remember Egyptomania when the Europeans thought that the Egyptians were them. This is around Napoleon coming to Egypt, and after
1700s.
Yep, you're talking about way before
1700s. Yep, and then after all of that time, money, and resources they put into it to find out that it wasn't them, they left it alone.
Shit like a hot,
basically
hot
what we're gonna do.
Let me speak real quick because I actually
they just had a cover on something. I can't remember what magazine it was, but they were on there with the Egyptian garb on, talking about were they truly the Egyptians, or they were truly the Egyptians, or something like that. Looked like a whole bunch of rich people.
Hey, we got some paternal haplogroup on the screen.
We going show proof right now because I got my DNA done. All right.
Okay, this is for you.
So
though.
let's go to the
You
Egyptian thing
specifically.
first. Let's get right to the Egyptian thing before I show y'all the whole shit. Okay. Now, it clearly states that I share a paternal lineage with Pharaoh Ramses III. All right. Okay. So that must mean some type of way Africans were in Egypt.
Yeah.
Okay.
So can we agree to that?
Yeah, you
All
don't
right.
need a
Oh,
DNA
yeah.
test for that though.
All
You
right,
don't need
now
a
let's
DNA test
go.
for that though.
My question is before we get any further, I'll hop off of that. Are we saying that specific person or those specific people at that time period?
I'm about to show you how it all worked. I'm about to walk you through the
So
migration.
I'm not going to get an answer to that. I got to read this on. Okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of questions that a lot of people got that is about to be answered. All right.
Okay. Right on.
There's a lot of different things that happen. There's a lot of different things that happen in Africa. First, you got to understand that we all originated in one spot.
All right, now hold on, True.
You're saying everybody on the planet.
Everybody
right now, you have to be. Now we know what Egypt is, right? We know the date of the civilization. It got to coincide with that. Now go for it.
All right. So basically, everybody in the world has a common ancestor. It's a man that lived
South Africa, yes, sir.
in East Africa. And it is in North Africa, it's East Africa, close to Ethiopia. Now, what happened was these people started to migrate out. All right. Some type of event must have happened that drove people out of this region. Okay.
It was
If you look at it, people went in all directions.
I can tell you what it was. It was a drying up of the Green Sahara.
Yeah, probably the climate change.
Yes.
Yeah. So what happened was people started leaving out. So everybody started traveling. The people from down here, from East Africa, started going north. All right. And they went into Egypt and they settled in Egypt. All right. And they kept going out into the Middle East and farther into Europe. All right. So our people, everybody, the Egyptians were originally African people.
Yep.
Of course, all the multiple different wars and being conquered multiple different times, it changed over history.
Yeah, I don't think nobody's disputing that, bro.
I would, but go ahead.
Hold on. Why would you dispute that, Chef?
Right, because Egypt has a date. It has a date, right?
Okay.
When those people migrated up, when those Africans from where they started at migrated up into North Africa and into Asia, and then they back migrated into North Africa.
Yep.
So
that's true too.
So those people
were
right,
still Africans.
What?
They were still Africans.
How?
Because they migrated out of Africa. They were Africans.
No,
they migrated out of Africa and then came back in.
Right. So if you develop, right, if you mutate outside of Africa and you come back, you're not an African anymore. Right?
Understand this,
do you still have African genes?
Established back then. You feel me?
Definitely.
There was no Middle East established back then.
No, but check it out. All of the Africans that stayed in Africa, their mutations, their genetic mutations happened inside of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So they are African. The people who left out of Africa had mutations that happened to them outside of Africa.
All right, I understand what you're saying.
So, are we not Americans because we from Africa?
We still Americans.
We're African American.
Yeah, like that is
right. Right. So I mean, just because they moved.
No, we came out of Africa. How could we be still African if we came out of Africa by that analogy?
We're not African.
So did the European.
So we're not specifically African. We're distantly African. So when you're distantly
I'm neither because they both names are colonizers, Africa and America. So
American African.
How about that?
But when you're distantly from a particular landmass, you no longer carry certain traits that you would normally have if you had stayed in that landmass. So I do agree with Chef on that point.
But I wouldn't say that they're not African entirely. I would just say that they're a new subset. Partially African, kind of like a mixed breed.
Yeah.
Like
so let me ask you a question.
You have
Africans. My point is that they still live on the continent. and they
Yeah, I got a
have lived
question.
there for quite some time. They didn't spend more time out of Africa than they did in Africa. My point.
Okay, I hear your point.
But it's a different population. Do you agree?
I mean, things
But
are going to change, yes, but I mean, they're still Africans because they live on the continent.
Yeah.
They literally live on Africa's.
Right. But North Africans, they mutated outside of Africa.
Right. I'm not saying that they didn't.
Right,
I'm
and then
just
they
saying that
back
the time that
migrated.
they spent outside of Africa wasn't as long as they spent inside of Africa.
Yeah, the North Africans, though they still stayed in North Africa, I wouldn't make that argument. What I would say, those who did make the back migration, uh, those were no longer, I guess you could say, completely African. They had foreign
Let's talk
traits.
about some complete.
Right, but is it safe to
Because
say
they
that
were
they
mutating as
is it
well
safe to
with
say that they
other.
commingle with the Africans that did stay? Because I mean,
Yeah,
are you
it's
saying that
possible.
Yeah,
all?
yeah,
Oh
definitely.
yeah.
It's
Without a
possible that
doubt.
they did, but
that's
let's keep this in mind. Let's keep this in mind.
That's what Truth DNA shows.
Right,
There's
but let's
other hominids that was
but let's
around during that
right. Let's
time.
keep this in mind though.
Well,
The women never traveled. It was always the men.
no,
The
that's
women
a
who
lie.
chose to
The
stay.
women traveled with them. The women traveled with
Nah,
Not
I
them.
don't see how
always.
you
Not
can.
always.
Through my
Then you would
maternal,
die out,
my
bro.
maternal
Not
haplogroup.
not always. Not
You wouldn't
always.
die out. Like, how many generations
Not
would it
never.
take you to die out if you traveled without the women?
Yeah, who would you mate with?
Exactly.
Yeah, you would just
So
die out.
we got to
If
understand
you
that women
travel,
were
there's no
along the
women,
ride.
you're gonna die out unless they were snatching up Neanderthals.
So they were.
They were doing that.
No, the Neanderthal mixture is very low. We
Yeah.
wasn't just
Not in, yeah, in Africa,
sex
yeah.
with them
It
in
wasn't
large.
The mixture is low because
Right.
of the male the male Homo sapiens versus the female Neanderthal. But
the mixture is low because sub-Saharan Africans didn't mix with Neanderthals. It was the Northern Africans and the Europeans that mixed with Neanderthals, because at that point in time, Neanderthals had already migrated north to Europe and was extinct in Africa.
Okay,
So
hold up.
my
So at that
own
point, was there
So
such
there were
thing?
two
Was,
ways
at that
of
point,
Neanderthals. Let me
real quick.
Neanderthals originated in
Okay, I'm
Africa.
Real quick. So what I'm trying to say is, are we gonna be calling them Europeans, or were they still in Africa because majority of their life and their existence and their evolution was still African? At what point do they no longer cease to be Africans and they become Europeans?
When they mutate, if you mutate outside of Africa, you're no longer an African.
Okay, and how long does it take to mutate?
Well, look it up. Whatever those populations show mutations, right? Those subclads L and all of that mutated outside of Africa, they have specific markers. So we know when they came back into Africa, right? And when they when they gave those certain markers to other Africans that stayed in Africa, right? And then we know the Africans that were isolated that never mixed with those people that back migrated into Africa. So it's a clear record. Like I don't understand how.
Now, Chef, you got to take this too, though. Listen to this: the Bantu expansion, right? That happened about 5,000 years ago. When West Africans migrated east into East Africa, into the Sudan. If anybody knows anything about Egypt at that point in time, the Sudan was Egypt.
The Sudan, Egypt.
So
Okay.
the Bantu expansion brought even more Africans into the region that we know was E1B1A.
But they were not settling there in the Sudan.
They did actually settle. If you actually study the Bantu,
I did study the Bantu expansion. I can tell you why they migrated, and I can tell you the food sources that they carried with them when they migrated.
So you also know that it was this migration happened over multiple thousand, like 3,000-4,000 years.
Waves, yes.
It ended in 1000 CE. So over these thousands of years, they didn't just shoot to one spot. They was actually settling and making actual communities
in South Africa.
So they were just
in the whole of Central
quick,
Africa. This is how the
we're going
Bantu
fast.
language got everywhere in Africa.
Can we slow it down a little bit so I can get an understanding? I mean, this is water from the fire hose. I can't grasp all this. So we're saying they traveled.
Expansion.
They traveled. They expanded over a time period. Yes, correct? Yes.
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 We about to just go
Okay,
through
so
it.
we're saying that they were traveling, they started a civilization, some people stayed, and then they traveled more, started a civilization or started a little town hut culture, and then they kept going. So they're populating areas and keep moving, or is everyone just all moving at one time?
They're populating areas and keeping them moving, and they're taking people from the areas. All right. Say they get married while they're there. They're taking they're married and
nowhere
migrating.
so they're encountering new peoples, is what we're saying?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
they
who are these
nowhere
peoples
near
that they're
Egypt.
But there's not enough of a mutation to change them from being Bantu. I do disagree with the Sudan part because the major parts where they did migrate to was the Congo River and Lake Victoria.
Right, and they're nowhere near Egypt.
But this is why I say
Correct.
let's go back to my maternal lineage, because it says it right there that my people come from the Sudan. My lineage literally comes from the Sudan.
From Ramses?
Yes. Let me go
Ramses
back to it.
Ramses people did not come from the Sudan.
Right. What it's
I didn't
saying
say
is
Ramses,
y'all
I said my
share.
blood. Listen, you don't argue with my DNA.
No, but
No,
the
you're
truth,
not understanding the history
yeah,
of
truth
Ramses.
is saying that y'all had a common ancestor.
Yeah, that's what I know.
It's not saying that y'all had direct lineage.
Yeah, we had a common paternal ancestor.
Right. You know how remote
Right.
that is? Oh.
That's not. It's not the same, bro. It's not the
Right.
same.
Not.
That's not. I don't think
So
y'all
what
understand
are
what I'm
we
saying. 'Cause
saying?
I'm not even
What
making
are we
that
saying?
argument.
Hey, can I ask
That's
a
not
question
the
real
argument
quick?
I'm making.
Go ahead.
Y'all went back to Ramses.
When did the white people start calling out the caves?
Huh?
I'm sorry, you were muffled. I missed that.
When did the white people start calling out the caves?
Oh, I don't even believe that. That's
like about 15,000 years ago.
That's some Nation of Islam.
That's what I'm saying, because all of a sudden, motherfuckers sticking their heads up out of the rabbit holes
Nah,
and just
come out of caves,
appear onto the scene. I don't believe that myself.
Yeah, when Yakub opened up the cages, that's when they came out.
Yeah, that's some old.
It's conspiracy hour.
Yeah, that's some racist ass.
It's conspiracy hour now. It's about that time for me to hop up off the head.
No, I mean, they said your own scientists say it. They say we started off in that area, closer to South Africa, and then they say that the Caucasians was coming out of the Caucasus Mountains and all this, and we started 60,000 years ago migrating or something like that, and then all of a sudden they came along 40,000 years later.
Yes, that's
the
true.
African lived in the cave before the European.
Y'all didn't watch my presentation. We wouldn't even be having this argument. I explained that shit in the presentation. What happened was the Africans that migrated into Europe, right? They went into the caves during the Ice Age. They got stuck in the caves for thousands of years. When they came out the caves, they came out white because of the thousands of years being stuck in the caves. They evolved.
What were they eating in the caves?
Really?
Okay, all right.
That's where
Makes a little more sense.
lost me on your
Hey guys,
presentation,
we're getting off topic, man.
That's where you lost me on your presentation.
Yeah, I don't know how long they were in the caves. How many
We can
people lived in
explain.
the
We
caves.
can explain how they became pale scientifically. You don't need a cage for that.
Yeah. You
And
just look at
Neanderthals
equatorial
were in the
zones.
caves with them.
It's called equatorial zones.
Correct.
The sun.
Also, yeah,
Exactly.
that and also high levels of mating with Neanderthal. So it ain't caves that does it.
Yes.
What was the Neanderthals complexion?
That's how they lost their pigment, bro.
What was
No,
the
they
Neanderthals
lost
pigment?
they lost their pigment.
The Asians dealt with just as much cold climate as they did.
When they left Africa, they still had the pigment. It wasn't until they were further up into Europe where there was a primary source of Neanderthals.
What I'm gonna say is
so the equatorial zone combined with the breeding with Neanderthals is what caused it.
Yeah, it was and plus.
Yo, we need to update our research.
Right, and there's a scientist named John Keynes, right? He's a genetic scientist at Harvard University, right? He did a study on bacteria where he demonstrated how bacteria mutates because of their environment. Okay.
What does bacteria have to do with the skin, though?
Bacteria is a single cell organism. They were studying cells, bro. They were studying cells.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, and they know our cells react the same way as bacteria cells.
Can
So
I point y'all to something?
Huh?
Can I point y'all to some new research that states that the white skin of Asians came more recent than we think because of certain foods and grains that they started to eat like around 10,000 years ago. So it's not
Can you
this
share your
long,
screen?
huh?
Can you share your screen, or you're not?
No, but I just threw that into there, but I want him to go into this migration of the haplogroup L3 so he can show us how the Bantus were somehow connected to Egypt. I want to see that connection.
Hey, Chef, it's funny how Ramses III is the only one.
Obviously, it wasn't the only one though, bro. Y'all, that's just like
What other king was a sub-Saharan king?
What other one? What we got a couple. King Tut. King Tut was E1B1A. Who else? It was a couple of pharaohs that was E1B1A. What are you talking about?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's go here. Let's go here because it's obvious that people they didn't do as much research as they say they did. That's all I'm gonna say about that subject. But let's
go. Let's get it cracking.
This is my maternal line, right? My maternal line is L3, L3E. The members of L3E all descended from a woman who lived approximately 36,000 years ago in central northeastern Africa. All right. Much later. What is northeastern Africa?
Northeastern
Anybody?
Africa.
Northeastern Africa is what?
Northeastern Africa. Not always Egypt. It's northeastern Africa.
or the Sudan, like I said.
Let's say Egypt.
Because I'm gonna show you where.
Let's not just say Egypt. You don't want to just say Egypt.
I'm gonna give you Egypt. That's the most northeastern African country. So
yeah, but it's really the Sudan that they're talking about.
I thought it was the Levant. It's not the Levant.
I didn't say the Levant. I don't know where you got the Levant from. I'm not a Hebrew.
Whoa.
Wow.
Hey, my guy. I didn't say anything about Hebrew. I'm just trying to give out some Northeast African locations. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong.
The Levant is not Northeast Africa.
Not today. If he talking about back then, yeah, it might have been. They might consider it, but that's not what I'm talking about. You understand Northeast Africa is Sudan and Egypt. So let's continue. Much later, her descendants spread southward with the eastern arm of the migration of the Bantu-speaking people, meaning my people stayed in that region until the 4,000 years ago when the Bantu arm of the migration reached that region. All right? And then went south. All right.
All right. Can you show me that Bantu expansion map again? Click on that.
The map might not even be accurate. That's somebody drawing. We talking about DNA.
Oh, so now look at it. It's showing you.
All right, I can show you this one, or I can show you. Hold up, I got one that's another one that's drawn up on the.
Oh, let's stick with the DNA, man. Let's stick with the DNA.
look at the Bantu expansion.
Let's stick with the DNA. We don't need to go to the third party.
It's the same shit though. It's the same one. It's just showing.
Right, I understand. But let's stick with the DNA. So you see the second purple dot on the right hand side. That's right beside.
That's not accurate though. What I'm telling y'all is this is not accurate, but y'all still want to look at it. But it's cool.
So hold on. So what part of the so you saying go back up? The part that you read is accurate, but this
the migration is not accurate.
No, where they put these lines, these are accurate lines. Don't get it twisted.
Okay.
These
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let me explain? These actual arrows, yes, these actual actions actually happen, but other actions happen also that is not included on this map. That's why I wanted to go to the other map that actually shows the other migrations. There's actually 10 different phases of the Bantu expansion.
Okay, but how do you know that applies to your situation?
What do you mean? Because the Bantu expansion, it all.
But you just said those lines were accurate.
This doesn't explain fully the Bantu expansion. It gives you this little paragraph that you see on the screen.
Even though on the left hand side,
I go to multiple different sources so I can acquire information. I don't depend on this.
Okay.
Even though on the left-hand side it breaks it down into 2 paragraphs?
You can break it down in 2 paragraphs. I'd rather read 15 paragraphs so I can have a thorough understanding of what I'm talking about.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going, bro.
I'm just saying, I didn't prove my point already. My point has been proven.
Even though it has references at the bottom?
We can see references.
Hold on, what was the point? Hold on, True.
You didn't want to go to the other screen.
Hold on, what was the point though? What point
we actually were in the band by the Bantu expansion, right? West Africans actually migrated back to Northeast Africa and repopulated the area.
What?
So we can say that the people in Egypt some of them could have been our people.
Hold on. So where did they back migrate from Egypt into West Africa, and you descend from?
My personal lineage didn't never go back into West Africa. My personal lineage went south, as you see, with the southern arm of the Bantu migration. We went.
So your people was never in Egypt.
It was never in, and no, it was never in West Africa.
No.
Listen what I'm saying. Let's read it again. I'm gonna read it right here for you.
Go ahead.
Your maternal lineage stems from branch L3, called L3E. The members of L3E all descended from a woman who lived approximately 36,000 years ago in Central or Northeastern Africa. Much later, her descendants spread southward with the eastern arm of the migration by Bantu-speaking people, which means my people stayed in the northeastern region of Africa until the Bantu arm of the migration came along and we went south with it.
Right. You hear that? Now, where did your people go at?
Where were we already?
Into Central Africa, right?
But we were already in Northeast Africa, though.
Right. So by the time of Egypt civilization, y'all wasn't there.
You're crazy. Look, what is 4,000 years? You do the math. What is 4,000 years ago, bro? You do the math. What is 4,000 years ago?
Okay, now look. It say your maternal line.
They were building pyramids 4,000 years ago, bro.
Oh, but y'all wasn't there.
Why weren't we?
Because
we didn't even start migrating until 4,000 years ago. So we had to be there before.
No, even the map shows it, though.
I'm telling you what my DNA is actually sitting here telling you. My people were in Northeastern Africa, sitting there for 36,000 years until the Bantu expansion came along. And then we said, oh, we're going to intermarry with them. And we migrated south with the southern arm of the Bantu expansion when they finally did migrate south, because they were still sitting in Northeast Africa for a period of time.
Hey, Chef, you need an aspirin, yo?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Look. It says, much later, her descendants spread southward with the eastern arm of a migration by Bantu-speaking people.
Right.
That began about 4,000 years ago in the vicinity of present-day Cameroon.
But they talking about that's where the Bantu expansion originated. As you can see, it originated in Cameroon. They're not talking about my people. They're talking about I migrated with people from the eastern arm of that migration that originated in Cameroon.
And can we see where that eastern arm is at again?
The eastern arm is all the way over here. That's why I wanted to show you. This ain't a good picture. I wanted to show you the actual picture of the migration. But yeah, it's over here. This is the eastern arm. The second dot.
That's the eastern arm that your people moved with. You see that?
But we were already there.
We were already there. In that region, that's nowhere near Egypt.
That's not, but that's why I told you this ain't an accurate map. You trying to argue a map that I've been told you before we even looked at the map that wasn't accurate.
But why would they put it on there?
Because somebody was lazy.
You still don't want that aspirin, sir?
Somebody was lazy.
So you saying so can you show me another Bantu map?
15.
Hold on, can you show me another Bantu map that's more accurate than that?
Thank you. That's what I wanted to do.
All right.
And bro,
y'all getting that work today.
Real, I'm about to get up out of here.
Yeah, I already popped the aspirin, yo.
It looked the same on the ones I'm saying.
That's what I was telling you.
I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. Y'all be
All right, man.
This one got
All right,
All right,
stay
man.
safe, man.
Get you some rest, man.
Looks the same.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out
I'm trying to see.
when was they in Egypt?
When they was in Egypt, when they reached my people.
Huh?
When they reached my people.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
When they reached my people, and
Oh, I'm sorry, I got an open.
No, but it ain't even saying that, my dude.
They was saying that. That literally said that. My DNA literally said that. It literally said that, bro.
So show me the map that coincides with what you're saying.
Can't find that map that I was looking for.
What is the map supposed to see? Like what demarcations?
Show those
like,
Bantus in Egypt.
Okay.
Is that it right there?
This is how.
Hold on, I think I saw it. Go down. I think I saw it. Keep going.
On the right hand side?
Left hand side.
I don't see them. I'm looking for a specific one that I actually was using.
Is it white and black?
Is this one of them?
Is that one?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that's it. That's something else.
Okay.
Look at that. What that one right there? Click on that.
This?
No, next to that, to the right. That one.
That's the one that don't look right.
Of course it doesn't look right. I know who that is.
Basically, it's saying that you go into Egypt though. It's got arrows in Egypt, but this is this not the.
But that's in me. Now go back to your.
That's John Claude Bowley. Is what that is.
No, now go to your what's the name? Now we see what went into Egypt, right? On that map. No, click back on that. Look at those markers that went into Northeast Africa. Now, do you have any of that DNA right there?
That's language. That's inaccurate.
No, Bantu is language.
Yeah, Bantu is a bad, but then I actually did wind up in Kemet. It's multiple Egyptian kings with Bantu names.
Okay.
How about that? Let's look at the Egyptian kings.
So one, that's inaccurate because
that's not inaccurate.
That map is inaccurate. The one reason why that map is inaccurate is one, that map has the wrong side of Africa as the Bantu expansion. And number two, they're saying that the Bantu language is giving birth to the Zande, Somali, and Middle Egyptian, which is also false.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
That's John Clattenbowley. I know.
Mboli?
Yes.
The French linguist?
Call him what you want to call him.
SARS OG?
Yes.
Let's look at my timeline. Where's my timeline go at?
Look at that Bantu expansion on that map. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is right here in my DNA, when it's telling the story about where my people were, it says we were in northeastern Africa. Much later, the descendants spread southward with the eastern arm of the migration by Bantu-speaking people. That began about 4,000 years ago. All right? They talking about the Bantu expansion beginning 4,000 years ago, not my particular migration that went south.
I agree.
Now, if you continue,
but they were sitting somewhere. Where was they sitting at before they expanded?
And that's why I'm trying to find my timeline.
Right, but it doesn't show them in Egypt.
It's going to show them in the Sudan. I ain't say Egypt. I said the Sudan. I never said Egypt. But I said what I said was Egypt at the time. The Sudan and Egypt was one land. It was called Lower Egypt. That's what I did say.
I never seen them in the Sudan either.
All right, I'm about to show you.
All of those maps show below the Sudan.
All reports. That's what I gotta go to.
So how did people get to
the actual timeline that shows you exactly where my people originated at. and I'm trying to find it, but
And this is according to 23andMe?
Yeah, it's on 23andMe.
23andMe, okay.
That's the shit I'm on now, and I'm trying to find it, but I don't know what the fuck.
You can tell us how, so are you saying that they originated in the Sudan?
Yeah, and they originated
and then they
in Sudan and moved. It actually shows how it moved south and then winded up in Angola. Like my people actually came from Angola.
But when did they ever end up in Egypt?
Egypt was the Sudan at the time. If you know, for about 4,000 years ago, Egypt was.
No, I'm talking specifically Egypt. The
Northeast.
civilization of Egypt was in Egypt.
Ramses III, who is E1B1A, right, was the pharaoh of Egypt. All right, 4,000 years ago.
Facts.
Yeah.
Keep going.
I don't know what this is.
Yeah, click off of that. The arrow right there.
Where?
On right there. Yeah.
Let me go.
So you're saying since Ramses has what's the genetic marker again?
Ramses was what? No, he's my paternal. So hold on. Let me just go to it. He's right here. Me and him share a paternal lineage, so that's another thing. I'm not EM180. That's E1B1A. I'm E1B1AG, which means my paternal ancestors wasn't even in West Africa. They was in East Africa.
Damn.
So here go the Ramses thing.
Okay, so it says Pharaoh Ramses III, Egypt in the third, second the war's doing. What the hell? All right, second paragraph. However, a modern CT scan of Ramses the third mummy revealed the deep slit. What the hell?
Somebody killed him.
All right. Ramses the third paternal lineage belongs to haplogroup EV38, from which your lineage also stems. You and Ramses III share an ancient paternal line ancestor who probably lived in North Africa or Western Asia.
That could be the Arabic component. Keep going. Keep going.
Alhamdulillah.
Keep going.
Now it's getting funky right there. You feel me?
That's cool, but this is my thing. Ramses is still E1B1A, so explain that.
But y'all not direct ancestors. Y'all just
no. I'm just saying I ain't even E1B1A. I'm just saying E1B1A is the lineage of West Africans.
Oh, hold on. But what I'm saying is it's showing that y'all, is a lot of people who have Genghis Khan, what's the name in them because of his mating practices and what the Mongols did in their mating practices. But those people wouldn't claim Mongoloid descent. You see what I'm saying? Like
my daughter got it.
That's not a that's not an equivalent. Now, 36,000 years ago, see, that's real sketchy right there. Because we know human population started to move at that time. Most people were more connected around 36,000 years ago because the population was, you dig what I'm saying, smaller. So, like, most all peoples can descend from those early populations of human beings. That's not a real.
We were in, or at least my people were in Northeast Africa. That's what it literally proves that. My people at one point in time, however many years ago, was in Northeast Africa.
No, you have a
didn't move
paternal
from
ancestor.
Northeast Africa till
No,
4,000 years ago when the Bantu expansion happened. We
you have a
stayed in North.
paternal ancestor that lived in
Nah,
Northeast Africa or Western Asia. That's what it says.
No, it don't. No, it don't.
Your people were
One more
Bantu.
time, because you missing it again. You missing it. We stayed in Northeast Africa, right? We stayed in Northeast Africa. Much later, her descendants spread southward with the eastern arms of the migration by Bantu-speaking people. Much
So
later.
You have to put a time on that.
She is saying we didn't even move until the eastern arm of the Bantu expansion got there 4,000 years ago, which means we stayed in that area. Yes.
No, it say the Bantu expansion happened around 4,000 years ago.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
That's when, right.
So show me where so that map shows you where the Bantus.
Let me go to the one with the timeline. I'll go to the map with the timeline for you.
Right, but doesn't that show you? Doesn't that map show you where the Bantus were at?
Right.
Where they expanded from. And it's not Northeast Africa.
But that's
right
you're
here.
talking about the Bantu people though. His people clearly weren't. It just said that they started migrating with the Bantu expansion around 4,000 years ago. Not that they were Bantu or that they didn't migrate to where Bantu speaking people were. You see what I'm saying? Like, you have to consider they're talking about 36,000 years ago, the oldest ancestors. And then they're talking about a migration that occurred 4,000 years ago. I mean, it would be kind of crazy to think that his people did not move at all during that time period. So, yeah.
I agree with that. So it's showing a link between a paternal ancestor that moved into North Africa. But why would it be showing?
No, they didn't move into North Africa. Look.
Yeah.
Look, L.
They
the whole human race, right? This comes from L group, right? L group migrated north and turned to L3. Right? We set there. My people set there.
Exactly.
While some people went west, my people sat right here in Northeast Africa. This ain't Africa. You see this arrow is still going up. You see what I'm saying? We populated this whole entire area until the Bantu expansion happened about 4,000 years ago, when the people that migrated west finally came back east, and we joined up with them and then went south.
All right, so again, where do your people come from? You said West Africa, Central, and Angola.
I said the Sudan. I said my people come from the Sudan, and they migrated south into Southeast Africa. And then once the slave trade happened, it's more than likely that my people were captured as slaves in Angola.
Okay, got you. So now that map is showing you that, right? So look at the map of people, right? In that Sudan, what you call that, the Sudan? You call that L3 in the Sudan.
I gotta find that because it's on here somewhere, yo.
No, that map cool though. That map cool. You don't feel like that map is showing you?
No, it shows you the timeline. It shows you the timeline of exactly where I was, and I can't find it for some reason. I normally can find it.
So you're saying the people of Angola were originally Egyptians?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
He said that they didn't even move
or
there.
just you?
No, I ain't even saying no. What I'm telling you is our people, my people became Bantu once we joined the Bantu migration. We became a Bantu people. You feel me? But what I'm telling you is our bloodline and DNA still is very much connected to those people that were in Egypt. Very much.
Right.
Maybe it's in family tree.
Go this one.
Okay.
What's my timeline? Let's see what these things. Yeah, I'm a little bit Neanderthal. I got Neanderthal DNA too. Some fucking way. No, it's not in that shit. Everybody fell asleep.
No, I'm still here. I'm still waiting for the what's the name?
I'm trying to find this timeline. I know it's not. All this shit.
You got your DNA, Stephen?
Hell no, I ain't fucking with it. I know I got too much white in me.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, you gonna fuck around and be
You the
straight
lead.
from Egypt.
Here we go, folks. All right. This is the date of, they could track the markers of when certain DNA got introduced in my blood. All right.
Mm-hmm.
If you go farthest back to my DNA, farthest back you go is the Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say my people came from the Sudan.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. But I'm still confused about the Egypt part.
Because the Sudan, you got to understand Upper and Lower Egypt. Upper and Lower Egypt, the Sudan was Egypt.
Never.
Yes.
Never.
Yes.
How was the Sudan Egypt?
It was the combining of the two lands.
That was in Egypt.
Also, you gotta respect the time period. The time period that it says you were in the Sudan was at a time where Egypt wasn't even formed as a nation. And pre-dynastic Egypt.
Are you serious?
Yes. It gave you.
Actually, no. Actually, y'all didn't understand obviously what was showed in the thing. We were there from.
Okay, so Egyptians were around the same time as hunter-gatherers?
Listen before you comment. From 36,000 years ago until about 4,000 years ago, my people were in that region. Okay,
that's not what it was saying. It wasn't saying from 36,000.
What it was saying. You don't want it to say that.
How can I not? It says what it says.
It does. And that's why I don't understand how you're not understanding it.
But it's not saying from 36,000 to 4,000.
Yes, it was. Well, I mean, I'm
No,
gonna
it's
read
not.
it again to you. I'm gonna read it again to you because something's missing there.
He said 4,000 years ago, they came from a woman in Africa.
Correct.
A particular woman and
her descendants. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Your maternal line stems from branch L3 called L3E. The members of L3E all descended from a woman that lived approximately 36,000 years ago in Central or Northeastern Africa. Much later, all right, her descendants spread southward with the eastern arm of the migration, which means we did not move from northeastern Africa until the Bantu migration 4,000 years ago. We were there. We were the people that were there.
It says 36,000 years ago in Central or Northeast Africa.
Yeah, but I just proved to you based on my DNA that it's from the Sudan.
Oh, right. But listen, that migration, right? Those people didn't they were somewhere, right? Like the Bantu expansion, they were somewhere. Where was they?
What you mean, where were they?
Where did they expand from? It was a boom. Expansion. It was like an explosion. And those people started to move. But from a central location, where was that location at?
From the beginning of the Bantu expansion?
Yeah.
The first migration?
Yeah.
They moved from Cameroon. They came from Cameroon and then migrated east. And once
they hold on, 36,000 years ago, y'all was in Cameroon and then moved into.
No, you're understanding it totally wrong. That's not what this is saying. That is not what this is saying.
No, so what? Go ahead.
What it is saying, I have an ancestor, right? That was in northeastern Africa, right? She was having kids. They was having
or Central.
Their kids was having kids. Their kids was having kids. All right there in Northeast Africa, right? Then here comes 4,000. I mean, about 4,000 years ago, a migration started in West Africa, right? That finally reached where my people were. Once it reached where my people were, my people started intertwining with the people from the Bantu expansion and wind up going south when that migration finally started moving south.
So when was they in Egypt?
The Sudan was Egypt during the time, bro.
You keep saying that. That's
it was.
the Sudan. When was the
upper and
country
lower
of,
Egypt, bro? Upper and lower Egypt. It was
upper
literally
and
upper
lower
and lower
Egypt was, hold on. Upper and lower Egypt was in Egypt.
No, not present day. You looking at present day Egypt. Present day Egypt is not ancient Egypt.
Yes, it is.
Ancient Egypt went from the base of the Nile River to the top.
Hold on. Let me ask you a
controlled
question.
that whole Nile Valley region. The whole
was
Nile
Nubia?
Valley was Egypt.
Where
From
was
the base
Nubia?
of the river to the top.
Where was Nubia?
Nubia is present day Sudan.
Nubia was in Egypt.
Nubia is present day Sudan.
No, Nubia is below Egypt.
No, Nubia was
when the
in
Hyksos,
Egypt.
when they attacked the Hyksos, the Nubians came up from the south, and the Hyksos came from the north.
You know why it's confusing? Because because it's the same land. It came up. Nubia is the Sudan.
Nubia is Egypt.
It was Egypt. That's just what it is.
It depends on who was in the rule too at the time, because I mean, if we come a little closer to when Thutmose and Thutmose III, they controlled that whole area over there, along what's that waterway, that like the river that goes up into the Middle East and all that, what they call the Middle East. What's that one river that goes up in there?
Red Sea.
Who?
Excuse me.
You said to separate Egypt from the Middle East?
Well, yeah, the river, or I mean the big lake that's up in there, up in that area.
I think it's the Red
It's
Sea.
not a part of the Nile. It's up in about Jerusalem and all that. No, the Mediterranean, that's where all those ports are. That's above Africa. I'm talking about over by the Middle East.
Oh, the Red
If you
Sea.
can show the
The
map.
Red Sea. The Red Sea.
Oh, okay, it's the Red Sea. Okay, well, Thutmose and Thutmose III ran that whole area all the way up to the top of the Red Sea up there. And they took it over, and they even have murals of Canaanite prisoners on their walls, where they had took those Canaanite prisoners. So they were ruling up in that area at one point in time, and you can best believe they were mating, and they didn't just go up there just to steal their gold. They did whatever they wanted to.
I'll really mess y'all heads up now.
Wait a minute. Do you mean Upper Egypt? Because I'm trying to
Promised
look
land
at
was
the map.
Egypt
So
too. Nah.
I think it's Sudan is Upper Egypt maybe, and then Lower Egypt is, I guess, what would be considered Egypt.
Back in the day. For the
type of territories, like Israel was literally a territory of Egypt. Just like Puerto Rico was a territory of the United States, Israel was literally a territory of Egypt. And this is why I wonder why Hebrews want to say Exodus actually happened, when if Moses was to leave out of that part of Egypt, he'd have went right to another, because the promised land was Egypt during the time.
I mean, Carly is saying Nubia is a region in Sudan, and I think it's Central Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
So hold on, the Sudan is not Egypt, right?
Back then, not now. Not now. Not in the present day maps, but back then, yeah, it was. The Sudan was
just like they changed the name of Africa, just like they changed the name of the Middle East. I mean, to the Middle East and all that. They've changed names. To the winner goes the narrative, whoever wins controls the narrative. So we got to look at the whitewashing that went along with that also. Because around 1290, Arsinoe or Alexander, I think that was about the time where he defeated Nefertari or whoever, And then in 300 BCE, his niece Arsinoe became the Egyptian pharaoh, and she was married to her brother.
Hold on, do we believe the Egyptians, or who is the source to tell us what was Egypt and what was not Egypt? Who do we give? Who can we say? Who will we take as a credible source to say what is Egypt and what is not Egypt? Is it the white man? Is it the Arabs? Or is it the ancient Egyptians who actually wrote and documented their nomes in their territory? And what is considered Egypt?
That's a good question. You got to go along the timeline, though. You know about what we called it, and then what was changed too.
It's actually an actual phrase for it. Hold on, let me win my phone now. There's an actual phrase for it. It's called the uniting of two lands. Hold on. We actually got a whole word.
Was that in Egypt, though?
Yes, it was in Egypt. It's a whole word for it. The Egyptian word.
So it wasn't in the Sudan, was it?
The Sudan was Egypt, bro.
So I'm gonna just read this from Britannica really briefly. Regarding Nubia, ancient region, Africa. Nubia, ancient region in northeastern Africa, extending approximately from the Nile River Valley near the first cataract in Upper Egypt, eastward to the shores of the Red Sea, southward to about Khartoum in what is now Sudan, and westward to the Libyan desert. Nubia is traditionally divided into two regions. The southern portion, which extended north to the southern end of the second cataract of the Nile, was known as Upper Nubia. This was called Kush under the 18th dynasty pharaohs of ancient Egypt and was called Ethiopia by the ancient Greeks. Lower Nubia was the northern part of the region, located between the second and first cataract of Aswan. This was called Wawat. The region of Lower Nubia saw one of the earliest phases of state formation in the world. Rulers of the A group culture, who were buried in a cemetery at Castile, excavated by the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago in the 1960s, adopted symbols of kingship similar to those of contemporary kings of Egypt of the Nakada second and third period. With the rise of the first dynasty in Egypt, about 2950 BCE, the A group culture and Nubia's independence were extinguished. No archaeological remains of the native Lower Nubians of the next 500 years have been discovered. Pharaoh Senefru, 2575 BCE, conducted a raid into Nubia and established an Egyptian outpost at Buhen. West of the Nile, quarries for the Nis were opened as mineral exploitation intensified. During the 6th dynasty, the Egyptian governors of Aswan started long-range trading expeditions, sometimes combined with military raids. The most famous governor among them, Harkuf, penetrated southward far beyond the second cataract of the Nile to a land he named Yam, whence he obtained a pygmy whom he brought to Pepi II. Toward the end of Harkuf's career, the Nubian chiefs united, imperiling the Aswan expeditions. A new population called Sigru by archaeologists inhabited Wawat, while a group known in the present day as the Karma culture occupied Kush. During the first intermediate period, many Nubians served as mercenaries in Egypt. And that's just as far as I'm gonna read for now. I hope.
Right, but if you went back up into the article, right, it gave a description of Egyptians raiding Nubia, right? You read that they raided Nubia. It's probably a paragraph.
I think we can agree that the rule of Egypt transferred hands multiple different times, though. But it's still that our people were there.
I don't think that they necessarily stated that they raided it. I'm trying to find that. What they did say is that it was called Nubia under Egyptian rule. Hold on, because I don't want to.
Yeah, they did say they conducted a raid, but that was in 2575 BCE.
Mm-hmm. A raid into where?
It said that Pharaoh Senefru conducted a raid into Nubia and established an Egyptian outpost at Buhan.
So Egypt and Nubia were different.
Well, they say he
saying.
established they had independence, but they were still considered, I believe, part of Egypt. They just established an outpost during that time. I think they were independent, but they weren't.
So the Egyptians raided the Nubians and said that the Nubians are Egyptian.
They took over the land. And
they pretty much took over.
If I raid another land, I'm not raiding my people. I'm raiding another land. There's a difference.
Over hundreds of years, they became the same people. You know, they was like literally living.
I mean, but see, the flaw there is that does not necessarily mean that they weren't Africans because they raided them. That means
I didn't say they wasn't. I'm saying that Egypt and Nubia or the Sudan was different. They were different places.
But
go ahead.
It's also stated that under different rulers, they classified that as an extension. Probably after this raid, and once they took over territory, it became an extension.
Yeah, the same way France, right? Took over Britain, right, in the 1100s, and Britain became a vassal, right, under the French kings. So that, but the British knew that they were different from the French. The people of Ireland know that they're different from the people of London, even though they're under the control of that government. You feel me? Like we know that there's a difference. The Native American came under the domination of the European, but they knew that they were different. They knew that their lands was invaded by a foreigner, right?
Yeah, I hear you, yo. Trust me, I hear you. And if I didn't have my DNA results, I would probably agree with you. But my DNA.
You said if you didn't have what?
We were in. My people were literally in that region. We were in the Sudan.
In the region, I don't have a problem with the region, but we're talking about the country and the civilization of ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt, the Sudan, and Nubia.
You keep saying it's one thing, and it's not.
At one point in time, at multiple points in time, it was up in Lower Egypt.
So what is your contention, Shefflin?
My contention is the Sudan and the Sudanese people are not Egyptian. That in this, I don't know. That's like saying that because they was in close proximity or they warred and that they was the same people. No, the Sudanese had a different language. You dig what I'm saying? And everything. So they had a different writing system. They wasn't Egyptian.
Yo, you got to explain.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick, please?
Pharaohs that actually have Bantu names.
No, because Nubians. Hold on. That we do know that Nubians in the 18th dynasty actually took over Egypt. They actually won a war and they took over Egypt.
To the 21st or the 20th?
It's one of them. But we know that they were Nubians. They wasn't Egyptian.
If
right?
Egypt,
that don't make them Egyptian because they ruled Egypt. But the Greeks ruled Egypt. Was they Egyptian?
This article also says that a group culture and Nubia's independence were extinguished. No archaeological remains of the native Lower Nubians of the next 500 years have been discovered. So I understand what you're saying, Sheffrin, but after so long, how long do they have to be intermingling before you decide that they're now Egyptians or what? Like I guess I'm trying to figure out at what point do you say, okay, we're going to consider them Egyptians? That's like saying that we're not Americans then, because we were brought here and brutalized or whatever, but at some point we have assimilated into this culture.
I
You
agree.
understand?
Right.
So,
But
so at what point
we wouldn't consider ourselves pilgrims, would we?
Do we consider ourselves Americans?
well, hell, white people don't
Yeah, but we
consider
wouldn't
themselves
consider.
pilgrims anymore. So
We
I mean,
consider ourselves Americans.
Okay. So
Hey, can I ask a question real quick?
go ahead.
This the 14th century is when you say the 14th century, I think I heard Amber say it earlier. Are we talking about the 1500s, or are we talking about
What? No, we talking
you
about
said the
BC. We
14th
talking about
century.
BC. Yeah, we talking about BC, yo.
I know, BCE, before Christ's existence, right? I understand that, but what I'm saying is your 14th century during the 1500s?
Yeah. No. The 14th century would be the 13th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So that was
it
the
goes
century.
back. Like the 21st century is the 20th century. Yeah.
Okay, but Thutmose was, they say he was the ruler from 1504 to 1492 BCE, and he had Egyptian murals depicting Canaanite prisoners, and had a campaign against the Canaanites, and created a buffer between Egypt, Egyptian heartland, and the wider Near East. And then his Thutmose III, Canaan and much of northern Syria became territories of Egypt in that time. And remember the Battle of Megiddo in 1457. It was a year before Thutmose III came into power. So that's why I was asking. So I'm a century off.
But there's still no Moses, though. Moses was supposed to exist during that time. So if
I
Egypt
said
expanded
Thutmose.
all the way into Syria, right? How could they had made an exodus out of Egypt? It never happened.
Well, I don't know nothing about that.
Here's a little
I don't know
more.
if you heard me. I didn't say Moses. I said Thutmose.
No, I know what you was talking about. I just was
okay.
Going back
Sorry.
on what I was making earlier.
Here's a little more that may, make Sheffrin feel a little more at ease. So it says ancient Nubia, the earliest inhabitants of what is now Sudan, can be traced to African peoples who lived in the vicinity of Khartoum in Mesothelic times. Which
in
is
what?
Mesolithic,
No,
Mesolithic times, which is 30,000 to 20,000 BCE. They were hunters and gatherers who made pottery and later objects of brown sandstone. Toward the end of the Neolithic period, New Stone Age, 10,000 to 3,000 BCE, they had domesticated animals. These Africans were clearly in contact with pre-dynastic civilizations before 2925 BCE to the north in Egypt. But the arid uplands separating Egypt from Nubia appear to have discouraged the pre-dynastic Egyptians from settling there. Egyptian influence. At the end of the 4th millennium BCE, kings of Egypt's first dynasty conquered Upper Nubia, south of Aswan, introducing Egyptian cultural influence to the African peoples who were scattered along the riverbanks. In subsequent centuries, Nubia was subjected to successive military expeditions from Egypt in search of slaves or building materials for royal tombs, destroying much of the Egyptian Nubian culture that had sprung from the initial conquest of the first dynasty. Throughout these few centuries, 2925 to 2575 BCE, the descendants of the Nubians continued to eke out an existence along the Nile River, an easy prey for Egyptian military expeditions. Although the Nubians were no match for the armies of Egypt's old kingdom, the interactions arising from their enslavement and colonization led to ever-increasing African influence upon the art, culture, and religion of dynastic Egypt. Sometime after about 2181, in the period known as Egyptologists as the first intermediate
period, right?
2130 to 1938, a new wave of immigrants entered Nubia from Libya in the west, where the increasing desiccation of the Sahara drove them to settle along the Nile as cattle farmers. Other branches of these people seem to have gone beyond the Nile to the Red Sea hills, while still others pushed south and west to Wadai and Darfur. These newcomers were able to settle on the Nile and assimilate the existing Nubians without opposition from Egypt. After the fall of the 6th dynasty, 2150, Egypt experienced more than a century of weakness and internal strife, giving the immigrants in Nubia time to develop their own distinct civilization with unique crafts, architecture, and social structure, virtually unhindered by the potentially more dynamic civilization to the north. With the advent of the 11th dynasty, 2081, however, Egypt recovered its strength and pressed southward into Nubia, at first sending only sporadic expeditions to exact tribute, but by the 12th dynasty, effectively occupying Nubia as far south as Semna. The Nubians resisted the Egyptian occupation, which was maintained only by a chain of forts erected along the Nile. Egyptian military and trading expeditions, of course, penetrated beyond Semna, and the Egyptian fortified trading posts were actually established to the south of the Karma in order to protect against frequent attacks upon Egyptian trading vessels by Nubian tribesmen beyond the southern frontier. It goes on, but
right. So Nubia and Egypt was different. The Egyptians enslaved the Nubians. They were fighting
it sounds
over.
like they're trying to say Egyptians weren't Africans at all. So now I have to wonder what the author's perspective is.
Right.
Right now, so that's my argument.
We weren't Egyptians originally, right? We weren't the original Egyptians. Let's just say that.
Right.
What I'm saying is, as you just read, the people in the Sudan were affected by Egyptian culture for thousands of years. All right. And by the time that my people migrated out, we might have considered ourselves whole Egyptians.
No. The Nubians knew that they were Nubians.
Here's the thing. Like, it's obvious that they had an influence on one another. Obviously, Egypt had more of an influence on Nubians, because of their power. Now, I'm not gonna say that Nubians just didn't know. It's just like now today, you have some people that will willingly assimilate into American culture, and they feel like they don't need to know shit about Africa. And then you have those people that know where they come from and want to know more about where they come from. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you're always gonna have that segment of the population that wants to kind of hold to their roots or their culture. You see what I'm saying? So of course, like they stated, like when Nubia got a chance, they tried to kind of return to some semblance of having their own cultural identity. But once Egypt gained strength again, they stomped it out again. You understand what I'm saying? So like, and of course they would, because let's just consider if African Americans were wholly accepted into American society and culture, we wouldn't really be trying to find ourselves or trying to have a link back to Africa. It's because we're marginalized that we're looking for somewhere to fit in. You see what I'm saying? Like, and that's the same thing with Nubians. They were marginalized. They weren't wholly accepted as Egyptians. We're different, and we know we're different because we're treated differently.
And the Egyptians, my point was that the people of North Africa and Egypt and stuff, they back migrate. They were Asians that back migrated into Egypt. Now they encountered Africans in those regions. I'm not saying that black people wasn't, there. They encountered those people there and they had sex with them and they warred. But the civilization of the Egyptians, you dig what I'm saying? Like, we know that there were cultural things that they passed on, right? The Sudanese or the Nubians gave Egypt some of its flavor.
Now, do me a favor, yo. Do me a favor. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm right on track. Now, do me a favor, though. Look up what was built, what monuments and what type of pyramids, or if anything, was built during the time that Nubians were ruling Egypt.
What you mean?
Dynasty,
the 18th dynasty. What was built?
Yes. What monuments? I'm already going to tell you. It's multiple things that's over there right now that we see today that were built by those Nubians.
Okay, cool. Look, I don't have no problem with that. Look what was built under the Greeks. Look in Egypt. Look what was built under Roman rule. We get the Library of Alexandria
So
the Greek builders.
what I'm saying by that is you can't take us away from that heritage then, because it is our heritage.
So the Greeks can claim it's their heritage too.
Yeah,
So
it's their
can
heritage
Greeks-
too.
So
I don't have no problem with that. My ego ain't in this shit.
Look.
Bad.
So the Romans can claim it. So the Arabs conquered it. The Turks conquered it. The Assyrians conquered it at one point. So all of them can claim Egypt too.
Yep.
Just because they conquered the land at one point in time.
And they civilized it and they took over and
civilized it.
Culture.
Egypt was already civilized.
Not civilized. I'm talking about not civilized. I'm talking about they put their culture. Their influence was now part of the region. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Egypt changed because of each time that the pharaohs or the rulership changed. You see what I'm saying? Different influence came in and out.
And my thing is, and even if it didn't, like, that's like saying that until, like, we pretty much ain't had shit going on until Barack Obama became president, because we ain't had no, you understand what I'm saying? Like, that's like saying that we have not contributed and we're not a part of the American fabric. That's why most of us look at ourselves as American, not because of us being accepted as Americans, but because of what's been invested on behalf of our ancestors into this country that makes us American. Because it wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors. Right. So it's like the same thing. Just because you are oppressed to some degree does not mean that you have any less
stock in it, stake in it.
Yeah, stock, stake, or influence.
Yeah, we know that the Greeks didn't come in until much later. Like I said, Alexander didn't come in until 1290, and the libraries that he created, he got from the colleges and the libraries that already existed hundreds of years before in Africa. So it wasn't nothing new. And right around 1358 or 1375 to 1358, I guess you consider that the 14th century. That was Akhenaten. When they said he was running around, and he was changing the the god concept from like 2 or 3 different gods to a tune.
Now it's also funny because as I'm scrolling through, but it also says that Egypt was invaded in 639. As small groups of Arab raiders penetrated up the Nile and pillaged along the frontier. So, I mean, based off that, they're saying that Egyptians weren't Arabs either.
No, they wasn't Arabs.
So
I no, they wasn't Arabs. See, Arabs. This what I'm saying. This is what all of the modern science is basically saying. That when he was talking about the genetic markers, and I went to the fact that if you mutate outside of Africa, right, you're no longer considered an African. I'm saying that those people back migrated into Africa thousands of years before the Egyptian dynasty or civilization ever kicked off. That's what it's saying.
I'm gonna ask you though. Were there people there when they migrated back in?
Yeah, and they fought with them. Those people, they made it with them. They fought with them. You dig what I'm saying? All of that. But let's get off of Egypt for a second, because I think we can better understand it. Because I think we so invested in this Egypt concept.
No, I'm more than willing to say I'm banned too, yo. I don't.
Yeah, but hold on. Now look right next door to Egypt. Look at Libya. Right? Look at the people of Libya. Why black people don't ever claim Libya? Why they always claim Egypt? Libya is right next door, right? It is further west than Egypt. You never hear black people screaming about that they the ancient people of Libya. You feel me? Like, and we know what the Libyan looks like, right? Then you can look at the Punic Wars, right? And you look at Hannibal and them, right? Why we don't make those same claims? People say Hannibal was black. You dig what I'm saying? I don't believe that. You know what I mean? But people say it. You know what I mean? But Hannibal and them, they were Mediterranean, right? They created that civilization, came from Italy, around in that area. They had outposts in Africa, but that's right next to Libya. We're so Egypt fixated that we isolate Egypt from the rest of North Africa. You don't see us all claiming other parts of North Africa the way that we claim Egypt. Why is
What's
that?
poppin', y'all? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, yo, it's Easy Bands, yo.
What's up, yo?
Yeah, chillin'. I'm just trying to come through, drop my 2 cents. You feel me?
Go ahead.
I'm taking. I hear you, Shep. You feel me? But yo, like, this is what it is. I let me just speak for myself in particular, right? I identify with everybody in Africa, basically. Any black person in Africa, I identify with them. You feel me? So, with you saying that people don't identify with like Asian, Libyan and stuff like that, you know what I mean? I don't agree with that. So whether it's Israel, I identify with that too. You feel me?
Israel.
And yeah, Canaan too. Because Canaan, if you look at Israel, Israel was a province of Egypt. You feel me? It was part of that land. If you look at it like that. So like the reason why we look at it different today is because of how, you know, the Europeans came and demarcated everything. And so that's why we look at it from this lens today. But if you look at it from them times, it's like Israel was part of Egypt. You feel me? It was like a province. So was Nubia. And we could also do this. We could just go and Wikipedia Nubia, right? And see what it says about Nubia.
Amber already did that.
So so she read it. Nubians are a group of people indigenous to the region where, what is it? North Sudan, Southern Egypt. Yeah. So like I don't get what you're saying, bro.
No, the point was that they did the DNA test of Egyptians. You know that, right?
But I think y'all are so used to people kind of being obsessed with Egyptians that anytime somebody even mentions Egypt, y'all automatically assume that it's because they're like worshiping them or like they just so like. I understand that's been y'all experience, but you got to be careful not to project that on people because there was nothing that he ever said that like, oh, I'm just purely Egyptian. He's also stated,
no, I know he ain't say that.
Right. So like my thing is like, it's to a point though where, and again, I can understand that people have been way extreme with the whole Egyptian narrative. It's sexy, you know. It's you know what I'm saying. Like it draws it in, and long before I ever even was intrigued into this kind of community or whatever, I've always taken exception to Egypt, even when they was trying to claim like they was Caucasian. Like, now what the fuck some Caucasian motherfuckers doing in Africa? How y'all fucking get there? Wasn't nobody like it never made sense, and they had too much sauce to me to ever be Caucasian. Them motherfuckers don't know how to sauce it up like that. So I always felt like they were African. But at the end of the day, like I just love Africa, period. I don't give a fuck where I'm from. Like,
but I'm saying though, like why
like it doesn't make a difference to me. I don't need to know I'm from Egypt. I don't need to know I'm definitely from Nigeria. Of course, I have a desire to know, but if I can't go but so far, because let's just face it, we can only go but so far. DNA can tell you but so much, but it can never tell you, you know, the exact of who you are. And that's something that we're looking for, but we've lost it. So how I compensate for that loss is, fuck it, it's all mine. How about that?
Yep. Because real talk, it is, man. Like, if you look at how like people move, even just today, like
I'm not
just
gonna limit
look.
myself to West Africa, I'm not gonna limit myself. Y'all want to take my culture from me? It's all mine. all of it.
That's
yeah, look at how people move. You can't just like pinpoint one group of people to one location and say these people just stayed here and you know what I mean, it ends there. Now people move around, bro, for different reasons. It could be war, climate change, you know what I mean, shortage of food. People move around. Like, so I don't know why, like when it comes to sub-Saharan or West Africans, y'all just want to pinpoint and say, nah, y'all just stayed over here and y'all never went to Egypt and stuff. That's crazy to me. Like,
I mean,
you know what I mean?
and to me, it's I don't mind people caping for whatever the fuck they cape for. I don't even care. As long as you say you African, you cool with me. But you don't have to necessarily down another place in order to do that. If you proud of West Africa, be proud of West Africa. Like if you proud of Northeastern Africa, be proud of that. Like I'm not gonna be like, because at the end of the day, you start to sound crazy when you like, oh, you know, you ain't from this, you ain't from that. Like it doesn't even fucking matter. Like these is all your people. So now we're allowing them to kind of, you know, pit us against even each other. Like because we are proud of a certain element of our culture, like this, all that shit is mine, and I'm not gonna, you know, berate or degrade somebody or feel like some type of way because they're taking pride in any aspect of African culture. I don't give a fuck what it is. And then what also kills me is like, and Chef, you're guilty of this because you did it earlier. Like you can't talk about being proud of anything when you kind of talk about your own people. You like, well, what the fuck these niggas jumping for? They just jumping for nothing. Like, what's all that jumping about? Like, it's cultural. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's culture, and I don't get it because that part was taken from me. I don't understand the culture, and that's something that I want to understand. So, like, if it's gonna be about respect and respecting where you from, even if you decide that you from West Africa, like it don't take disrespecting another civilization or culture or time period or whatever in order to do that. You can be proud and not say nothing about nobody else. Like you can be proud, you can be proud of who you are, whether it be Nigeria, Benin, Togo, Sudan, Libya, wherever the fuck you want to be proud of, all of that is cool. Like, but it don't take you
Amber, and let me
no other culture or civilization for that.
And let me just add on right quick to what you're saying. I just can't wait till we even start talking about West Africa too, because there's a lot of stuff, you know, that they did and accomplished that I want to talk about. And, you know, I agree we don't talk about it enough, but we shouldn't like try to say just because we talk about Egypt, that's all we talk about and that's all we identify with. No, that's not true.
And even still, like
my 2 cents.
You just feed the problem by going back and forth about that's all people talk about, because now we're having yet another discussion about Egypt because it's all people talk about. So now we're gonna have a discussion about how it's all people talk about instead of just talking about the shit that needs to be talked about more. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like counterproductive to me.
So and that, all that's, I get what all y'all saying, but if you studying, right, and you're being real, you're trying to figure out who people are, right? What people, what regions, right? That's just called like that's like me saying, since I'm from the United States, I'ma claim all the United States. Like I wouldn't do that, right? And I know people in Africa, right? Like in inner West Africa and Central, they've been there for thousands of years and created culture there, right? That's completely independent of Egypt and completely independent of Arabia and the Muslim culture and the Hebrew culture, right? So I feel like we do them a disservice personally when we don't really delve into those cultures, right, and examine them to the level of that we do with Egypt. You dig what I'm saying? Like I said,
And I can agree with that, but how is it
not
asserted
even
to them by having a discussion about how much people talk about Egypt instead of just doing them the solid of actually talking about their culture? You understand what I'm saying? Like, I understand what you're saying, but at what point does the solution become actually digging into that and teaching on their culture versus talking about how it ain't being talked about?
And also on top of that, it's like, for me as an African, right? I can, like, you could even just check my last name and I'll find my last name in several countries. So right now, like where my people are right now isn't where we've always been. And so everywhere we've been, there's been obviously like intermarriages and stuff like that going on. So that's why I say, like, I personally identify with a lot of groups. Like basically I could identify with anybody in Africa because we connected.
I mean, and the reality is most people do. If you go to Asia right now, they're not gonna say what state you from. They don't give a fuck. You're an American. You understand what I'm saying? They're not doing all
true.
that. Same thing as as a black person walking on the street. They're not gonna ask you, well, a white person ain't gonna say, well, what black neighborhood are you from? Or what state are you from? You a black nigga. You a part of the black community.
I would never disagree with that, but I'm talking about us in research circles. You feel me? I know people generalize, but us in research circles, we got to be a little bit more meticulous about it. We strive to not be as general as everybody try to make it be. So even within the continent of Africa, it's never wrong to be meticulous about looking at this thing. You feel me?
I just think we don't have enough information.
I'm not saying it's wrong about that, and that's a discussion that you have amongst researchers. You understand? Like I'm not saying
I feel like all y'all are. I feel like you wouldn't be on here if you wasn't some sort of researcher.
Yeah, but I'm not a researcher of any of the African countries. I'm not gonna hold you, Egypt or nobody else. Like I'm not even gonna lie to you.
And real talk, like even for the real researchers, there's not enough information on Africa. You know what I mean?
It's
like,
a lot of information on
Africa. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Trust me. Like we have no idea. Like the maps that they show you, it's just guesswork, man. It's intelligent guesswork. It's not like, yo, for real, like, yo, we know they traveled here and went there. It's intelligent guesswork.
Why would you
like
say
people
that,
piece
though?
it. No, that's facts though. Like, yo, we know like every, like not even every day, like every, like, you know, month or whatever it is, there's new information coming in about where these people originated or this
that's
group.
That's where every place in the world, though.
That's
not
what I'm
just
saying.
Africa.
That's what I'm saying. But with Africa, though, there's a lack of like knowledge. Like it's crazy compared to like other places. Real talk.
Wow, we just looked at, before you came on here, we just looked at the
I was
whole
watching.
Hold on. And we looked at the whole Bantu expansion.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That Bantu expansion, right?
I think he's saying that's not the whole Bantu expansion.
Exactly. That Bantu expansion that you're talking about, right? That's researchers trying to piece a complex puzzle back together. And I'm telling you that they don't even have close to enough information to be able to do that properly. You feel me? They just piece it up as best as they can.
He showed DNA and he showed a language group. Like how much more, right?
Brother, all right, Chef, let me just ask you this, man. Are you telling me right now that we have in our records all the markers that came out of Africa or that originated in Africa? We don't have those. Some of the people that they find, you know what I mean? They check their DNA and they don't even know where to fucking put these people. I mean, sorry for cussing or whatever. But yeah, they don't even know where to put these people. Like, all right, let me give you an example.
I actually just read that they said native Nubians, they haven't excavated any actual bodies from native Nubians. That's what the article I just read on Britannica just said.
And let me give you another example in Morocco, right?
Give you an example.
All right, in Morocco, right? Recently, a few years ago or whatever, it was a settlement was found over there where they found signs of agriculture over there, right? One of the earliest signs of agriculture. And they found some bodies there too, and they did a DNA test on them. And they found like a third of the person's DNA was sub-Saharan African. And then I think it was another third of it was unidentified. So that's what I'm talking about, right? So that's what I'm talking about. So like it's plenty of those in
they
Africa,
find that
right?
all over the world, though.
But that's my point. That's my point, though. Like, so
No,
have
because
like
they're ghost populations, right?
yeah.
They are ghost populations that could have went extinct. They merged with larger groups of people,
died out, all types of reasons,
right? Or merged with larger groups of people, and they didn't fully sequence. So it's a lot of. I agree, it's a lot of, but that's what research is about.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, though. With the little information they have, right? They piecing this stuff together. They doing the best they can. That's what I'm saying. But my point is, they don't have enough information to even like come up with some of the conclusions they do, and we can't run with those conclusions as if it's facts. That's what I'm saying. You feel me? Or we should be careful to use these. You know, it's like a guideline.
So let me ask Truth. Truth, are you comfortable with the information that your DNA showed you?
Yeah.
Do you accept that?
Yeah, because basically what I'm getting from it is that I'm a Bantu person. My tribe originally was Bantu, and
so hold on. So that's what I wanted to hear. So Easy Band. So so why shouldn't he accept?
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that the information that they have right now is like wrong or whatever. All I'm saying is that we don't have enough information to say conclusively that the Bantu people originated in West Africa and never went to East Africa, or vice versa, or this, that. You know what I mean? Because we don't have
this is what we
all the information.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is what we can show, yo. We can show that the people in West Africa migrated from East Africa to West Africa and then migrated back.
Yeah, there's things we can show. I agree with that. There's things we can show, but then
I think he's
also
just saying we don't have the full picture.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you could see the picture, but it's a little fuzzy. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta let you gotta let it, get a little clear. You know what I'm saying? Before you start, like even with DNA, like of course I'm not saying that the shit is off the wall, like they just making up anything. Like it's accurate for what they have available to them right now. But as they get more information in, more samples, and the sample population grows, they may find more distinctive markers that they can, isolate and classify differently and say, okay, well, now we know a little bit more about this population of people, and this actually originates here. And you see what I'm saying? So it comes into focus a little bit better. But for what they have now, it's the most accurate it probably can get for now. But with the addition of new discoveries and new information, it's probably gonna come into focus a little bit better than it is currently.
And even like, with science, how they've been talking about the family tree and stuff, right? Now they're starting to discover that it's more like what they call a family shrub or something like that, because it's not the picture that we used to think it was.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So
it goes all over the place. That's why I call it a shrub.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So that's my point with this stuff, you feel me? And also sometimes it's like common sense too. Like, how do we move today and stuff, you feel me? Like, it's just like, it's crazy to me. They came through and put a label on us called us Sub-Saharan Africans. And that label basically says that, these guys never went above the Sahara or something. It's like an invisible wall that these guys could never travel.
But some people didn't,
which is crazy.
Hold on, but
some people did, some people didn't, but some people did.
So when they say that, hold on, are they wrong?
Yeah, they're wrong. They're wrong because a lot of people,
if it's
and even
of
today,
people who are Sub-Saharan African who never went above that didn't mutate above Sub-Saharan Africa, right?
I just gave you an example. Of the finding in Morocco and a third of that DNA was sub-Saharan, brother.
Yeah, but that was from what? Say you said where it was from.
That was Morocco, and that was
right. It was an ancient site.
Yeah.
It was an ancient site,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
it was bones, right? Now,
Yeah.
does that show up in the modern population of Morocco?
What do you mean a modern
The people
population?
that's living in Morocco now,
Yeah.
are they the same traits that they find in modern Moroccans?
No, but I thought we're talking about like, you know, the ancient times. Like I know what happened. I know what happened in modern times.
Right. So what I'm saying is the people that's in Morocco came from somewhere. They didn't sequence that. They know that. You dig what I'm saying? The people in Libya, they know where they came from. They didn't sequence that. The people in Angola, they know where they came from. They didn't sequence that. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it's certain places we do have a clear picture of.
But I'm saying though, like if you saying that these sub-Saharan Africans, right, that they never went above the Sahara, then how is it that I'm showing you an incident where it happened?
I never said that.
But you just said like, oh, are they wrong for saying that?
Yeah, he was saying it's not that they're wrong for saying that when they don't know, because out comes this new discovery of someone with sub-Saharan DNA in Morocco. And
but check it out though, Amber. But that's not what there's. But that's not what science is saying. We get that confused, right? If people migrate, if a person migrates, right, and mates, if a sub-Saharan African migrates above the Sahara and mate with a woman in say Libya or Morocco, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna leave his DNA there. But we're saying that the population, right, that he comes from is still in sub-Saharan Africa. That's just like
like
go ahead.
Not all right, sorry to cut you off, man. Go ahead.
No, but it's not saying that the population from somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa migrated and to Morocco. It's showing that it's that they have an admixture of people from sub-Saharan Africa. But that population, they know that population comes from a group that's still in sub-Saharan Africa. So those people are still there. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I hear you.
Those people ain't moved. That person probably moved. But his original population is still in sub-Saharan. That's how they know he's sub-Saharan African. You see what I'm saying?
But I understand what you're saying. But my question is, at what point did they consider it a migration? How many people have to migrate in order for it to be considered a migration? Like what's the cutoff point? What's the population size? At what point is it just a little trickle and then it's they migrated?
Well, with North Africa, you can look at that from two sides, right? You got to figure out where the population that look like they look now, where did they come from? And then how many different waves did they come in, right? These people came from the Mediterranean area, like places like Spain, and places that hover over top of Africa, the Iberian Peninsula, right? So we just can't look at it from like sub-Saharan Africans going north. You got to look at Europeans coming south. You got to look at Africans, sub-Saharan Africans going north, and you got to look at Asians coming from the east. All coming together in North Africa, making that population what it is now. It wasn't just, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I could agree with that.
But by your logic, though, Sheffrin. Hold on. By your logic, though, Sheffrin, you said that we were leaving Africa, going away and mutating, and then coming back.
Facts.
I didn't say we.
You said Africans were leaving Africa,
right?
Going to other places,
mutate,
mutating, and then coming back, right?
Mutated outside of Africa.
Right, but
That's what you said,
they not
Shepard.
Africans no more.
Yeah, he said
Right. Okay, I got you. I
But when they
understand that.
come,
Now, the point I'm trying to make is that Mediterranean area, you know what I'm saying, the top of Africa, and that intermixture, like you're saying, with the people across the sea, you know, those are just Africans that had left and came back.
No, yes. Every human being.
I mean, they weren't. You would consider them to be African anymore, like you said, but at the same time, they're ancestors of Africans.
That's every human being on the planet.
But
Right.
Quickly, before we get too far away, because I don't think you understood what I was saying, Shepard.
Go ahead.
And the control of that Mediterranean too, you got to put that into perspective. You know what I'm saying? Because that area was well sought after, and everybody wanted to control it too.
So what I'm saying is, as a researcher, when you're looking at these different correlations and you see that there's, you know, some admixture in this population with this population, whatever the case, at what point does it become a migration pattern? Like, it has to be some type of formula. It can't be some type of, you know, arbitrary idea where, oh, this is a migration, this isn't. Like, at what point do they say, okay, well, the population was 40,000 at the time, and approximately 20,000, you know, left, or, you know, so that's 50%. So that we're going to consider that a migration. Like, what has to be the impact of people leaving a region in order for it to be considered a migration?
All right, well, let's be a little bit more specific. All right, now I'm gonna try to be a little bit more specific. All right, those areas in Morocco, right, are real mountainous, rugged arid lands, right? The Africans didn't really mess with those parts of the continent.
you see, and that's the part.
Sorry. Hold on, check it out. They moved right towards the rivers, like any sensible people would. Like, if the Sahara starts to dry up, right? What are I'm talking about the Africans, right?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the people that back migrated into Africa. I'm saying that if the continent is full of just Africans at one point in time, right? We gotta agree to that. Do we all agree that continent had to be just Africans at one point in time?
Right.
There wasn't no other people in Africa but Africans.
Right.
Africa wasn't even Africa yet, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying
But talk. Real shit.
It was occupied by all Africans at one point in time because there wasn't no other people on the planet.
Right.
So we cool with that.
So the mass migration started in the south of Africa,
right,
and moved up.
And I'm saying they was all in Africa, right? Now, when certain ecological changes happened in Africa, those Africans moved for their survival, right? So when the Sahara started to dry up, those Africans moved towards rivers and lakes and different places where they could sustain themselves, right?
Including the Nile, right?
Yeah, the edge of the Nile, the Congo, the Niger River, all of that. You feel me? They moved out of the Sahara because they lived in the Sahara. They called it the wet Sahara, right?
Yep. The Green Sahara, yes. Some shit like that.
So they moved, you know what I mean, towards better sources of water and where they could sustain themselves. Now, the people that back migrated, they moved back into Africa for similar reasons because where they was at was kind of fucked up, right? So they moved back towards those areas that had water. So they back migrated towards the Nile. You dig what I'm saying? But they wasn't African no more.
Pause really quickly, because I'm not sure if I missed something or maybe I'm just not, because we started out with everybody in Africa.
Right.
And then the Sahara dried and people started migrating, and they moved closer to the Nile and different, you know, areas. And then you talked about people back migrating back
Right.
into Africa. So
No, because I'm already assuming that we know that people moved out of Africa too. At this point in time.
I know we know that people moved